events celebrating Earth's first selfie. The event was actually started to celebrate Earth's first selfie, which was taken on December 7th, 1972 by the crew of Apollo 17. We here at the Foundation for the Future, along with some of our phenomenal partners, Michael Lane at Liftport and some others, created this event primarily to accelerate space's infrastructure development. We see it as the first step to creating a safe, sustainable gateway to outer space. And we're talking near-term space infrastructure from the year 2020 to the year 2035. And this is so that we can do what it takes now to expand further into the future as needed. We really have three goals with this event. First is to accelerate space infrastructure development. The second is to connect this wonderful, vibrant community of thinkers and doers, and we're thrilled to see this event growing month after month. Third, we really want to collect this data, this information, your stories, your innovations, everything that this community contributes. We will actually be sharing to Congress, with Congress, as we further expand our reach and as we try to pass the Space Act, which Tim Chrisman with the Foundation will expand on in a moment. We also could use support from our community. Again, thank you all for participating. We really appreciate your interest. And starting with speakers, we're always excited to hear more viewpoints and again, expand this circle. If you know any really phenomenal speakers in our industry, please let us know if you'd like to volunteer. We're thrilled. Also, sponsors and co-hosts. This month, we're thrilled to announce that the Space Force Association will be co-hosting with us. We've had a lot of help from Bill Wolf. Thank you so much. And they've really helped develop our program and what we're going to talk about, and also bring in some of the speakers. So today's topic will be strategic space, which is exciting. This is the big picture stuff. This isn't necessarily the nitty gritty. This incorporates everything from security and art and sport and culture and all aspects of cislunar strategy, not just the typical nuts and bolts. So we're really excited about that. So again, thank you all for joining us. We are excited to have you. We're excited to kick off 2 days of speaking. And without further ado, I would like to kick it over to Tim Chrisman, our co-founder here at the Foundation, and really our fearless leader. He has such vision. It's inspiring, and it's a pleasure to work with him every day.
Thank you, Lila.
Let me intro you real quick here. Sorry to pause too long. Tim Chrisman is a former CIA intelligence officer who supported the National Space Council. He's a retired Army intelligence officer and a former intelligence advisor to the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. He holds 2 master's degrees, one in intelligence studies and one in international relations and affairs from American University. Tim is the author of the book, Humanity in Space, and of various articles about the expanse of our civilization in space. Tim's next challenge and mission is to make space accessible, survivable, and ultimately boring enough to be routine. Tim Chrisman.
Thanks again, Lila. So as I'm setting up the slides here for the sort of intro to us here at the Foundation, I wanted to expand on what Lila was talking about with Blue Marble Week. we are putting this on once a month. And this is a multi-day event that we liken to a merger of a Silicon Valley pitch, a TED Talk, and congressional testimony rolled into one. We chose those three terms deliberately, not just because they sound cool. Silicon Valley pitches are about new ideas, exciting, flashy, and on the edge of possible. TED's mission is to spread ideas. And congressional testimony is about presenting ideas to decision makers. And that's where we see Blue Marble Week as a tool for the space community writ large to be able to plug into decision makers in DC, because as Lila mentioned, we use things we learn, sound bites that are said, and in some cases, use the connections made as we interact with members of Congress and their staff. And we're doing that because, in general, Congress thinks space is fiction. It's something that will have to be dealt with when it needs to be dealt with. In some cases, the thought is hundreds of years from now. In other cases, whenever China actually starts beating us. And so Blue Marble Week is meant to be a crowdsourcing of new and innovative ideas about space. They may not be new to most of you, but they are new to many here in DC in the halls of power. And we need you, as Lila said, first and foremost for the ideas you bring. We don't have all of the ones we need, and we need more voices in this community. We've been asked a lot why we do Blue Marble Week as often as we do. Part of it is that crowdsourcing of ideas, but another part is that community is fragile. And one of the #1 goals of us here at the foundation is a community of doers around the need for space infrastructure. And because community is fragile, we recognize that having one-off events or annual gatherings is not the way to rapidly and successfully build that network and community of people around a goal. So here we have Blue Marble Week. I want to shift now to talking about us here at the foundation. This is the third Blue Marble Week we've put on, and for the most part, we have interspersed the about us as we go. This is the first time we're trying out actually doing a formal introduction of who we are. And the reasons why we are. In my talks, I get asked a lot, why did you think the space industry needed another foundation? And I like to joke that I didn't. In fact, I didn't even mean for us to be a foundation. I just named the organization foundation because I used to build houses in Alaska, and a foundation to me meant the base from which everything else could be built. Well, when you're interacting with members of Congress, with corporate executives, there's an unspoken assumption that foundations are grant-making and educational organizations. Nobody notices the bottoms of their houses. But the bigger question is, why us? Why do we exist? And that's what this presentation is meant to answer. And so no good about us presentation can exist without a clear understanding of the vision, mission, and values, or the purpose, direction, and motivating factors behind the organization. These statements, these collection of words emerged over the course of several months with the help of Lane, Lila, and others to distill down the ultimate aim of us at the foundation. And at its core, we are organized around an idea that America is on the precipice of an amazing explosion of activity, and that is in space. Ultimately, our future as a country and around the world lies up. But to get there, something must be done first. There's been the adventurers, the early adopters, so to speak, in space, the 500 plus men and women who have gone to space. Those are the explorers of old. It's now time for the early entrepreneurs, the settlers, and the adventurers to venture forth into this new frontier. And to do that, they will need the infrastructure to live, work, and survive in. And that is the missing piece between NASA pushing the envelope of what is known and possible and understood, and Space Force as they begin to stand up and serve and protect the free and fair commerce of space. And so we are advocating for the creation of this smart space infrastructure. In part, it is an attempt to ensure that our kids can go to space and come back and it not be thought of as anything more special than a ski trip to Colorado or Vermont. That's ambitious, that's wild, and it's crazy. But that's what we believe is eminently possible, and possible very soon. And that is informed by our values around we're not willing to wait for tomorrow what can be accomplished right now. Because we don't accept limits that are imposed by design, by history, or by tradition. We try to understand where those limits came from and provide solutions so that they can be overcome. And ultimately, we want to ensure that the dreams of Apollo are brought down to earth for everyone. Most space organizations talk about how space should be accessible to all. Space is for all, and that is absolutely true. We also want to make sure space works for the rest of us. The vast majority of humanity will not venture into the deep black of space or the near brown of space, as some will discuss. But the benefits of space are already here through GPS, through experiments on the International Space Station. We just need to make those more tangible and more real as more happens in space. GPS is often used as a good example of smart space infrastructure, and that's absolutely true. That happened decades ago. We in the space industry can't rest on that and continue to point back to it any more then we can point back to Apollo and said, been there, done that. It's always about what have we done for America today? And ultimately, it always will be that. And that is where the community of doers, the ability for us to jam ideas together and create new and exciting possibilities is what animates us. So I've talked about a lot about the sort of animating features of us at the foundation. We are a science and education advocacy nonprofit. We are the sort of single issue nonprofit that is discussed usually when discussing social issues. We have the goal of creating this infrastructure development corporation, a public-private partnership between the federal government and the private sector. And that is it. That is what success looks like. There is not a perpetual motion machine prepared. Blue Marble Week is a event that as we move forward, we will want to endure. But the foundation itself is meant as a catalyst for change, for innovation and growth. And we will see where that takes us. Because at the end of the day, we are not the important part. The ideas you are bringing to the table is what will make the change. We are merely the messengers and the carriers of said message. So who are we? We aim to be a microcosm of America, a cross-section of what America looks like, thinks like, acts like, and is. We're not there yet, and we're looking to change that. But we know we're not there, and we know what right looks like, so to speak. And right doesn't look like a dozen versions of me dancing on the head of a needle. We already broadly represent the political spectrum in the US, with libertarians and social democrats having delightful debates about the merits of government involvement in infrastructure planning. And this is one of the things that has made our efforts in Congress stronger. We've interacted with the better part of 100 congressional offices over the past several months. And because we have had such a diversity of thought inside the foundation, there has only been a handful of questions that weren't already raised. And most of those questions were around what happens when you win. The questions of how much, who will, when, and even objections from across the different parties, we were able to answer, in part because people like you at earlier Blue Marble events asked those questions after our presentations, provided feedback, or asked why we included things we did. And that prepared us, so when we walked into Congress, we looked like everything was as polished and well thought out as it could be. We have a range of experiences, from executives in Fortune 500 companies to current students, from prior military to manufacturing. We know that there are distinct phases in our lives that we go through, from advocating and fighting against the system when we're young to attempting to preserve what we have because it works for us. And those differences as we move through life, if we're able to harness them, if the young are able to be guided and assisted as they advocate for change, and if those with experience are able to impart that, we're able to have a better outcome. And we're excited that we at the foundation are able to bring in the next generation of space entrepreneurs, space adjacent professionals, and let them learn from the scars of those who went before. You'll hear from speakers over the next couple of days about workforce development initiatives that we and others are doing. And it's ultimately about a kindergarten to orbit pipeline. But to do that, we need the full range of experiences and educational and attainment backgrounds. What are we doing? Most of this I've already talked about, but it is ultimately about preparing for what happens when we win. And win is sort of a aggressive term. But America likes winners. And it's our belief and our hope that the sort of space infrastructure and the community we're building is a win that, maybe unlike Tom Brady's win last night, is something all America can get behind and believe in. But why? Why now? Why here? I mentioned that our future as a nation and as a people is up. And that's true whether you want to solve global warming, whether you want economic expansion, whether you believe America should continue to lead the international order, or that the international order should be democratized. And that's because ultimately, as a species, humanity explores. Since we emerged from the cradle of civilization, humans curious about what lies over the next hill have always wandered over it. And for too long, we've had no hills to wander on. And it's time to reclaim the idea of a frontier as a good. Historically, frontiers have been associated with colonization and the harming of peoples and creatures so that the elite could benefit. Now we have an opportunity to make our lives and fortunes on a frontier where the damage and risk is incurred by those who adventure and not on the backs of the labor of others. But first, we have to overcome the hurdle and the idea that space is some sort of fiction or fantasy that children believe in, but ultimately has no bearing now. And this gets to the idea of delivering the benefits of space back home every day in a very tangible way. We believe that that is eminently possible, but it must be at the forefront of everything we in the space industry do. Because ultimately, whether we like it or not, the adoption of space, like any other technology, requires more than the early enthusiasts and early adopters. We have to cross that chasm of credibility. The last of our whys is related to the idea that being told no is something that happens to other people, that limits are what others put on us to constrain us. And so as we go out and talk about wild, crazy, ambitious projects in space that many of you have been working on for years, it gives us a little bit of joy and a lot of energy when we hear people say it can't be done. Because as we come back to these events, we hear from you that you're already doing them. Lila mentioned in the intro the sort of how can you help that TED asks, so to speak. If you're here speaking, and if you're watching on one of our live streams, there's a better than average chance you are a useful collaborator and that we want a formal partnership, whether it's with Blue Marble Week, our educational efforts, our advocacy efforts. But then individually, we need people from across the country to help us advocate with their representatives and senators with the support of our government relations team. This is often as easy as us providing a form or standardized letter for your review, signature, and then we deliver it to your representative on your behalf. And then finally, referrals for donations, whether it's from you, your friends, your family. As we go forward and expand our efforts, this need becomes greater. But at the end of the day, a great need is easily met with a great number of people. So $1 million donations need not be a threshold for entry. We prefer more and smaller to big and splashy. I'll end here because for Michael's first time, he now has me cutting into his time. And so he's welcome.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Tim. That was great. And, I can't echo that enough that it takes all of us to make this change happen. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for supporting in any way possible. Our next speaker is none other than Michael Lane. For 20 years, as part of NASA's Institute for Advanced Concepts team, Michael Lane pushed space elevator research Lane is the president of Liftport Group, focused on the lunar space elevator infrastructure. Liftport has discovered new alloys and built climbing robotics. Lane's experiences, U.S. Marine, investment advisor, internet entrepreneur, and real estate developer, contribute to his company's efforts. Lane attended Boston University and is the president of the International Space University's U.S. Alumni Association. Please welcome Michael Lane.
Hey, y'all. Thank you very much, everybody, for being a part of this. As always, I really want to shout out to Lila and Tim for creating this thing and creating this venue for everybody to kind of participate in. So thanks for that, for sure. It's been a wild ride. This is only our third one of these. We had a conversation in October that led to a commitment in November, and from idea to execution, it was 3 weeks between when we started it to when we hosted our first event. So definitely there are training wheels. Definitely it's a little bumpy right now, but we're really seeing some really, I mean, to me, it's a lot of fun to kind of watch the numbers grow, the interest grow, the community develop. We've gone from slightly over 200 people to slightly more than 400 or 500 people this last one. And I don't know what our numbers are going to be on this one, but it is really great to see how things are evolving. So again, to echo Lila's echo of Tim, this can't happen without all of y'all's participation. So thank you. We're going to hear a lot more from the Space Force Association, mostly tomorrow, but I want to put out a special shout out to Bill Wolf and his team for really stepping up. A lot of the content tomorrow is really based on their efforts. So thank you, y'all, for that. Now I'm going to jump in and do some screen sharing here on a topic that we always kick off our events with. So this is now our third one. So it doesn't feel like a tradition quite yet, but thematically, what we're trying to do is talk about what happens next. All right. Nobody has a crystal ball, but we are trying to imagine what a near future might look like. So everything that we're doing at Blue Marble Week is really focused in a couple different ways. I call them boxes. So we're boxed between the ground of Earth and the surface of the moon. So this isn't about CGIs of Martian settlement. As much as I might admire SpaceX for their grand vision, that's not what this is about. This isn't about elk in orbit. There's a great picture that Jeff Bezos and the Blue Origin team post that is an O'Neill cylinder. It's a beautiful O'Neill cylinder. Their vision is millions, potentially eventually billions of people living and working and playing and enjoying their life in space. And they have such a large encompassing vision that they've got O'Neill cylinders floating in the sky with actual herds of elk. Now, that's a great vision. I applaud that, but that's not where we are today. So the other box, all right, so the first box was from the ground of Earth to the surface of the moon and everything in between. And we call that the cislunar iconosphere. Ken Murphy coined that phrase almost 10 years ago, and it's really resonated with us. And then the second box that's really important is today's 2021. It's not going to be that long until we hit 2035. Tim talked about some folks on Capitol Hill think space is so far out that it's not relevant to them, right? It's so far out in time that it's not important to them. What we're trying to really get across is that 2022 isn't that far away. 2025 really isn't that far away. And if we act now, we can make next year and 2025 better. And if we do those things, then 2035 is attainable. Like the things that we do now have ripple effects into the near future, right? And so those are the boxes. It's very focused on near term. It's very focused on the cislunar ionosphere. And what we're trying to do is showcase real world developments that have benefits to those folks down here on the ground. Like, it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to be an astronaut. I mean, maybe, but by the traditional definitions of having the right stuff, I'm not that guy. So, I mean, I know that the definition of the right stuff is changing, so that's great. But even still, the moving humanity en masse into orbit is going to take a while, and it's going to be a lot of hard work. And the third box that we really focus on here is infrastructure development. Now, infrastructure comes in a lot of different flavors. We're going to talk about that in a moment. And as we describe strategic space today and tomorrow, we're going to talk about strategic space in a lot of different flavors. So I'm going to jump into my PowerPoints here in a second, and we're going to just have this as a conversation. But every time we start this Blue Marble Week event, we use this grand architecture idea as a level set for where we are now, where we're going very, very soon. And if we're right, where does that lead us further down the road? So let me just swap gears and change screens here. So also, I can make this full screen and you can see the images better, but I choose not to, because if I do that, I lose all of y'all. So it's actually better for all of us if I don't go to full screen, because I want to be able to see y'all. That kind of like visual feedback is useful to me. So can everybody see the screen but not the Zoom insert? Is that correct? Like y'all get like nod. You can see the slides but not the picture of Zoom, right? Okay, all right, just checking. All right. So I'm Michael Lane. Thanks, Lila, for the intro. I've been involved with big ideas in space for 20 years, and whether it's focused on the Earth elevator, or over time I switched focus to the lunar elevator. I've worked on space-based solar power. I've been an advisor to some very smart people to kind of map out what the near and the far future looks like. So whether that was as an investment advisor, managing other people's money, using a crystal ball, and I use that term crystal ball very, very generously. I'm being sarcastic when I say that. But I really have built a long career out of trying to understand where we are now and where we're going soon. So I'm very easy to find on the internet. Oh, I don't have my LinkedIn profile up there, but that's also super easy to find. So this is what I want us to think about. Now, behind me is the original Blue Marble image. I've had that flag probably more than 10 years, almost certainly, maybe even 15 years. I've had that flag for a long time. It has always meant something to me. It's symbolically, it's powerful to me. But this image also is really important to me. You know, the moon with just the edge of Earth. So I'm going to jump through some of this stuff. If y'all have been with us over the last 2 months, some of this is going to be repeated. I'm going to skip it as fast as I can, but for new folks, I want them to see some of this. So we are fiercely non-political here, but the current document that is in place was issued by the National Space Council a couple months ago, and it focuses on these 5 points: commercialization, going back to the moon to stay, expanding to Mars. I'm really focusing on just the first two, commercialization of LEO and going to the moon soon. 3-star General Quah says this is one of the most important conversations of our nation's history. He joined us on our first event, which was really great. And we hope soon to have the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force also to kind of talk about the big ideas in space. There definitely is a role of government in all of this. There are plenty of current programs, a lot of potential new programs are in development. That's really what Tim and Lila are working on. And we break infrastructure development kind of into 4 parts: hardware, what are the things we're going to try to build; business, how do you pay for it; outreach; storytelling. Blue Marble Week is an example of us trying to do storytelling; and then framework. We kind of look at all the parts in 4 different areas. I refer to it as ACDC: academic, civil, defense, and commercial. All of these are partners in developing that future. We'll talk more about that later over the next 2 days. As we build out this grand architecture, it will start with launch. And we spent a lot of time last month talking about launch in a lot of different ways. Those videos are available on our YouTube channel. Please check them out. We get better and better at launch. That expands our capabilities for communications and Earth observation. Once we get that, we move to in-space transportation. On our first event, we talked about gas stations and orbital manufacturing. I think that once we're good at that, then we build out the lunar elevator, establish more and more space stations in a lot of different places. We'll talk about location in a minute. As we get better at that, mining and manufacturing will take off using lunar resources. And then we build out space-based solar power systems and bring all that energy from the sun and provide clean, green, limitless energy to everyone, everywhere, all the time. So that's kind of the grand architecture as we see it. Each of these parts are necessary, and you can't really skip steps. All right, so there may be some argument about whether or not the lunar elevator is absolutely necessary. I personally think that it is. But you can't really skip steps in this process. So this is how the future is going to probably unfold. You're going to start with lots of ideas. Liftport itself, individually, we call ourselves an idea factory, but the idea factory is everywhere around us. There's thousands of space companies out there right now. When I started 20 years ago, that wasn't true. People would have laughed out loud if you said there were thousands of space companies. They work to develop public-private partnerships with government, with industry, and then that establishes infrastructure. So in more refinement, some of the partners are going to be NASA and US Space Force. They're going to build out lunar operations, cargo and orbital logistics. And some of those companies are going to sell stuff. That Idea Factory is going to sell stuff. And then over time, you're going to get more and more specialization into these various areas, okay? Back to this big target here. I said a minute ago that we break everything kind of down by academic, civil, defense, and commercial. As you see many of our speakers over the next few days, you're going to see this theme repeat over and over again. But we also are kind of breaking it down a slightly different way when we start talking about strategy. What does strategic space mean? Now, most of the stuff I showed you earlier was preamble from other talks. Now we're going to kind of slow things down a little bit and really focus on when we created the theme of this month and we started talking about strategic space. What does that mean? I mean, we had to have that internal conversation, and then we had it with all of our much beloved speakers to really talk about what does it mean to be, what does strategic space mean? Very obviously, very early on, defense became a natural part of that definition. But it's not the only one. It's not the only one. We at Blue Marble Week and the Foundation for the Future spend a lot of time talking about workforce. Workforce as infrastructure is one of our kind of, I won't say mottos, but we spend a lot of time talking about workforce. We spent a lot of time talking about the industrial base, right? Who is going to build this enormous, cool future that we're going to have someday? So industrial-based conversations, economics, the individual companies, they're building the individual hardware. All of that is a necessary part of this conversation, and it's often ignored or overlooked. That is one of America's strengths here. And for our international friends joining us, please excuse us when we keep referring to this as a nationally focused program, because of the work that Tim and Lila are doing on Capitol Hill. It has to be a national focused program, but we understand that it can't happen without international partners. And when Lila read my bio, she said I was the president of the International Space Universities Alumni Association. I definitely am a globalist when it comes to space stuff. But with respect to this project and this team's efforts on Capitol Hill, we definitely are talking about the American industrial base. Even though I say that, a lot of the conversations last month and the month before really focused on what is happening in our international, on the international scene. Dr. Goswami talked a lot about the Asian perspective on, I think she came up with 9 or 10 different launch systems, an overview of 9 or 10 different launch systems from 9 or 10 different countries. And Julian did the same thing for Europe last month. So this industrial base is a really necessary part of the conversation, because that tells you your starting point, right? That tells you where you're beginning if you're going to go out and build this amazing future. And then the last part, positional, that was an interesting conversation. We're going to talk more about that in a moment, but where are you in space matters, right? You can do different things if you are in different locations and regions. So we usually talk about LEO and GEO, but there's a whole lot of other options out there. So strategy from the strategic space from the perspective of defense, workforce, industrial base, and position. DWIP is not as cool as ACDC as an acronym. I don't expect anybody to remember that. I can't even remember it, but that is what we're thinking about when we talk about strategic space. So if anybody can come up with a better acronym, I would really love to see that. So that would be helpful. So this is a little bit out of date. I was looking for a more recent image, but this tells you a lot about the global perspective in space. By the way, the US number, these are all governmental numbers. It does not bring into account the academic part. It definitely does not account for the commercial sector. And it absolutely, in the American case, not in the other nations, it absolutely does not represent the defense budget. But then if you look at some of the other nations, their entire budget is a defense budget. So as much as I like this chart to show the diversity of the nations going, it is very, very misleading, and there's a lot of nuance that is that's not on this graph. The American number, by the way, is closer to 70 billion all by itself. And although you can't see this little asterisk right here, it actually says that this big blue dot is actually underrepresented, because if you showed the whole thing, it's more than half of the total, right? And so the dot would be much larger. So this is Euroconsult messing with numbers a little bit. But what I'm showing you is that there's a lot of different players in this game we call space now. So the next part is to talk about some wild cards. The United Arab Emirates is definitely a wild card. They, I was about to say land on Mars. They don't land. They start orbiting Mars probably tomorrow. So fingers crossed for those guys. That's amazing. And then China does it, I think, the day after that. And then the United States lands on, I think, the 18th, right? So those things are imminently happening. And there's a heck of a lot going on with the moon as well. So this stuff is happening all the time. And now I said that we were boxed between, the Earth and the moon, but I can't not be happy for the folks going to Mars all of a sudden. So always recognize, people that are pushing the borders here. We talked a bit about the the workforce. Look, it always comes down to what are you able to do, when are you able to do it, and how do you close the business case? That's true if you are a giant company like Boeing and Lockheed, a pretty good sized company like Blue and SpaceX, or a super small company. And like I said, there's literally thousands of them. So that industrial base really has to think about how they do what they do. But these are the things that they're doing, right? These are the things necessary to build a space infrastructure. You have to be expert in biotech, materials, computing, robotics, communications, and energy. You have to master those things in order to do space at all. And that mastery comes from workforce development. That mastery comes from academic partnerships. And ultimately, it has to get to the industrial base to make this all work. So the last thing we're going to talk about is positional. And that's something I want you to think about in a way that we typically don't. You can do things at LEO that you can't do at GEO. When I started in this field, there was talk about people basically deorbiting things in low Earth orbit and building mammoth superstructures in GEO. That harkens back to the quote unquote inventor of GEO orbit, Arthur C. Clarke. He once posited that you just needed 3 satellites and you could cover everything you ever needed for all of the world. And there was talk about moving that direction. Obviously, that's not what we did. We now de-emphasize GEO and hyper-emphasize LEO. Because there's only 1,800 GEO slots. And why are there only 1,800 GEO slots? Because they were assigned based on 5 degrees of arc around the world, and each nation was assigned a GEO slot. Those were scarce resources once. Now that's almost trivial. The Lagrange points, the one in between the Earth and the Moon, L1, the one on the far side, L2, 4 and 5 have got a lot of history about them. What are you going to do at these locations? And then finally, the near side versus the far side of the Moon, the top, the North Pole versus the South Pole or the equator of the Moon. And I showed this picture. This is actually a colorized picture of the Moon to show mineral and resource deposits. So where do you want to go on the Moon? This is what we want to build at the Lagrange point, right? We want to build a giant space station at the Lagrange point. We want to sink in at the lunar equator. And there's a whole lot of stuff going to the Moon, and a lot of these have not decided where they're going to go. So that's the end of my time. I am going to swap it over to Lila. Thanks very much, y'all. It's been it's going to be a great next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michael.
Mhm.
Great. Thank you for elaborating on a lot of those things. I think it really summarized everything very well and makes it more actionable for all of us to understand.
Awesome.
Before I introduce our next speaker, Bill Hippie Wolf, I'd like to mention our sponsor, co-host, and partner today, the Space Force Association, which Bill is the president and executive director of. The Space Force Association provides research, analysis, and expertise to inform U.S. space operations, policy, strategy, and operations decisions. The SFA is unique in its focus on U.S. space operations and pursues 3 focus areas to contribute to continued U.S. superiority in the space domain: philanthropy, research, and network. Bill Hippie Wolf is a retired Air Force colonel and president and executive director of the Space Force Association. Colonel Wolf served over 24 years in the Air Force, retiring in 2018. He's a career space and nuclear officer in high impact operations, staff leadership, and technical program management positions with peerless depth and breadth of experience in advanced space programs and joint all domain command and control. Again, thank you, Bill. We are excited to partner with you as we move ahead with our shared vision of a free and fair space for all. Please welcome Bill Wolf.
Hello, Lila. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I really do appreciate it. And thanks so much to Foundation for the Future and Blue Marble Week for putting on these events, because that's really what it's about. It's just getting the word out about what's going on in the space domain. You know, Michael, I love the way you separated that out. The AC/DC mnemonic is great because it does require a complete network to bring all these different capabilities together. As Michael mentioned, I'm going to focus on the defense aspect of that just briefly, you know, but before I do, I want to say what a great event that you're all are putting on. I mean, if you just look at the speakers for today, you've got Emily Whitman, you've got Lee Steinke, I'm looking forward to that one, Lance Bush, and Emily Calandrelli, you know, to focus on the future and what the future holds for our space professionals, you know, in the military, civil, academic perspective. And then tomorrow is going to be another great day, and SFA is very proud to bring some great speakers about contextualizing what it means as we get into the cislunar environment. And when I say we, I say really the world gets into the cislunar environment and what the impacts are going to be. So tomorrow you've got Rob Adams. I'm really looking forward to Rob's talk about advanced propulsion technologies. And then Eric Sundby is going to be speaking about future innovations and rocket cargo point-to-point space transport from Lieutenant Colonel Rob Ladd. I think is going to be very interesting. And it follows up to the discussion we had last month, Michael, about space launch and the importance of space launch. And then Namrati Goswami, of course, is going to speak. Looking forward to that. And then Casey Durad from New Space, New Mexico. And then we're bringing in some speakers. We've got Dr. Mike Ludes Martindale, who is our director of the Space Education Committee for the Space Force Association. He's going to be talking about the importance of wargaming and you know, how we conceptualize potential impacts to the U.S. space superiority mission through these tabletop exercises and what we can glean from that. Floyd Kerr goes by Shock. He's going to talk about K4 active defense and red space because really when we start talking about the defense of our critical space assets, it is about what the adversary could potentially do. And if we don't understand what the impacts to the space, to our space superiority mission are, that's where it comes in, and we have to quantify what those potential impacts are. And Floyd's going to talk about that. And then Trey York is going to be talking about blue versus brown water. And we've heard a lot of discussion about this, and Trey will provide his perspective. And then Joshua Carlson, author and program manager in the United States Air Force, is going to be speaking. And then really looking forward to General Saltzman's talk tomorrow afternoon, who's the Chief Operating Officer for the United States Space Force. So just wanted to provide a quick overview and really thank you all for putting together a phenomenal agenda, and looking forward to the next couple of days. And thanks for having the Space Force Association. You know, the Space Force Association, when we stood this up back in 2019, a month before the Space Force stood up, I was looking across the professional organizations and I couldn't find one that was focused on advocating for and educating folks about the United States Space Force and the criticality that the Space Force organization provides to our national defense. And there was no membership-based organization. So we stood this up kind of with the intent of giving the space warfighter a voice and advocating for the space warfighter. Now, I know there's plenty of folks out there that will say, wait a second, it is space warfighting domain. And the fact is, it is a warfighting domain. And because it's a warfighting domain, you have to allow space professionals, space guardians, to think like warfighters. Now, that's to say that they need to be prepared for a fight in space, but nobody wants a fight in space. No, we don't want to have a war in space. However, if we are in a position, if the U.S. is in a position to defend its assets in space, it should have the ability to do that, just like any other domain that we provide critical capabilities. And we'll talk about those 5 domains here throughout the talk. And now I've got about 30 to 45 minutes to have a discussion with you about how to continue to develop the space warfighter. And so if there's any questions, Michael, don't hesitate to interrupt, and I'll be happy to answer those questions as they come up. But let me see here if I can share my screen. So now we're getting into the technological challenges. Let's see if this works. And give me a thumbs up, Lila, when you see that. All right. And I said, so this is the title of this talk is Concepts for Space Warfighter Development. But the fact is, we have been conducting operations in space from a military perspective for a long time. So it's really continued development under this new paradigm shift of going from the Air Force service to the Space Force and the stand up of the brand new service. And that is what the Space Force is doing to help continue developing the space warfighter. But to put it in context, you know, what I'd like to do is just go through some other domains. And I suspect people will recognize these warfighters as I scroll through some of these pictures. And I'd like to use that as a stage setter to say, hey, this is kind of the same type of folks we have to create, but how do we create them? So as I scroll down here, and everyone probably recognizes this picture. This is a tip of the hat to our maritime domain warfighters. And this is a group of Navy SEALs that are about to conduct a very specific mission. But the fact is, how were these warfighters created? You know, how many documentaries do we have on SEAL training and the type of training the SEALs go through for 2+ years to become experts in their field so they can go prosecute a specific mission in support of that domain superiority. In the case of the SEALs, as you know, it's a maritime domain and it's typically from a surface or subsurface level to a land domain. So it's a transition from the maritime domain to the land domain. In this case, they're going to be supporting the maritime superiority mission and probably contributing to the land domain superiority mission. And they went through some very specific training, and it took a long time for them to develop their expertise. And not only that, but then it becomes a career. Now, this is just an example from the maritime domain for very specific capability. In this case, it's the SEALs, but realize in the Navy, you've got surface ships, you have subsurface ships, you've got carriers, you've got command and control ships. And so this is just one branch of the expertise that's needed to be developed in the maritime domain to accomplish maritime superiority. And it probably takes a second for these pictures to load. This is a pretty easy warfighter to spot. You see the tabs, Special Forces, Ranger, Airborne, and then the Special Forces group that this individual's with. This is another example of a land domain warfighter, and they went again through years of training to become an expert in their field. In this case, they first went through Airborne School, then through Ranger School, and then went through Special Forces School, which is again a tremendous pipeline similar to the Navy SEALs. But the fact is, this is a land domain asset that's supporting a larger, broader land domain mission. And I know the talk for today is space strategy, but unless we start at this very lowest level to define and quantify what those capabilities are that our space and multi-domain professionals need to accomplish their task of domain superiority, then it's going to be difficult to inform the strategy by which we acquire those capabilities. This is a shout out to my Air Force heritage. And you've got a couple of F-16s and an F-16 pilot here. This is what we would call a air warfighter. And this fighter pilot would say, that's exactly what I am. I am a air warfighter, and my job is to conduct a specific mission in support of air superiority for the air domain. And again, you look at the type of training that this person had to go through to fly that jet. And then what was really interesting about this, and for all the examples that we're walking through from a domain superiority capability perspective, is all of these experts inform the acquisition cycle. So when something doesn't work, or they don't have the ability to conduct a specific operation, guess what they do? They turn around to industry and say, hey, if I don't have this capability, I can't prosecute my mission. And so that's that relationship that has to be developed between the warfighter, in this case, the space warfighter, and the acquisition community to inform industry so that we can quickly get to and close the gaps on the capability gaps that we've got for space superiority, similar to what these warfighters do on a day-to-day basis. And the space warfighter. I've got the mug. It's right here. So if you want to get a mug, you can get mugs made up. But this is a concept just to get some folks talking about what it means. And last month, I remember we spoke just a little bit about an interview that SFA conducted with General Burt last year, who was the chief operations officer at the time as the transition happened between Air Force Space Command and the stand-up of the Space Operations Command. And she brought up the point about Lewis and Clark. And the fact is, Lewis and Clark had to settle the West. And as they discovered the West, they had to set up settlements along the route. And those settlements were there to protect America's interests as it continued to develop the West and discover the West. And so she used that analogy as we continue to move into the cislunar environment. What do we have, or what are going to be the defense requirements to set up and protect our outposts as we continue to move into space, as just an example. And so this picture just highlights the fact that at some point, we're going to have to think about what that means so that we don't have pirates in space, or that we can protect American interests in space. This is probably long-term, but it's not too far-fetched based on current strategies that industry is doing, such as SpaceX, to put people into space as quickly as possible. So what does a space warfighter need? And I put this up as just a concept image, but the fact is, and really what the space warfighter does is they sit on console and they look at information and they look at data. And this is just an example because it's so much easier to go to Google and type in a space warfighter and get this image from NASA than it is to go on and try to get an actual image of a military guardian sitting on console. But the fact is they're there. And this is a typical setup for a space operator. So it's just a bunch of data coming in. Now, I suspect Jessica here, as an example, had to go through a lot of training to understand what all of these input of data means so that she can prosecute her mission in support of the ISS. Now, if you're looking at this, and if you're looking at it from another domain as a warfighter, is this can you answer this as quickly as possible? And then when a problem presents itself, you see a little red right here on the screen. When a problem presents itself, how quickly and what authorities does Jessica have to actually change the environment to ensure that she can continue to carry out her mission of protecting the ISS? And this is, again, an example, but it's one that's an important point to bring up because that's really what all of these operators have in common. They've been given the authority and the autonomy to execute a very specific mission based on strategic and tactical rules of engagement. Strategic, obviously, from the National Security Council, but tactical in that they've been trained to operate a specific system to conduct their operations. And so what is the Space Weapon System? Before we get into that, the Joint Pub 3.14 just came out last October. And this is the first time the joint doctrine is changed based on after the new services stood up. So Joint Pub 3-14. And what Joint Pub 314 identifies is not space superiority like they do with the other domains, and they talk about mission superiority, but they talk about space mission assurance and what that means. That means that there are three primary points that the joint doctrine brings up. And I know everyone loves talking about joint doctrine, but it's an important point, an important place to start as to start to demonstrate what what the Defense Department is thinking about from a space superiority perspective. So as you can see, the primary focus is defensive operations. So how do we reconstitute and how do we ensure that we have defenses in place to provide alerts and ensure that we continue to provide those critical capabilities in support of the space mission? If defensive operations don't work, is reconstitution. So we talked about this a little bit last month during Blue Marble Week, is how quickly can we reconstitute an architecture if it's been degraded based on an adversary attack? And then resilience. How can we continue to provide that capability based on the adversary getting to have a vote in the operations? So how resilient is that capability going to continue to provide based on adversary moves in the space domain? So that's really, and you can look at it, it's a 90-page document, it's online. Anyone can go and look at Joint Pub 314 to look at what the Space Force is thinking about from a doctrinal perspective. And so between the two, if you look at joint doctrine versus domain doctrine, joint doctrine always takes precedence over domain doctrine. So in the future, as these space warfighters continue to develop, the expectation is that these guardians and warfighters will continue to evolve this doctrine. And if you want, you can look at the space warfighting doctrine that came out last year, the capstone document. We conducted an interview with General Corey, and you can go to our YouTube channel and look at really what they're thinking about as they continue to develop this culture in the Space Force. The other aspect you have to bring up whenever you talk about space mission assurance is organizational structure. And so a lot of people just don't understand how the Space Force is organized. The fact is the Space Force has three field commands, and it's going to have three field commands stood up by the end of this year. It's Space Operations Command that conduct day-to-day operations for the Space Force and contribute and provide those capabilities to the Joint Warfighter every single day. So Space Operations Command organizes, trains, and equips forces to present to U.S. Spacecom to conduct the space superiority mission. Space Training and Readiness Command, STARCOM, that'll stand up here later this year as well. And it's going to be responsible for putting together and bringing together the training environment necessary to ensure that these space warfighters are trained and the ranges necessary to test out some of these capabilities, and then the tactics, techniques, and procedures organizations to actually start to document these best practices. And I bring up the word stratopractical. And so whenever you start to talk about space, it's really difficult to separate the lines between what's tactical, what is the tactical space person actually doing, versus the operational, which is the command and control structure that allows that tactician to do their job, versus the strategic nature that is provided by the military leaders assigned to those specific missions, and then even the policymakers that allow those decision makers to make the decisions to ensure the domain superiority responsibility that they're in charge of. So I bring that up because the Space Force is still working on what that looks like and what authorities the tactician has and the training necessary to ensure that they've got the capabilities to do their job. I mean, they're doing their job today and they're doing it wonderfully. They're just still working on the development of what the different aspects are so that the rules of engagement are understood. And we're going to talk more about that tomorrow. So potential definition for the space warfighter. You can read that there, but it's a professional focused on excellence in the space domain. And when we start talking about excellence in the space domain, I suspect what that means is you're going to have to spend a lot of time understanding your specific system in your domain so that you can focus your efforts and possess the joint acumen. And that means what are the other capabilities and other domains providing? Because when you talk about a space threat, the response to a space threat is not necessarily going to be a space capability. The response to a space threat could be the utilization of other domains to cover down on that threat to that space capability. So it's inherently multi-domain. So you've got to have the excellence, you got to have the joint acumen, and you have to be able to confront space problems with a multi-domain, multi-dimensional solution. That presents multiple dilemmas at a speed which an adversary cannot adapt. And that really goes into domain superiority, but this is a kind of a concept definition to start talking about what the space tactician is going to need to accomplish their specific tasks. And I talk about multi-domain. And this is just a very simple, Michael, you know I like to put up charts. So this is just a very simple chart that talks about the criticality and really the concept. And if you want, let me see if I can't do this, Michael. This is kind of risky on my part. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you think this is a good or bad idea, but I want to try to show a YouTube video. What do you think? All right, I'm going to give this a try.
So it's good, but sound usually doesn't go through. So video sometimes does, but
Okay.
sound doesn't always. So be prepared to like cut that if the sound.
All right.
I'll let you know.
Okay, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down if you don't hear the sound. All right, give me just one moment. And it's probably taking just a moment too.
No worries.
This video I think it's a great concept about multi-domain and what multi-domain means.
We got sound.
Radar has detected an unknown aircraft approaching friendly airspace Alpha Zulu Foxtrot, requesting ISR assets.
Unknown aircraft confirmed. Infrared indicates possible ground movement with associated enemy radar emissions. Working to pinpoint exact coordinates.
AWACS continuing to monitor the situation, sending information to ground command and control.
Deploying Bravo Company to intercept.
Cyber intrusion has been auto-detected, thwarted, and the counter-cyber response options are queued up and ready for approval.
We have potential locations for adversary mobile SAMs. Transmitting image for analysis. Precise coordinates identified. Sending to air, ground, and naval command and control. Requesting standoff weapons.
B-52 is airborne, standing by for SAL launch.
High mobility artillery rocket system standing by.
Tomahawk 9 attack missile standing by. EC-130 and EA-18G in the air to
Facilitate standoff weapon inroads.
Our communications are jammed.
Cyber control has successfully infiltrated the adversary network. Command and control is degraded.
Launching F-22s and F-35s.
Surface-to-air missile launch detected. Lightning 1 request strike of active SAM.
The F-35s already took them out. Rapid 2, clear to engage.
That was awesome.
Whenever we're talking, how about that, Michael? I think that video just does a really good job of describing the type of technical prowess the all-domain expert is going to need. And in order to get to the all-domain expert, you have to start with specific domains. So that definition we just spoke about is how does the individual gain the necessary expertise in their specific system so that they can end up becoming a joint all-domain expert. And so what I've got here is just a quick chart to describe the space expertise needed. So ideally what you've got is you've got a person, a space warfighter that is an expert in a specific system. And as they become that expert in that system, they start to realize and understand how that system impacts all the other domains. And that's where you see the Venn diagram overlapping chart would imply that this individual, the space person, is not only an expert in the system, but now they start to understand how their system interacts with air, cyberspace, sea, and land. And this is just a timeline. If we were to develop a timeline, the arrow would go in towards the center, where as you become, as you continue on in your career, you become more of a multi-domain expert because of your expertise in a specific domain. So I just want to put out there that space, because of space, and really underlying all these domains, is you've got the electromagnetic spectrum, which ties all these capabilities together. And so space is inherently all domain, not because of the expertise, but also because the EM spectrum that ties all of these capabilities together, which means the space expert has to now start to, understand how their space piece, their space capability fits into the larger all domain fight. So how do we get there? And this is something that is, again, the Space Force is doing a phenomenal job, and they're standing up the Space Training and Readiness Command here probably in the next few months. And again, what they're going to be focused on is advanced training. So you saw those pictures probably from training events of those individuals at the beginning of the discussion. And the fact is, we need to have those advanced training events, not just for in-domain expertise development, where the space folks get to fight in that domain and understand what the impacts are, but also to interact with the other domains. And so Red Flag is an example of a large force employment exercise where folks get together and really try to understand the air superiority mission. And so space folks show up to Red Flag exercises to integrate those critical capabilities. That's an example of advanced training. And that just needs to continue across all domains and figure out what exercises at that tactical level are going to allow folks to demonstrate the force packaging capability that we know we need to ensure the space superiority mission is accomplished, but also the all domain superiority mission is accomplished, because you can't have one without the other. How do you document these best practices? Tactics, techniques, and procedures, or TTPs. And so what we have to do is quantify, again, what those capabilities are, and then how to utilize those capabilities. And if it can be a non-material solution, then it should be documented in a TTP. If it's a material solution, that spins up the acquisition process to ensure that we have the right capabilities to fill those gaps in the space superiority mission. We have to have a realistic training environment. You've got to have a space test and training range that is fully vetted and funded to ensure that these Guardians have the ability to go and conduct their warfighting mission on a range that's safe, so that we don't any of our own capabilities through training. And of course, the agile acquisition discussion that's ongoing and the partnership with industry is being established in a roadmap that was mentioned by Space Force leadership, General Thompson, just last week, I believe, picked up by Politico, and he was talking, actually it was in Defense News, and he was talking about the Space Warfare Analytics Center, or Space Warfare Analysis Center. And what I would assume this means, and probably some of the concepts that they're talking about, is quantifying how to demonstrate the criticality of the space domain to the other domains. And when those are lost, when those critical capabilities are lost, how do you prioritize the reconstitution of specific capabilities and ensure that a resilient architecture supports the global mission of space superiority? And that really gets to how you start to quantify the space mission assurance mission, which is, what do we need day to day to accomplish space superiority? How many satellites do we need? How many transponders on specific satellites for critical communications infrastructure? How much navigation capability do we need from GPS and or other satellite constellations that are up there? And can those be provided by our other domains as effectively as the space domain? And so these are the discussions that need to continue to be fostered as we continue to develop out the space warfighter in support of the Space Force. I'd just like to, again, throw this slide up there just to provide some context to what's happening in this force and what they're doing to ensure that they've got the infrastructure to support the continued development of the space warfighter. We talked about Space Operations Command and STARCOM. And then where this agile acquisition process comes in is Space Systems Command. And so Space Systems Command very closely with SPOC and STARCOM to ensure that those critical capabilities are provided to those space warfighters so that we never have to have a day without space, which is a study that was conducted by the Air Force years ago. And we just can't have that. But I'm going to go ahead and pause here for questions. I'll stop sharing the screen unless, Michael, you want to go back to any specific slides.
No, let's kind of just have a bit of a conversation. I do have some questions, and I want to I want to kind of just chat about SFA. I want to chat about the Space Force itself as a as an organization. I've got some questions from the audience, so we're going to get into that. I think the first thing I want to talk about is one of your earliest slides. I don't think we need to pull it back up. Everybody was paying attention, but that first image where you had, a special SEAL team, right? People really understand what a SEAL team does, right? Even if you're not a part of the military. And for those folks that don't know me, I'm a former U.S. Marine. I did 4 years enlisted. I never had any of the specialized training that these folks did, so good for them for doing that. But I think in general, people have a pretty good handle on what it means to be in the Army, in the Navy, even the Air Force. I think everybody understands what it takes to be in the Coast Guard, right? Those are fairly well understood and fairly well internalized ideas of what those things mean. But Space Force, I'm going to say it, sir, it's a damn mystery to people. So I want to just kind of unpack it. Like I want to do a compare contrast between what we know about the SEAL team as a great example, and then what we don't know, showing the video that you just posted, right? Because I think a lot of folks don't really understand that the SEAL team needs those folks at those consoles in order to do their job. So just kind of like link those two for us a little bit.
You bet. So yeah, the video I think demonstrates really succinctly the fact that you've got folks on console doing a specific job. Now that video, understand, it's not reality. It's a concept video that was put together to demonstrate what could be done eventually.
Yeah.
And so without that tool for that space operator to provide that information, that specific data to that SEAL team through their C2 structures, you don't know what the impact to that mission could be. So let's just play that for a second, play that out for a second. The SEAL team shows up. They don't have their critical SATCOM support. They don't have GPS support. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden, how do they know that they don't have those capabilities? And how quickly can we get those capabilities back? And what's going to be the impact to that mission for that SEAL team when they show up on that shore without those capabilities? They're going to resort to older technology that they may or may not have with them at the time. And that mission could be a mission abort. And so the easy thing to do, and let me just pull the thread on that a little bit, is there's movies, and so we can watch movies. There's movies made about every other domain. And it's very well understood because we've had to fight in every single one of those domains. We don't want to have to fight in the space domain. And so we don't want to see movies made about the space fights that are or aren't happening. But the fact is, in the other domains, they've had to fight, so movies are made. And not only that, technology is developed because we have experts on those capabilities that continue to inform that acquisition process. But that is to say, the movies that have been made are interesting, but I suspect there's an opportunity to make a space movie that is representative of the operations that take place in the space domain and how critical they are. If you take that 1.5-minute video that we just showed and expand that out into 60 minutes, I suspect people are going to understand it a lot more. And that gets to the declassification issue. You know, General Hyten said it in an interview a couple of weeks ago as a vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs. He says, we've got a classification issue. And so until we can start to declassify some of these technologies, and that is not to say that we don't have exercises that exist. For example, Space Flag was stood up to allow space tacticians to demonstrate capabilities and fight through a thinking adversary. But you as the American people, we can't see the outbrief of Space Flag. Right. But that would be an opportunity to demonstrate this is how we are conducting operations in the tactical space and how we're informing the operational and strategic levels of space. And here's the exercise outbrief that took place. And here's the lessons we learned from that specific engagement.
So I think that would be great, but I think we're also dealing with history and legacy, right? My mom was in the Army. My dad was in the Army for 33 years. My aunts, uncles, cousins, both grandfathers were in World War II, right? Most people have somebody that they can point to as an example for what it means to be a jarhead, to be a sailor. One of the things we're dealing with is that this is really new, right? There has been an Air Force Space Command for quite a while, and there are other components. Each of the services use satellite data in a different way, but no one labeled themselves as a guardian, right? So guardian's a new term. It's not well understood. There's definitely some I would say public relations problems with the naming of Guardian and the logo. There's a lot of folks that don't understand that those things have heritage that predates the comic books, that predates the television shows, that predates, like, you know, these things have heritage, but it's not very well known heritage. So I think people don't really understand what Space Force is about, or even to the extent of they don't understand why it exists. So let's talk about that a little bit. Like, talk about its history, talk about its heritage, talk about the point of it in a really simple way that people get it. Nobody's gotten that. So it kind of feels like a Mission Impossible request, but if you take a stab at it.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Michael. No small feat, of course.
No small feat. If you can do it, like, that would be great. But so far, nobody has. But history, heritage, and what this thing is for. Sure.
So just historically, let's do a compare to the last service that stood up, and we talk about this on a regular basis. The Air Force had to fight through a Second World War to gain that heritage and that history, and then quantify how important air superiority was to the joint fight in order to demonstrate the capability to launch a separate service. Mm-hmm. We don't want to go through a World War II. We don't want to have what we would call a Pearl Harbor in space. And that's what folks talk about on a regular basis is, what if? And the what if is becoming a reality, and became a reality in 2007. Wait, Bill. A Pearl Harbor in space would be a sneak attack that destroys many or much of our satellite capabilities. And if you did that, then you lose GPS, your cell phone doesn't work as well, your credit card definitely doesn't work. That's what people mean by Pearl Harbor in space, right? That's right. A surprise attack on our critical infrastructure. Now, it's funny you bring up the points about GPS and credit card not working and ATMs not working. And that's really the example we always have to go to, because we haven't demonstrated another example where you say, hey, if we lose space capabilities, these 10 missions across other domains can't do their job. And so until you are able to have that conversation to say, you took out these capabilities in space in these various orbital regimes, and the impact on my operations are X. But right now, that's the problem people are having, is they can't see it.
Right.
I mean, satellites don't have moms. And so it doesn't become as important because, well, they're just doing their job, and we assume it's going to be fine. But what we haven't had to do, thank God, is say that we can't do our job because we haven't gained and maintained space superiority. So it's not been demonstrated to that level. And therefore, you can't, it's hard for people to justify the expenditure for standing up a new service. Now, because we've stood up a new service and because it's done, now what we can do is focus singularly on the space domain mission. You know, in the past, the space mission was subordinate to the Air Force mission. And ultimately, what that means is the focus for the Air Force is going to be maintaining air superiority. It's going to be difficult to focus on the space superiority mission when your focus should be on the air superiority mission. So that's why they had to stand up a brand new service to focus specifically on the space superiority mission. And now, from an acquisition, training, delivery of capabilities to the joint fight and really the coalition fight can be provided through that service component that is focused on the space superiority mission, which, to your point, you know, gives us the critical communication satellites, the GPS satellites, the OPIR satellites that provide our missile warning and infrared detection across the globe, to all of that infrastructure necessary to ensure that happens.
Cool. All right, so we got some questions from the audience. The fastest, easiest one is Dr. Rob Adams says that he missed the quote about Lewis and Clark. Can you just kind of repeat that, give some context, and then maybe elaborate on it?
Yeah.
I know that Rob is working on some stuff that's pretty relevant to that. So go a little bit deeper into that.
Okay, you got it. It's funny. Well, it's not funny. The book is Undaunted Courage, and it's about the story of Lewis and Clark moving west and what they had to go through. And you know, in that book, it describes the fact is you have to set up forts to protect America's interests as it moved into a completely unknown territory. And so, in an interview with General Burt last spring, when she was the Chief Operations Officer for Space Command and then transitioned it to Space Operations Command, she brought up that analogy to talk about what the Space Force is going to have to think about in terms of protecting not just our interests, U.S. interests in space and the cislunar environment, but our international partners and coalition as well. And so that's what she said, is they've got to work through that. So the Space Force is thinking about ways to ensure our interests are protected in that environment. And that we're going to be doing another interview with General Burt here at the end of February. So stay tuned for that, because we will continue to pull the thread on what that means and what the Space Force is thinking about and what U.S. Space Com is thinking about, because her new role is not just Space Operations Command West, working for General Whiting, but she's also the Combined Forces Space Component Commander under U.S. Space Com. And so that is a very interesting dual-hatted position that allows her not just to do the organized training and equip mission, but then to turn around and actually deliver those capabilities to the joint fight. So maybe a little bit more than you were looking for, Rob, but happy to follow up.
As a really personal aside, I've never read that book. I've had it recommended to me many times, and it's not an exaggeration. This has actually been tracked. My mom and my grandmother did the family tree, but I'm actually related to Clark. He's my uncle, way back when. So it's part of our family heritage, and I've got one of the books behind me, but not this one. So I need to kind of take a look at that. So I think Inara is asking a really interesting question. I have some hopes for this, but I think I know what the answer is. Getting youth into STEM fields is vital. Does the Space Force plan to launch an ROTC type program to prepare youth for space? Very specifically, a second message is, is there a scouting-like organization on the horizon? For me, I was in Sea Cadets when I was in high school, so that was a pretty good place to kind of begin and try to understand. And for me, that was a natural feeder into the Marine Corps. So I'm pretty sure I know where you're going with this next answer, but what is the developmental path starting from younger kids into college kids and then into the formal service? Do you know what that path looks like yet? I think it's still very much TBD, right?
Yeah, Michael, it is. As far as I know, you bet. There have been discussions that we've been having about how to ensure kids are excited about STEM. And back to the point about the various movies, it's real easy to have recruiting messages because of movies, and you can reference movies and say it's kind of like that based on missions that were accomplished. And we don't have those movies yet. So it's tough for folks to get excited about something they can't see and can't visualize and can't become part of the narrative. And so that's the opportunity. We're going to hear from some folks later on today, Emily Calandrelli especially, who she's taken this on, to help ensure that folks are excited about it and then provide that context. And again, the context for space operations is, as we talk about it, it's focused a little bit in the defense sector, but it's a lot in the civilian, civil and industry perspective. And so how do we take those capabilities, develop the curriculum necessary, come up with an on-ramp for that curriculum that starts at the, the grade school level and continues to foster that curriculum through developmental education at the high school level, working with our OTC detachments, and then into the college level where specific degrees are focused on space, and in the instance of the U.S. Air Force Academy, space warfighting. So they've got a space warfighting minor, but how do we, back that up another 5 years and ensure that those folks are ready to get involved in the space warfighting minor at the Air Force Academy? So in development is all I can say, and we've had the discussions, and there's more to follow on that. And I know Foundation for the Future is focusing on workforce development, and we're also focusing on workforce development because, again, as many advocacy groups as we can get to ensure STEM is in the discussion, the better.
My days in the Marine Corps started for me in high school, right? As a Sea Cadet. I cannot wait for the jokes to kind of move on, and where Sea Cadet versus Space Cadet can be a real thing, right? I think we have to get past the 1950s terminology of Space Cadet and move us kind of to the 21st century and say, all right, these are real professionals. They're doing real jobs that are really, really, really important. I want to swing back to another question. Linda was talking about, how do we, let's talk about keeping the peace as well as warfighting. Bill, you said nobody wants to do war in space. Nobody wants that. Let's talk about the mission of peace then. Let's talk about rule of law, communication, maintenance of communication and lines of communication. Let's talk about what the peace mission of Space Force is and what it might evolve into. Some of this is conjecture. I have my own ideas of what it could evolve into.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, all these views represent my own personal views and not of the United States Space Force or any.
It's an evolving organization. Yeah,
that's right. Um, it really comes down to what all of our DoD warfighting capabilities provide. It provides options, and you don't see Navy SEALs going and conducting missions, or at least we don't see Navy SEALs going and conducting missions on a day-to-day basis. We don't see tanks maneuvering on a day-to-day basis because we have the option to maneuver those tanks.
Mhm.
In other words, it's a defensive posture to have an offensive capability to provide options if an adversary chooses to take action against that critical capability. And so that's really what all of this is. In the profession of peace is constant across the DoD. We don't want day-to-day war regularly, let alone a war in space. And
Right.
so the same thing applies is we have to train these professionals to have the options to conduct specific operations, not to be conducting those operations on a day-to-day basis. There's definitely, I don't think the administration will have I think that the continue for defensive positioning will be there, and it won't be a first strike capability at all in any domain. But that's just my perspective.
Well, what about the things that we all kind of depend on, right? GPS was born out of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Projects Research Agency. That is one of the critical functions of Space Force now, is to maintain that. It is a free service the United States provides to the world. GPS doesn't live in your phone. It's not based on cell towers. That might be the most active way that you use it, but it wasn't born and bred in your phone. It's, assets in the sky. And if there was ever a peaceful domain, a peaceful use of space, I would say GPS is like the flagship. Do you have any comments on GPS or weather monitoring, weather satellites? Like, all of that is really in the Space Force's sphere of influence and control.
Yes, and as I was mentioning before, the CIFSIC commander, the Combined Forces Space Component Commander, will get briefings on a daily basis to ensure that she has what she needs to continue the space superiority mission, and she'll get status briefings on specific capabilities, and are those capabilities providing the mission that they were designed to do. What happens is, what happens when those capabilities go away? I suspect what's happening in the service is they look across the other domains to see if a resilient architecture can be provided by those other domains. And then, of course, they're looking to industry to determine what can we offload in terms of the space military capability, and can we rely on the civil sector to provide it? I know Elon Musk is talking about having a GPS capability on SpaceX. So, creating another technology that encompasses an already existing architecture just makes a lot of sense from a military to industry relationship. And so that's just a concept. I'm sure that's in discussion, but those are the types of concepts that the Space Force is going to have in the future. Is what will we be willing to leverage from the commercial sector and the civil sector to ensure the space superiority mission is accomplished?
So let's dig in a little further on that, right? That we use the words warfighting, right? And that's appropriate for, given your history and your background. Nobody talks, it's not a soundbite to say peace maintaining, right? Right, like warfighting versus peace maintaining, it's a mindset, right? It would be, I believe, this is my personal opinion, I think it would be valuable culturally to start talking about peace maintaining instead of or congruent to warfighting, right? That your mission is bigger than warfighting, right? Warfighting is just one definition of your mission. And I think y'all are doing so much more than that. Hopefully warfighting is the least part of your mission going forward. Okay, we are going to start transitioning on to our next speaker. Bill, if you don't mind, post links into the chat about how people can find you, how people can get connected to the organization. Full disclosure, I am a member. I'm actually a paid member of the Space Force Association. So it's a well-spent $35 a year. So thanks for that. And really, your whole team is really kind of doing something really important. I just want to personally say thanks to your team and you for the effort kind of in hosting tomorrow and kind of bringing some just amazing folks to the table tomorrow. So thank you very much. Do you have any last thoughts? We're going to pass it over to Lila in a moment.
No, thank you so much, Michael. Again, I really appreciate the time and the opportunity to get out and talk about what I'm passionate about, which is the space mission and ensuring that people understand it a little bit better. So this opportunity, this platform is phenomenal. And what we keep getting told by Space Force leadership is just keep having the discussions, just keep allowing folks to talk about what the Space Force is and how it's extremely crucial to our national security to have the service, to do the organized training and equipping. So thanks again, Michael, and thanks for being a member. And you bet I'll post links in the chat.
Right. All right. Thanks a lot, Bill. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Lila, over to you.
Thank you, Bill, so much. Thank you again for co-hosting. And you're right, connection is absolutely key. I just want to reemphasize that within our own group here. I love all the comments that you're posting. Please keep doing it. We also want to, every so often, because in this new climate, we don't have that opportunity to get in the same room and rub elbows. If you could just drop your LinkedIn profile into the chat, that way people in the group, if they want to, can connect and have offline conversations as well. So far after the first two events, we've had a lot of conversations have happened after the events, a lot of ideas, a lot of connections, and all that is welcomed. That's why we're here. Thank you all so much. With that, I will introduce our next speaker, Emily Whitman. She is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Aerospace Futures Alliance. The Alliance's goal is to strengthen the entire aerospace industry in Washington and to establish strategic plans for implementation. She's an experienced coalition builder and advocate for Washington communities at all legislative levels. She holds a bachelor's, let me restate that. She holds 2 bachelor's degrees in political science and law and societies and justice from the University of Washington. Please welcome Emily Whitman.
Good morning, all. Just want to confirm that you can hear me. Outstanding. Thank you. Well, it is 8 a.m. over here in the Pacific Northwest region, which means that I have donned business casual, let's say, for the first time this month. But it seems like we're doing that more and more now that we have these digital connections available. So thank you so much for inviting the Aerospace Futures Alliance to participate in today's conversation. It's already been really useful and informative. A lot of information again for 8 a.m. here, but it's been great. So I'm going to share my screen and we will go ahead and start our conversation. Apologies. We are a tech-centric state. and sometimes it defeats us. But that's the fun of the challenge. So again, thank you so much. I am Emily Whitman. I am the president and CEO of the Aerospace Futures Alliance. And since 2018, we have had the pleasure of also running the Washington State Space Coalition, which of course is the focus of our conversation here today. As mentioned, AFA is the state's trade association for aerospace companies and communities. That community piece, again, is reflected today and is really critical because we know that for every one space-specific startup or company that we have in the state of Washington, we have an entire ecosystem of community members that support it, whether it is parents, most importantly, students, teachers, all the way from our K through 12 system, especially in our apprenticeship programs that we have here in Washington State. And then of course, at our four-year universities like the University of Washington and Washington State University that provide top space-related talent for our local companies. We have about 1,400 aerospace-specific suppliers in Washington State, and so many of them are skewing and pivoting into the commercial space industry. For those companies who have been really impacted by COVID-19 this last year, as we probably all know, any defense contract or any commercial space contract has really been providing a revenue source and a source of support for those companies to make it through while the commercial aerospace market is at a downturn. And part of that that's really exciting is it's freed up a lot of folks to get creative, to have really clean shop floors, but to also focus on research and innovation projects that they wouldn't have had the time, though they certainly don't necessarily have the resources right now to do. And so we've seen so much collaboration happening within our space ecosystem here in Washington State, connecting our aerospace suppliers, our traditional aerospace suppliers, and our growing space companies. So as mentioned, make sure I'm working here. We are AFA. We took over the Washington State Space Coalition in 2018. That was a group that was brought forward in 2014 by the Washington State Department of Commerce. Here in Washington State, we have a really robust public-private partnership. Oftentimes, public gets there first, which is great. And so they saw a need to bolster the Washington State space community as a growing sector. What we traditionally don't talk about in Washington State is how we've actually been a space powerhouse for a long time, since the 60s and before. So we have always had the Kent Space Center, which is, Kent is a city in Washington, a little bit south of Seattle, but they are the ones who we've put so much technology on, Galileo and other types of initial legacy space programs funded by the public. And now we are continuing our legacy by really becoming an entrepreneurial powerhouse and supplying to the private space sector. So Washington State has had this sort of untold legacy of space excellence for so long in a way that we don't necessarily tell in the way that the Space Coast might, or that folks think about Alabama or Texas as these space powerhouses, Colorado even. When I was first starting this work, I would look at all of the different space-related state advocacy websites in the US. And I was really surprised to see that, almost every one of our 50 states and maybe a territory claim to have, a space presence and a space interest, and they certainly do. But we were really deficient in the way that Washington State was telling our history and our legacy and our current status. So that is part of the reason that the Washington State Space Coalition was pulled together. And it really does fit in with our vision at the Aerospace Futures Alliance, which is that we are the recognized center of aerospace innovation and excellence around the world, and that our aerospace industry gets stronger every year. So the specific intent of the Washington State Space Coalition is we really get our hands dirty, we get into the weeds to grow and strengthen our state space industry. So we have conducted many space-related economic development impact studies, trying to provide the critical information to our lawmakers about the number of jobs and number of companies and the economic, therefore tax revenue impact that our companies have. We hold conferences and meetings similar to this so that folks can interact and collaborate and find those opportunities for co-innovation. As I said before, we really saw a need to raise the profile of Washington State space industry. So we have specific marketing materials We also wanted to increase the public perception about the industry. In particular, and you'll hear in a second, Washington State is a very entrepreneurial-led space industry, but that also means that big names like Amazon and others really have a strong narrative, as you can imagine, in the Seattle area. And we often have to disassociate or combat the, overarching Amazon narrative from, the Blue Origin mission and the work that they're doing when we're specifically talking to our lawmakers. We also support business-to-business activities, which we'll hear about in a second. And of course, we always want to support business retention, growth, and attraction. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that Washington State truly is the best state for space. And if you are interested in learning more about Washington as a place for your company, please let myself or the Department of Commerce know. So as I mentioned, we typically do economic impact studies and other type of information and data gathering to better tell our story in Washington State. So we recently, thankfully, funded through actually Federal CARES Act resiliency funds, not the previous package that was passed, but the one passed early last year. And we received funding through Snohomish County Economic and Workforce Recovery Task Force. Snohomish County is the county where the Boeing Everett facility is and has a very strong cluster of aerospace and space component suppliers. It is just north of King County, where Seattle is located. And we really looked at what we had within our ecosystem, the technologies that were leading on, the ecosystem of support, the universities, the research institutions, but then of course getting a real perspective on what the opportunity is. And so by perspective, you'll see at this chart here, Boeing commercial airplane revenue, at least in 2019, was closer to $32 billion, whereas we see Washington State's opportunity for a space sector on par with eventually the aerospace industry in Washington State, in the global satellite manufacturing space, and then of course a little bit less in the global launch services. But you can see we have a long way to go before these are really viable, overwhelming financial and revenue generating options for aerospace suppliers. So we've definitely taken that into consideration when thinking about how best to serve our space sector companies, our OEMs, as well as trying to help anybody in Washington State who wants to recover from COVID and use space as a new revenue source and a new partnership source to do that. We tell them, you're not going to get the big checks that you're going to get from commercial aerospace right away, but if you're a great partner and you work closely with the industry at this point, it really is on a trajectory to grow into another powerhouse, just like commercial aerospace has been. Here are some of the companies we have in Washington State. You can see the diversity in the technology and process innovation that we have. We have Planet Labs doing volume manufacturing. We have Tethers Unlimited and Kymeta in advanced communications. We have space, cloud, and AI with Microsoft, obviously. Love to shout out to my alma mater, to the University of Washington. They have a specific UW Husky Sat, which was launched last year. That is a mini satellite that was developed exclusively by students at the University of Washington at our storied aerospace program there. So very exciting. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, we beat our traditional football competitive university rival in Washington State University, to space. They will be launching a future project if it hasn't gone up already. But you can see that our universities really take this industry seriously, and our students are really passionate and excited and very skilled at it. Within additive manufacturing, we have Relativity Space, and we have Northrop in autonomy and robotics. And what I mentioned before is a little bit different than how other states have been, I guess, supported over time. So for example, we think about the Space Coast, we think about a specific federal or defense space presence in those other states. Washington State is completely unique. That Boeing Space Center actually shut down. So we currently don't have a specific federally funded or clustered spot in Washington state that is exclusively doing, defense space and funneling federal dollars into that work that then creates a ecosystem of suppliers and manufacturers around it. Washington is a space state, and it's really fueled by our entrepreneurs. So obviously, Jeff Bezos, though he's no longer technically the CEO of Amazon, he is stepping up to being on the board there so he can focus better on Blue Origin and the work that they're doing. We have, of course, Blue Origin in Kent. There is Leo Stella down in the Tukwila area south of Seattle. We have a huge SpaceX presence here. We have, of course, storied companies like Aerojet Rocketdyne in Redmond, who have been working on rocket engines and other components since that Boeing Space Center was around. So we really have an entrepreneurial spirit, and this was a bit of a mind shift when we were talking to our traditional aerospace suppliers in Washington state, because they're used to marketing themselves to a Boeing company or to an Airbus. When we talked to our space companies, they really see themselves as being on the cutting edge, as being innovators, as being closer, they see themselves as technology companies, just like a, Microsoft or a Google is trying to develop the next, AR, VR technology and push the limits there. They see themselves as pushing the limits of innovation within space rather than a manufacturer or a developer of a vehicle that happens to travel, through our atmosphere into space rather than across the globe, like a Boeing airplane would. So we really had to shift our mentality of how we approach and market ourselves to those space companies and market ourselves as potential partners. This is a quick screen grab of some companies that we have here in Washington state: Black Sky, RBC Signals, Kymeta I've mentioned, Blue Origin, Spaceflight Industries, Aerojet Rocketdyne, Sistema Technologies, Janicki, Explore, and then you can see as well our consulting and training opportunities, our education and research opportunities, as well as the great Museum of Flight. If you haven't been in the Seattle area, please check out the Museum of Flight. So I pause here to say what we've really learned from that study that I mentioned. We've learned that there are at least 40 space companies in Washington state that do specific space. These aren't companies that, worked in a different industry and have pivoted, were a, more traditional aerospace supplier and have pivoted. These are really, smart, creative startups or established space companies in the Washington state area. We are almost exclusively entrepreneurial, as I mentioned. And then the needs of our specific space company that we've been paying attention to, we're really excited about needing rapid testing infrastructure and building an ecosystem where we have that rapid testing infrastructure as a resource for our space companies or national or international space companies to come to Washington state and use. We are looking forward to a thermal vacuum for satellites. That's a piece of infrastructure that we are very interested in advocating for. And I know I'm almost out of time, but I just wanted to mention there's a real opportunity here in Washington state, again, because we have been hit so hard by the economic impacts of COVID-19. Many of our companies that we surveyed in the Snohomish County area reported that they had lost 47% of their annual revenue in 2020 just due to the economic downturn. And they lost 23% of their headcount if they had to furlough, lay off, or let go any other type of really skilled employee that they had. So what they've been doing instead, as I mentioned, is trying to balance that overhead and that operational support within their budgets and really getting creative and looking for new opportunities to partner. I keep sharing this, but a Harvard Business Review looked at companies that had a couple of strategies in the 2008 recession and what their recovery looked like. And by far, it showed that companies that balanced cutting or limiting or scaling down operational overhead, but really investing their time, energy, and any resources that they had in research and innovation and development of new technologies. They came out twice as well in the recovery market than their competitors did who just scaled down or who just constricted their services. And so I say that because our aerospace employers right now are really looking for any opportunity to partner or collaborate on the needs of any space company. We are creative, innovative, and we have the passion and drive to help you with your next piece of technology or help solve your next problem. So We are happy to provide any type of business-to-business connection. You're welcome to contact me. And of course, we will just continue advocating on behalf of Washington State space industry, making sure that we are a supportive business ecosystem for any type of company to do business here, but in particular, any interested space company. So Michael, I will stop there and stop sharing my screen so I can see all your faces, and happy to take any questions.
Terrific, Emily. Thank you. Thank you so much for being a part of our event and talking about we have a very vibrant space community in the region. We're not the first place you think of, right? You think of Florida, you think of Texas, think of California, but pound for pound, we are about to become the largest satellite producer in the world, right? Can you talk a little bit about that, what that evolution looked like, what kind of numbers we're looking at, and why it's so interesting? How did we become, the satellite capital of the world?
I will be the first to say that I don't want to talk out of school, so I won't throw any numbers at you. But the reason why we have that innovation and that talent here is, again, because we aren't necessarily doing big launches. We always say that's great if you want a big piece of empty scrubland, where there's nothing really going on. Texas is your spot. You can go buy a really big, acres and acres of scrubland where you can test rockets and burn as much as you want and do lift, and that's great. But here we have a really dense ecosystem of that innovation and talent. And when it comes to satellites in particular, I think it really comes from who the other talent attractors were in the state. So obviously we have been really skilled at sensor technology within the area with our expertise in commercial aerospace. I mean, we've been building airplanes here since the first one, really, when Bill Boeing needed a better airplane. And I am a true believer that Boeing's presence and the first set of computers that went into an aircraft really did attract actually our tech innovation that we have, the Microsofts afterwards, right? We had this ecosystem of software engineers before anybody really knew what a software engineer was, or anybody had a personal computer. They were flying with computers before they probably really even saw one. So I think that's why we have this long expertise in the area. And then again, because massive launch vehicles, there's a lot of competition out there for that, and we really saw that satellite manufacturers were skilled here. I think of LeoStella, which is a really interesting partnership, right, between, I believe it's Thales Alenia Space and a local company that was here in Tukwila. Sorry, Spaceflight. Yeah, sorry, I saw you mouth it. Exactly, and because we had Spaceflight here, and they were looking for, again, a partnership where they didn't necessarily have to acquire. I think traditional aerospace is so heavy in M&A. It's like if you want a new piece of technology, you just buy the company at the right time to acquire it. They really wanted a collaborative partnership that would be able to support both companies, but with a specific mission that may have been outside of their traditional lanes. So I will stop there. If any other questions, let me know. I know we have, I think, 10 minutes left.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. I'll make a point about spaceflight and the Andrews family. Dana Andrews was a professor at University of Washington's Aero-Astro department long before there was a space flight in a LeoStella. Like that professor's been here for 30-ish years, right? And you mentioned your alma mater. The Foundation for the Future is going to host an event with them, co-developed an event with them. I'm pretty sure it's going to be in November. Their Spark group at Aero-Astro is really remarkable. Like as an organization, the things that they're doing. You mentioned the Husky Sat. Regionally, we have a lot of kind of local treasures, right? Aerojet just got bought by, for I think the number is $4.4 billion. So good for them for that. And so we have this heritage and history really primarily in the Kent Valley, but stretching north and south all the way to Vancouver and all the way to Portland, that this kind of innovation culture has made our space community kind of independent. Like the closest NASA center is something like 900 miles away down at NASA Ames. That's the closest site. So we've built everything that we've built organically. Some of it was certainly spurred by the lunar lander that Kent built for Boeing. Kent, by the way, for those folks who don't know, is a very strong industrial town about 30 miles south of Seattle. So that region helped build the original lunar landers. In fact, they're doing some really big historic work related to that as well. So we have that kind of history and legacy. Your organization is the Aerospace Futures Alliance. So we talk a lot about what does the near future look like, 2022, 2025, make predictions, crystal ball, where we're going to be in 2035. What does next year look like industry-wise? And where does that put us, a couple of years out? Any guesses? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I put all of our speakers on the spot about their crystal ball.
Yeah, my answer in 2019 would have been very different, obviously. Right. What my I guess the question too is, and I ask this of all my speakers, is, what keeps you up at night, right? And I'm really worried that we won't have the opportunity that keeps that talent here in order to, try and fail. Like you mentioned, the Andrews family, spaceflight spun out of Andrews Space, which doesn't exist anymore, right? But we were able to keep that talent and that innovation and that collaboration within our ecosystem because there were other opportunities, other job opportunities, research opportunities, funding opportunities to do that. I think what next year looks like is if you were able to survive 2020, and then if you were able to survive 2021, it's very disheartening. So AFA does work at the federal level as well, and we've been advocating for aerospace specific support within any type of recovery package. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Representative Rick Larson and the work that he is doing to try to get specific payroll support for aerospace employers, simply because, like I said, a lot of our companies haven't had a revenue check in going on maybe 12 months more. And if those folks are just getting bought out, or there is a parent company that comes in that just has a completely different vision and doesn't give you as much latitude for research, technology, innovation, and creativity, I worry that we're going to lose that entrepreneurial spirit simply because we have fewer partners, or we have maybe more stilted, missions that we have to stick into. So I would say that we look at programs like AFWorks that just are really exciting. Say what you will about the last administration, at least within the public-private partnership and the resources that were given through that program, were really an opportunity for traditional aerospace suppliers to get into space. We hear so much from our space partners that they don't really want an untested partner, which I completely get, especially in this risk environment. But the more that we can, as we mentioned, HuskySat, the more that we can show proven technology that's been successfully operated in space, that's great. So hopefully we continue to see more federal resources through the Biden administration for recovery I've mentioned some of our infrastructure wish list that we have, these vacuum chambers and things. We are specifically looking for a infrastructure recovery package by the Biden administration to provide opportunities for that type of capital investment, because we know that everybody wants it. And then we show the business case and the couple, multi-million-dollar paycheck. And, I think private sector sometimes they want it and they can help, but they really look to the public sector to provide that funding for it. And we are really tapped within the public sector, at least in Washington State, as far as our revenue resources at the state budget level. So I would say that's what I see for next year. Is if you survived, then you're in a really strong position. If you invested in research and development partnerships, you're in a really strong position to come out when the market returns to somewhat normal. And then, of course, I cannot wait to get my vaccine. I cannot wait for everyone to get their vaccine so that we can all start flying again. Once we have a really strong, robust commercial aerospace sector, it just lifts all boats, takes the pressure off, and provides that much more, opportunity for that innovative collaboration. So I'm excited to fly again.
Cool. I'm going to bring on Paul Jurison, Professor Jurison, in a moment. Paul, we only have just 3 minutes to keep on schedule. I want to talk about the convergence between the digital side of space and the hardware side of space. Professor Jurison is at Cal Poly and has a strong connection with AWS. So please, Paul, ask your question.
Yeah, so we have a partnership with Amazon Web Services at Cal Poly, and we have an innovation center where we're partners there. One of the things that we know is important is the ability to process data, right? So space generates a lot of data, lots of sensors up there. AWS has a ground station capability. I think you mentioned that, Emily. And they're collecting a lot of data, getting it into the cloud and doing analysis there as well. But there's also, I think, an opportunity for, we talk about the cloud on Earth, but a cloud in space to be able to collect that data, use artificial intelligence, for example, to be able to do predictive operations in space, and then, of course, in the whole cislunar area. Wondering a little bit about how we could really enhance that opportunity as well, because manufacturing is great, but you have to do something with the data the equipment's producing.
Yeah, and I'm sad that one of my favorite representatives in Washington State, Representative Matt Banky, isn't able to, at least he didn't pre-speak before me. His background is just fascinating, and if there's anyone who gets that, especially from a cybersecurity perspective, it is him. And so when we look to a legislator that has the foresight for that type of opportunity, it's really him. And so then again, that comes down to who pushes. Do we have a industry-led demand for it? I think that's where we see things moving really quickly. Or does the state or the federal government need to provide a specific mission or a specific push to make that happen? And so he really, I think, would be able to talk about that. I think it's probably within his vision. And if you need to contact him, you can talk to Michael or myself. But I think there's a ripe opportunity for it. Again, my mind goes straight towards if you can make it a national security or a defense mission. Of course, I think people get very romantic about our trip to the moon back in the 60s, but we have to remember the context within which we did that, right? It was very political, and it was definitely not fear-based from a national security perspective. That's what the motivation was. So I'm really seeing an opportunity to work at the state and federal level to push that conversation, because you're right. Data, of course, takes a bunch of power, and we have great, cheap, and environmentally friendly power here in the state of Washington. I know we send a lot of it down to California, so you're welcome for that. But we have many places, including Representative Banky's legislative district, that are just full of data centers and full of opportunities for that type of work. So thanks so much.
Okay, y'all, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're going to swing it back over to Lila. Emily, really appreciate you being here. If you wouldn't mind posting your connections, LinkedIn and the website into the chat so folks can get in touch with you.
Awesome.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks all.
Yep.
Thanks, Michael. Thank you, Emily. That was very insightful. Our next speaker, I'm very excited about. We are here talking about a lot of strategic things, positioning, security, economics, but something that doesn't get discussed very often is what do the arts look like in space? What might other maybe non-science or innovation specific industries look like in space? And our next speaker will enlighten us a little bit about that. Lee Steinke is a scientist and executive with a track record of delivering value through leadership of science strategy and operations. What you won't find on her LinkedIn page is that she is also a retired professional dancer and dance company founder who has performed at the Kennedy Center and the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, as well as in cities across the U.S. and on tour with the Gypsy Festival in southern France and Hungary. She also misspent her youth playing in professional pool tournaments, once even facing perennial 9-ball champion Allison Fisher. Lee chairs the advisory board for the Rocky Mountain Association of Geologists and Volunteers at Space Foundation on a program for the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs. She holds a bachelor's degree from UNC Chapel Hill, a master's from Yale, and an MBA from Wharton. She may also be the next candidate for the most interesting woman in the world. Please welcome Lee Steinke.
Thank you so much, Lila. That was fun. Let's see if I can share my screen here. And
Lee, I've got you on backup if you need it.
thank you so much. All right, so if you've been following these Blue Marble Week conferences, you've probably heard Tim Chrisman refer to human beings as fancy monkeys who wear pants. And I'd take that a bit further and say we're fancy monkeys who wear pants and write music and play baseball, and sometimes we have to make PowerPoint slides. The fact is that art and sport are integral to our humanity, and we take them with us on our most daring adventures. Today, I'll cover what I've learned about art and sport in space through conversations with forward-thinking experts in a variety of fields. And I'll do my best to tie it back to our strategy conversation as well. All right, so I want to start with a question. Captain Scott brought this phonograph on his ill-fated 1910 expedition to Antarctica. I'm curious what you all would bring to create art or to play sport, and what you might load on your phone. So if you all want to enter some ideas into the chat or in the YouTube and Facebook comments, please go ahead and do that, and we'll revisit those after the next slide. So I had an opportunity to talk with Dr. Cyan Proctor about what she brought with her on her expeditions. She's a professor, an analog astronaut, and an Afrofuturist artist. One of her artworks there on the top left, beautiful piece featuring her character Afrobotica. The expeditions she's been on are the High Seas Habitat in Hawaii and the JOIDES Resolution research ship. And the things that she brought with her to consume as a consumer of art and sport, she brought music and books. And for the High Seas experience, which was a 4-month mission, she brought a care package from a friend that had something for her to open each day. And a lot of those were mini artworks that she could put on the walls of the dome for all to enjoy. In terms of creating art or playing sport, she wrote poetry on that mission and created video blogs and live broadcasts as part of her responsibilities on those missions. One of the things in our conversation that came to light was her experience with the architecture as art. And she found the ship to feel more cold and mechanical because of the industrial metal interior, the small windows, and the night shift. Whereas the high seas habitat is a high ceilinged white dome. And she said that that gave it more of a warm and inviting feel. But regardless of that difference in the architectural experience, her importance that she put on ritual and the celebration of milestones as part of the culture there, because you're isolated and rely only on your crewmates, became much more elevated. So now that we know what she brought along with her, can we hear some comments? Did anyone mention any ideas? You're muted, Michael, for me anyway.
Sorry.
I was like, what's wrong with my sound?
I'm just really, it's been a year. It's like we should all know how to turn the microphone on and off. But yet I didn't. What I was doing was reading it for you. So my comments were camera and editing tools. Lila says plants and flowers. Terry, I think that's a book maybe that says how to survive in microgravity and a shovel. Podcast equipment, Pandora. So lots of different choices.
Good. Yes, we all get involved in this. So why are we talking about art and sport at a serious space conference where we're talking about investment thesis and arguments for legislation going forward? I was able to talk to my friend Dana Tysoon Burgess, who is a cultural envoy for the US State Department. And this image is from a piece he choreographed called We Choose to Go to the Moon, which was commissioned by NASA in 2015. And our conversation talked about how culture is strategic. So culture has been used through the years to advance and reinforce policy and diplomacy, starting with our Betsy Ross sewing the flag and the Star-Spangled Banner song, the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs. It's part of the US State Department since the 60s. And then of course, the Olympics, one of our greatest international achievements. And then on the economic development side, recreation, sport, and art make up almost 5% of US GDP. And that number includes jobs that are not artists and athletes, right? There's a whole ecosystem around that system as well. So jobs in support, secondary and tertiary markets for equipment, ownership, marketing, all kinds of different fields involved in that. And workforce development, not the sexiest term in legislative circles, but it's exciting and something that obviously we're having to focus on a lot for longer term space investment. Most importantly, I think culture can be used to celebrate our successes as well as our international collaborations. Now, when you take that culture, the strategic aspects of culture, and you put them on the stage of space, it just enhances the power of that messaging. And the reason for that is that these are the words that people use to describe space in the interviews that I held. So hope was the most commonly recurring. It's simply a fact that one of our greatest resources is the vast infinity of space and the possibility of finding meaning there. And so especially in this time of revitalization after a global pandemic, putting it on that stage can really have an impact. So just as culture is strategic, strategy is cultural. So to many of the people I interviewed, the US symbolizes striving for better. Nobody's perfect, but we're working at it all the time and try to include and keep things free and fair. We encourage innovation through trade secret protection, and we try to maintain that balance between commercial enterprise and environmental stewardship. From a competitive standpoint, I got quotes like, "The US lagging in space is highly scary." And that's from artists saying that. These aren't space strategists, these are artists. And then if we don't invest, others will. And those others may value symbolism more, in part because they can't compete as well on innovation and budget. And some of them are well practiced in propaganda and won't hesitate to use an opportunity to put art and sport on that stage for their own messaging. Now, just from a numbers standpoint, it may sound like I'm arguing that we should be allocating billions to put an NFL exhibition game on the moon. And that's not at all what I'm saying. I think we've talked about making space boring, making it routine. And right now, our arts and recreation portion of US space industry output is less than 0.1%. So we don't really have that on the radar. It's planetariums, basically. But as we spend more time in space, as we get comfortable, as our jobs are there, and as space becomes boring, that number will naturally trend toward what we've defined ourselves as that 5%, right? So it's going to grow in that direction, maybe not reach there, but that's sort of the growing pie and then the growing slice of the pie, which is our natural behavior. So I talked to Bill Kemp, who's the CEO of United Space Structures, about where we might live as space begins to get boring. And his company designs and plans to build and operate these cylindrical lava tube habitats. They're lower risk in the lava tubes because they're protected from solar radiation, the huge temperature swings from the long days and nights on the moon, as well as from meteorite impacts. There are 25 floors on each structure, each the size of a very large house, and they're designed to be adaptable use. So you may be doing a tourist hotel one week on floor 15, and then the following week, floor 15 gets converted back into a lab for the science that needs to be done there. Obviously, in this extreme environment, function needs to be prioritized over form from an architectural standpoint, but Bill and I did get a chance to talk about sport and art and his concept of these buildings. So I asked if the lava tube was a good place to practice your Hail Mary passes. And he said, well, it's going to be awfully cold in there. And there's also a risk to both the athlete and the structures from running around out there. If anyone's ever been in a lava tube, it can get pretty prickly in there. It's sharp. So running around, playing sports, doing archery is risky to both the athletes and the structures. He did say, though, that he has a vision for the inside of the buildings, not so much architectural appeal, but that there might be virtual windows where you could have views of Earth and sounds of Earth or from space, as well as making work and life interesting through virtual reality. The most interesting thing he mentioned is that he had considered the possibility of putting a swimming pool in one of these structures. And I was curious about that, and I actually found a technical paper online that tested and both experimentally and theoretically calculated what gravity would be necessary for human beings to be able to run on water like lizards and insects do on Earth. And it turns out the moon might actually be one of those places. So if you have a chance to visit one of these structures in the future and you find a swimming pool in the basement, you might want to go give it a shot. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about arts, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about sports, and from today to the future for each one. So space art today, obviously there's been a long history from cave paintings on with art about space. And right now, the things I want to highlight in art about space are the Psyche inspired and other art contests and showcases that are being sponsored by various organizations. And Psyche Inspired in particular has a variety of arts available. So they're allowing for video and sound on their contest. And so there's dance, there's stop motion animation, there's film, music performance in terms of what people submit. And what that says to me, there are thousands of submissions if you combine these contests. And they're not for prize money. They're just, people are motivated to take the inspiration of space and turn it into real accomplishments. And that's what we talk about with workforce development. Now, when we move into art in space, which is what we're really here to hear about, obviously there are a few installations, but the one I want to focus on is the Tesla Roadster and Starman. And maybe some people don't think of it as art, but I think it is art, and I think it's really good art. In fact, I see it as similar when Elon Musk sends the Tesla Roadster into space. It's a similar kind of art as when Jay-Z in the song I Got the Keys raps that because he's married to Beyonce, he can brag on a whole different level, right? And Elon is bragging that because he has SpaceX and Tesla, he can just brag on a whole different level. And I think it's a very effective art form. I was able to talk with Diane Quinn, who is the Chief Creative Officer of Cirque du Soleil, about how time, space, and technology have an effect on creative design. And those themes that came out with her were also echoed by the prior two interviewees. So these days, people are using technology, experimenting with drones and robots, as well as computer choreography. But the really interesting thing about the way people are thinking about creative arts right now is the experience of the audience. How is the audience going to be consuming it? Because you're less likely to be in a stage, in a big theater, sitting in the seats and perform and having your show seen from that auditorium. So what she and others described were ideas about how to use a phone. If you know that you're going to be consumed on a phone in a vertical orientation, how do you choreograph appropriately to have the biggest impact there? Do you do short TikTok level videos that are then fed at a high rate where people can consume in what they're used to? An alternative to that was that the interior of a self-driving car could be turned into an immersive soundstage where you can set your seat back and have all the surfaces within the self-driving car become the stage. And so this idea of how the audience will experience it rather than starting with, okay, we know we're on a stage, here's what we do, was really fascinating to me. Now, visions for the future of art in space. The artists were very reluctant to talk about what it would look like because art develops from inspiration, either from the venue or the artist's own experience in space. That being said, there were a few conversations and a few things that I found. For instance, the JPL's website has a video of their athlete rover dancing to music. So just going through some of its robotics, and they've set it to music. Pianos rely on gravity to work. What could you design in an instrument to take advantage of a new environment? And then my favorite, the made-to-order meteor showers. We're going to learn how to clean up space debris. It's going to be something we have to do. Why not do it in a time and place where somebody will pay for it as entertainment? So that's sort of the present and future of art. Now I'll talk about sport. So obviously everyone's seen the golf swing on the moon, and some have seen the Red Bull balloon jump. And of course, the astronauts have brought with them various sports apparatus onto the ISS. And Dude Perfect hasn't missed out. They have a video, their popular YouTube channel, who has a video called Trick Shots in Space. They're famous for their trick shots. Unfortunately, this one ended the way many Vomit Comet flights end and was voted one of their worst videos of all time. Now, for the vision for sport and space in the future, I was able to have some really good discussions. One with Linda Reinstein, who's the co-founder of the Space Games Federation. One with Rocky the Mountain Lion, who is a Hall of Fame professional mascot. And then Noah Curry, who's an X Games judge who just happens to be an aerospace engineer as well. One of the most interesting things that came from the discussion was a recurring theme that space could be viewed, or microgravity could be viewed, either as a great equalizer or not. That there was disagreement about whether this would level the playing field for sport or even performing art. So I've made a little chart here where the Space Games Federation, for instance, does believe that space is a place for equity and equality, and that will translate to microgravity being a level playing field, right? That people who are disabled will be able to play with the non-disabled, and the elderly may be able to play with people in their prime because of what microgravity can allow you to do with your body that's more difficult in a heavier gravity environment. And she sees that as a wonderful representation of some of those words that were on that one slide about how that's a positive, and space represents these beautiful realities. And then in my conversation with Diane at Cirque du Soleil, she said, well, if we go somewhere where everybody can do triple flips, what's the good of, how is that beneficial to us, right? It's an anti-competitive situation, a disadvantage for them. And so she agreed that it would level the playing field in some way, but saw it as a negative. On the other hand, we have the X Game, Noah and Rocky, and they both believed that no matter where you go, competitive spirit, athleticism, agility, hand-eye coordination, and strength are all going to play into developing superiority and accelerating your advantage regardless of the environment. So I found really interesting different views on how that would play out. Now, what will we play? Up in the top right, there's Rocky doing his double flip trampoline dunk. And he does a half court backwards shot, backwards free throw, and makes it an unbelievable amount of times. He says as soon as he got to space, he would up the ante on those two things. And as soon as those were checked off of his bucket list, he'd start experimenting with new things that he could do. And that was a common theme that sports will adapt. These competitors want to come up with new challenges. In the bottom right there's Noah on his skis. He'd love to ski the face near the lunar South Pole, but he actually thought Ninja Warrior would be the best sport to bring with us early in space because it's adaptable to the environment. You can design any kind of obstacles you want and still have it be within that framework. Now, the Space Games Federation has a contest to design sports for space. They've got several of those on their website. These are 3 of the finalists. You've got Space Dodgeball. Spaceball is a Quidditch style game with some magnetism involved. And then Zero Gordian, I thought was really interesting. It's where 2 astronauts, or astroliths as they're called, are tethered together, and they're on the same team. And they've got a tether between them. And their job is to float through space and intertwine so that their tether becomes tied in the assigned knots. And so you can get more and more complicated knots for different levels of difficulty, which is really interesting. And the design of that sport, you could actually start practicing that in a swimming pool on Earth. So speaking of starting out, when are people talking about this? Where and how? So if there was a message of like, let's start yesterday, really, it's a lot of fun. Let's get up there and start doing this. You can work your way up. You can be on the Vomit Comic. You can be in a swimming pool and then continue on up to new environments. The interesting thing is that there was likely investment from commercial players. I won't mention the numbers that were mentioned on the phone because people were not speaking for those organizations, but we certainly discussed how X Games and Red Bulls want to push the envelope, want to be associated with extreme sports. And then space tourism companies, the expectations of high dollar customers will come into play once flights are longer than 20 minutes and just a dip into space. There'll be an expectation of being entertained. So now that I've talked a little bit about art and sport and the future of those in space, we'll talk about who benefits, right? So clearly the people in space are going to be super excited about this, right? They get to have new challenges and firsts. They kind of get to set the norms for what happens, and people tend to stick with those over time. So you can really make a mark out there. And then, like Dr. Proctor talked about, the cultural experiences can both enhance and be enhanced by your isolation as a crew. And of course, there are physical and mental health benefits of both participating in and consuming sports and arts. But there are obviously benefits on Earth, and we like to emphasize those. There's engagement with new sports. So getting your favorite team on the moon, who's that going to be? There'll be new technologies for sport and art that are developed. More doors will be open for people to go to space, and those who are already trained will have opportunities to return as athletes or trainers. And then there'll be more jobs in the space ecosystem on Earth. I talked about those secondary and tertiary jobs associated with the industries. Finally, there's inspiration. Again, space being that great developer of inspiration. Gene Cernan, the astronaut, said the more dreamers you have, the more doers you have. And my friend Bernard DeRoy at Armstrong Fine Art in Chicago said, nobody wakes up dreaming of polymers, right? You got to give them some goal, something to shoot for that makes people want to wake up and do the work every day that leads us there. So I started with a question. I want to end with a question as well. Maybe we can revisit that just a little bit down the road. What is a vision that you all have for what you'd like to see happen in space? Would it be that dunk contest or a Quidditch match or a man-made meteor shower? So if you can enter those in the chat, I will say thank you to all the wonderful people who spent time helping to educate me about space, art, and sport.
Thank you, Lee. That was really great. It was pretty eye-opening. I wish we had more time for a conversation here because there's a lot in here that I would like to kind of dig into. The first professor that you mentioned, Proctor?
Yeah, Dr. Proctor.
So the high seas is a pretty phenomenal location. It's worth Googling. It's worth getting some imagery of it because it's a pretty fantastic, like fantasy, like it's a fantastic location. So mildly envious that she got to do that. I'm curious. I would like to see more of the work that she created while she was in that inspirational environment. Thank you, Lee. That was really, really interesting. We are going to have to push on, so I'm going to pass it over to Lila. But Lee, more conversations with you later. Thank you.
I'll look forward to it. Thank you.
Right on.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, Lee, we'll definitely have to do a part 2 on that. Thank you so much. One thing I did want to share, Namrata shared something in the chat that I thought was interesting. There's a new Space Force. The new Space Force Journal has a great place for artists to show their work, and she shared a link with that.
And it has shocking and beautiful art associated with it. It's really beautiful, and as well as very smart.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. Thank you again. We've got our next speaker here on deck, Dr. Lance Bush. He started his career at NASA as one of the chief engineers designing the next generation of space transportation vehicles. Later in his career, he managed the International Space Station Commercial Development Program. Dr. Bush has long been passionate about encouraging the next generation of science, technology, engineering, and math leaders and innovators, having founded the Space Generation Advisory Council and through his leadership of the Challenger Center, which he is now the president and CEO of. The Challenger Center, a STEM education nonprofit, has 30 years legacy of innovative and impactful programming dedicated to inspiring the next generation. The Challenger Center reaches hundreds of thousands of students and tens of thousands of teachers every year. Please welcome Dr. Lance Bush.
Thank you, Lila, for that introduction, and Michael for reaching out and having me here, and Blue Marble Week and Foundation for the Future, and all of you who are taking your time to listen in. I'm honored to be a part of this, and hopefully I can share with you what we're doing to help with the space community and society at large. So if I could make sure that Molly, my assistant, has opportunity to get the slides started, that would be great. Okay, fantastic. Great. So I'm gonna hopefully share with you what we do at Challenger Center to be all a part of this. And if I'm efficient with my time, we'll have enough time at the end to have a little discussion. So this is my title chart, but it is not a throwaway slide. I want you to look at the bottom line on there. That is what we do. Challenger Center ignites the potential in students. We feel this is one of the most important things we need to do as a society, is to engage students in science and math, because we only have a small portion of the people on this planet who are really science literate, even as citizens. And we have huge issues now and in the future that need to be resolved. So we need more and more people. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders and innovators. You can't, economics 101, you can't just sell like more tires or lollipops to each other and somehow that makes more jobs. You have to create new inventions. And, as Michael and I were talking about this, space is not just kind of a place where we kind of go out and explore. It has huge economic impacts here on Earth. And so we at Challenger Center, we were, born out of, astronauts, families, and, the space community. We understand the whole economic and social impact of having more and more science and technology educated people. So next slide, please. And so for us, the best chance to broaden the workforce pipeline, both for this aerospace community and for society at large, is to reach as many students as possible as early as we can in their education. So a lot of effort gets put into thinking about these advanced degrees in college, graduate degrees, college degrees, and then people think, well, I'm really helping the pipeline when I'm at high school. But the reality is that you lose 50% of the population decides at the ripe old age of 12. By that age, you have had 50% of them said, that's it, I'm done. I'm opting out of anything that's requiring me to take any more advanced science or technology at this point, because I don't understand. It was boring. I didn't like it, whatever the reasons are. And this is well-founded studies for many years. And so we've been attacking that issue with success. So next slide, please. And to bring this more specific to this group, I usually don't talk about these kind of things, and these are probably stats that somebody else is going to talk about here. But just preaching to the choir, we're going to have growth in the aerospace and defense workforce. Almost 40% of aerospace companies predict an extreme impact on business growth based on labor shortage. I think the most important piece on this page, though, is the last thing that we've got down there, that there's a paucity of skilled technical workers. I mean, one thing we always think about is like, people with big, college degrees, but the good news is manufacturing is coming back in this country, and we need those kind of jobs, but those people are getting kind of lost in the shuffle, and we need that. And lastly, we get to talk with the heads of HR of these big space companies. And the one thing they tell us is, oh, yes, we need people with STEM, but they've got to be able to communicate, do critical problem solving, and be good teammates. And those are 21st century skills that we focus on and are really important out there that the HR companies are telling us they really need. So next slide. And beyond aerospace and defense, so much of the world right now is STEM. It's just growing and growing. I just got off a call this morning with the president of the American Farm Bureau. And we were just talking about science, like all the impacts of science and technology there. Autonomous GPS downlink with autonomous driven tractors, with chemistry, figuring out the soil composition. So STEM occupations are projected to grow 2 times faster in the next decade. They'll continue their growth. And really, there are so many jobs out there, we don't even know what the new jobs will be. I mean, if we went back to our childhood, some of us, and we tried to predict some of the jobs that are out there now, we would have failed. And so we've got to teach kids to be innovative, creative thinkers, team players, critical problem solvers. So let's go forward. So this is the need that we see out there. So who are we? Who's Challenger Center? Well, we're out there reaching about 250,000 kids a year right now. And, in this day of internet, web-based, you might say, well, that's not a lot of kids. Well, these are in-person interaction. Those ones are the in-person ones right now. So it's a large number. We're at we have 40 locations around the globe. And these are highly immersive role-playing educational experiences. So it's hands-on, it's simulated learning, it's the highest order. And the key for us is this is workforce, and again, going back to this is workforce development. So if you see my backdrop here, this is actually what a Challenger Center looks like inside. And you can kind of see it with these girls here. We put them in this. This is one that's, this just happens to be one in San Antonio at a community college, San Antonio Community College. Next slide. So this is, I presume at this point, Molly is bringing up our video. I would like to take you inside a Challenger Center so you can actually see this. And instead of me trying to explain how it all goes, she's going to show you a video. It's 3 minutes and you'll see the students, their reaction to it, the teachers, and what this whole experience looks like. It's pretty much like being on Apollo 13 mission.
The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger was dedicated to a mission inspired by education. Though these heroes were tragically lost, their mission would not be forgotten. The families of the crew created Challenger Center for Space Science Education, a way to honor their loved ones while keeping the educational mission alive.
When the kids are here, they realize that science is not something that's scary, and it's not just from a textbook, and this just reinforces the hands-on science that we do in the classroom, and the kids leave very enthusiastic and just loving science.
Challenger Center launches students into space every day, inspiring and engaging them in science, technology, engineering, and math.
This is Space Lab. We conduct a spectrum analysis of unknown objects.
The Challenger Learning Center does indeed make learning fun. It makes me feel kind of proud about myself because I can go back to school and I can share what I learned and show it.
When the students walk through the door of any one of the global centers, they are transformed.
We are starting the landing simulation.
Astronauts, engineers, researchers, and journalists begin working together in mission control in the orbiting space station.
There could be someone in my classroom that could find a cure for cancer someday. I think it's real important for them to understand there are jobs out there that they are quite capable of doing, and some of them were real apprehensive to come in here with everything that they see around them, but to sit and be successful was absolutely fantastic to see.
No, back over.
While students share the thrill of discovery, the simulated environment brings classroom lessons to life and teaches important skills like teamwork and communication.
It would be fair to say learning is fun here because the instructors make it fun and you all have that feeling inside of you that tells you, okay, I've accomplished this, I'm glad that I listened, and you can tell yourself that I can do it.
We read you over.
It's all about innovation. To be able to spend a day being an astronaut or to work in mission control, my dream is that every child can come to the Challenger Learning Center at least once in their lives, and better still, many times.
As a leader in STEM education, Challenger Center's truly unique hands-on learning opportunities leave students with newfound excitement and passion to learn.
I do want to learn more about it. We went up in space and everyone communicated to each other.
Mission Control, we are looking forward to working with you on today's mission.
Astronauts, are you ready to go?
Great successes start with something that happened in their youth and their childhood, and this is a fantastic experience for all of my students.
Every job involves teamwork somehow to get a job done.
It's this impact and experience that inspires students to pursue careers in these important fields and command their own destinies.
The Challenger Center experience is dynamic and unparalleled to anything else offered to students.
I think the Challenger Learning Center is phenomenal, exciting, amazing, fantastic.
It was an out-of-this-world experience.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end of test. Roger.
So as Molly is bringing up the charts, I just want to point out that was just, there are no child actors in this. This is just a day at a center. It's a typical day at a center, and those are the kind of kids we see. So that's why I'm a person who walks around with a lot of hope for the future. I get to see these kids every day. And that vision was built on the shoulder of giants, and these are some of those giants. This is the STS-51L Challenger crew, and they, this was the teacher in space, Kristen McAuliffe, in the left foreground, and it is. I wanted to bring them up specifically because this is the third. We've just passed within a couple of weeks the 35th anniversary of the Challenger tragedy. And to point out that we've worked with over 5.5 million students to date with this programming. And I'm going to show you later some of those students, but let me show you one right now. Her name is Nikki. This is Nikki. I met her. You might have seen her in the video. You might have pointed her out. So on the best days of my job, I actually get to go watch some of these missions and be with the students. And I always make it, I purposefully try to meet them before they go into the mission, find out a little bit about themselves, what their thoughts are about science and technology and where they're going in life. And then, then it's nice to see what their experience is after, how this has transformed them. And so this is Nikki. I met her and a few other kids in her class. And I remember asking her, about her, interests, and, she watches YouTube videos. She has some particular, things she follows with her friend, with a couple of her friends there. She does play soccer and enjoys it. She loves animals. She's not real wild about her little brother. That kind of came out. I did ask her about, since I didn't hear it, I asked her about her science class, her math class, and she said that she liked them, but it felt a little like she was giving me the answer I wanted to hear at that point. It wasn't kind of, gravely enthusiastic at that point. So anyway, she does the mission. She's the life scientist on the mission. At the end of the mission, I watch her and her teammates come out, some of them in the spacecraft, some of them in mission control. They are high-fiving. They're talking over each other. One's talking about how I saved your life. And Nikki's like, that's the greatest thing I ever did. So it was typical. I was like, wow, this may carry these kids forward and really wanting to engage in their science and math and seeing themselves in these roles they really can do. So anyway, this was at a center somewhere else, and I get back to my office. And about a week or so later, I call the center and say, hey, did you get any feedback from that class? I'm interested to see if the teacher called, sometimes they talk about, how this impacted their classroom. They said, well, yeah, they said, no, we didn't hear from that teacher because they've been bringing their students here for 7 years. They love it. It's really effective and integrates into their classroom. They said, but Nikki's mom called. We remember you talking, remember this girl, Nikki? I said, oh yeah, I remember Nikki. They said she called. Her mom called and asked, do we have a summer camp, which they do, or any other materials, because Nikki has not stopped talking about this. And she's figured out that, thinking through it, that her role in life sciences and animals, that maybe veterinarian school is a place, and this is at the age of 11, she's thinking about career paths and getting serious about, wanting to learn science more. And so that's the impact we can have. And so I'm going to, by the magic of this presentation, at the end, I'll be able to show you Nikki in the future. I'll put you in a DeLorean or something with a flux capacitor and we'll go see her. So let's keep going though. So this is kind of the core of what we do. A text heavy chart, but I want you to understand there is a formula of this that it's based on a lot of educational theory, a lot of smart people and my founders. But instead of just telling people about careers or jobs, we're giving them the opportunity to play a role. And that's the highest order of learning that you get is when you're simulating something, you're doing tasks in a real world environment. And we're building those 21st century skills, teamwork, communication, critical problem solving. Every program, educational program we have does this, has these components. And we engage the students in these real world scenarios. And we can do that because we have partners in perpetuity like NASA, who have content experts who can kind of help us write the storylines and make sure the science is right. So this is how we ignite students' potential. So next chart. The impacts that we want to make sure we have is that the students come out aware of these careers. They don't always know it this age, they barely, have any understanding of it. But that now they become more engaged in their science and math. They want to do it. And now they know they can do it. Efficacy is a huge thing. For the most part, what we find, the reason people drop out of wanting to do this because they feel they can't do it. And now they see they can do it. We put them in a situation, they don't even know that they were doing the science that they were doing. So this is the outcome. So let's go to the next chart. So the way we do it, there's 3 different ways, and I'm not going to get into all this, but there was the center missions is the video you just saw. It's an immersive environment. But like everybody else, this new hip thing came along a few years ago called the internet. So we have digital programming called Classroom Adventures, and we've tailored this though to a little younger audience. Our core audience in these mission scenarios are middle schoolers because of the issue we have there. But the Classroom Adventures, we targeted at upper elementary because more recent educational studies are showing that if you don't start engaging students in science and math at time, you're not even going to be able to transform them by the end of middle school. So Classroom Adventures is digital. We can get to a lot more students, and we just rolled that out last year. And when we rolled it out, a pandemic happened as well. So we decided we needed a virtual missions. Virtual is also digital, but it can be done just like this in a Zoom environment. So we can get to kids, even if they're not co-located in a classroom. So that's the way we're doing programming these days. And the hope is that we're going, once we get established more with digital, we'll go to millions. So our impact, let me quickly get the impact, because I do want to leave time for conversation here. So I want to reiterate, we've worked with 5.5 million students to date. And again, remind people, these are mostly in-person interactions, teamwork together in place with these teachers in our scenarios. We hope as we're going forward, we'll continue to do this. In fact, we're building out 2 new centers in the next 12 months. So we're adding to those centers, but we're going to be doing the digital impact. Next slide. These are just to give you a sense of the type of partnerships we have. This is not even completely up to date, but in the upper half left-hand corner is always reserved for our partner, our first partner, our partner in perpetuity, NASA. We work very closely with them on content, on science, on outreach. We're one of their biggest outreach partners, but we work with other federal agencies. You can see we work with a whole range of aerospace companies. That used to be a much bigger list. But as you all know, there's mergers and acquisitions. In fact, just in the last 12 months, we lost 3 names off that list because they were, I think it was Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin acquired some other people. In fact, I think Aerojet Rocketdyne is now part of Lockheed Martin, but they're retaining their names. So at some point, we may just have 3 names up there. There'll just be a dash. Maybe in 5 years from now, there'll just be a dash between these names. And we have other folks. I think Blue Origin is represented by the Club for the Future down there, and there's some other organizations. We have other tech organizations as well that we work with. So now is when you get in the DeLorean. I just took you to the future of Nikki. And the way I was able to do this is we're 35 years old. So we actually have alumni in the workforce. So the evidence of what we've done is there. And so I'm going to show you 3 alumni that we have just out of the thousands who reach out to us through social media. This is France Jackson. She flew a mission at Challenger Learning Center in Richland County School District 1. That's in Columbia, South Carolina. And that is actually the same school district that former NASA Administrator Charlie Bolden went to. France had this experience at a Challenger Center. And if you look at the quote at the bottom of this page, it says it all. I mean, she said, if it were not for this, Challenger Learning Center, I would not be the person I am today. I mean, she went in and she said, like, I realized I can do this. I want to do it and I'm going to do it. And she went off and got, a bachelor's degree and then a master's and then a PhD. And she is now working in research, human-based computing research at the Intel Corporation. And so really exemplary of the type of person who gets turned on by what we're doing and carries it forward. And by the way, wonderful person who volunteers her time when she goes back home to help at the Challenger Learning Center or with the next generation. She has the spirit of it. So let's go to the next slide. This is Taylor Young. He grew up in Kentucky. We have 3 Challenger Centers in Kentucky. He grew up in, and 2 of them are in very remote, just coal mining regions, and have been economically depressed. And there aren't a lot of kind of role models in these communities for these students. So these Challenger Centers are really vital. Taylor's just one of, they have a booklet at that center of all their students who came to a Challenger Center, said it inspired them, and then went off to do something else. And some of them come back to the community. And here's Taylor. He's just one example. What resonated with him was the hands-on aspect of it. And to him, that was, engineering, and he wanted to do hardcore engineering, and he got himself off to the University of Louisville, and he's doing an engineering degree, and he's a little earlier in his career than France. So we'll have to, at some point, we'll all get back in a DeLorean and we'll go see where he ends up. And I got one more case for you. This is a fun one to end on for this community. This is Tess Caswell. Tess grew up in rural Alaska. And we have a Challenger Center in Alaska. And that Challenger Center also serves as a community center. I mean, they have like voting, polling goes on there, votes. There's a swimming pool. There's housing, temporary housing sometimes for people. That's our Challenger Learning Center. Well, Tess went there. And it had a profound impact on her. And she said, I can do this and I want to do it. And by this, she didn't just mean the science technology, she was going to be a part of this space thing. And so she went to University of Alaska. She got herself into University of Alaska at Fairbanks in aerospace or mechanical engineering. And from there, she got herself into this little college called Brown. And she got a PhD in planetary sciences. And from there, I couldn't even fit it all on the chart, but she got a fellowship with NASA at Columbia University to identify habitable exoplanets. And more recently, just a couple of years ago, she got picked up by Blue Origin and is being trained to be Capcom for the New Glenn. And I was out there about 1.5 years ago visiting some of the executives, and we were talking about us partnering on education, and happened to be just walking down the hallway and saw Tess. And just, it was so fabulous to see her just totally engaged in the space community and the process. And you see her here in her photo. The photo she provided us is her doing a 0G flight. And on her flight suit, she chose to wear her Challenger Center badge, which I think is wonderful. So anyway, I'm going to wrap up here so I can leave at least 5 minutes for some question answers. Michael did ask me to say, hey, make an ask. You got an audience here. Well, here's my thing. We know what we do works. You just saw the evidence of it. We're continuing to grow that network. We're getting digital programming out there. We're like all other education foundations. We live by individual and corporate donations and going and get grants. So on this chart is, you can email us at giving@challenger.org. You can go to our website. But beyond that, we are looking for partnerships, people who can help us get our content out to, whether it's school districts or organizations who have ways of getting it out there. We're looking for content experts. We're looking for anybody who can help us in this mission. If you can imagine somehow that you can help us, that would be wonderful, because we're looking to change the world, make a really positive impact and beyond, quote, just the space community. This is for the humanity at large. And that's what the original crew was about, and NASA. And so we're carrying all that message forward. So I'm going to pause there, and hopefully I've left a few minutes.
We don't have a lot of time, Lance, but I'm really happy that you shared this. We have to move on in about 4 minutes, so we got to be fast. In terms of partnerships, I want to, if you're able, I know you're kind of in a rush, but check out what Emily is going to talk about in just a moment after you're done. So 5.5 million kids. Pretty good, not bad, right? Sincerely, though, it's a great program. I have been through it as an adult, watching other kids do it. It really is pretty startling. And how did it happen for you, right? How I didn't actually. I only heard. I've known you for a long time. I only actually listened to your bio for the first time, half an hour ago. You helped start the Space Gen Advisory Council?
Yeah, so I would, so there's 2 questions there, but anyway, I'll see if I can do all of this in like a minute, who I am or why how I got to this. So yeah, I mean, you heard my bio, Lila did a great job of my bio at the beginning. I mean, I started as just like kind of, nerdy, space vehicle designer at NASA, but literally my first week on the job, when I was like scared to death, because I'm here with like, Apollo engineers and like hoping, I'm not going to embarrass myself. And branch chief comes in, and we're in our room that we meet in is where the iconic photo of the Mercury 7 astronauts was taken, in the silver suits with the blue background. That's we meet in that room. So anyway, branch chief goes through the whole presentation of, what projects we're working on. I have no idea what he's talking about because he's talking in NASA acronyms, and acronyms specific to that group. I had no idea what they meant. And so I couldn't discern what we were talking about half the time. But at the end of the conversation, he says, he's ready to go, say, that's it. And then he goes, oh, wait, one more thing. He's like, almost with disdain. He's like, I forgot. Poquoson Elementary School called again, and they want somebody to come talk to the 3rd grade class. So I'm thinking, oh my God, I get to design space vehicles and I get to talk to little kids. Awesome. And I like raise my hand like I'm still in college. I'm like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And I'm not getting this job because I just started. And I look around the room and all the engineers are like this. Like they're all looking at the ground. You're like, please don't call on me. Okay. So I get the job. I go there. I have a great time. And throughout my career, I ended up volunteering all the time to be like speaker with kids. And I got excited about like their optimism and helping them grow. So I was doing that all my career. And at one point, Michael, I was asked to create a forum at the United Nations when they hold this, once every 15 years Unispace conference. I was asked to bring young people to it. It was only just the representatives of these countries and the heads of space agencies. They said, we need young perspective. And so I organized a forum. I was the executive director in 1999, and that was the Space Generation Forum. It was so successful. The original class that included Robbie Shingler and Will Marshall of Planet Labs. It included George Whitesides of Virgin, Loretta Hidalgo of Yuri's Night, Lisa Kaltenegger, who's the Carl Sagan Professor of Astronomy at Cornell. I could go on and on. That original class. Anyway, United Nations said, could you formalize this and make it a permanent observer member of the United Nations? We'd like to have you on the Committee of Peaceful Use of Outer Space. So we created Space Generation Advisory Council. So that's how that happened. Anyway, I went through my whole career. I was at NASA being a space vehicle designer, and then I helped do commercial development station. And I went off and helped run a private space company, Paragon. We were really successful in, setting the skydiving record and designing the original Dragon inside and Orion capsule. So I did all that. And at some point, Challenger called me about 9 or so years ago and said, hey, you're really successful at growing the organization. We want to get to more kids, and we know you love them, and we can't pay you what you're making because we're a foundation and there's no stocks, but we think you're coming because you love the kids. And I was like, there was one pause. There was like 3-second pause on it. Like, damn it, you're right. I will do that. I'm coming. And it's the best job I've ever had.
Well, Dr. Bush, thank you so much. The world is better for having you taken that pay cut. We all are grateful to that. We're gonna switch gears. I'm super excited about our next guest. I'm excited about all of our guests. Jordan, take it away. Thanks a lot, Lance. Dr. Bush, appreciate it. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you. That was wonderful. My name is Jordan Day. I'm on the board of directors for Foundation for the Future. Today, I get to introduce Miss Emily Calandrelli. She is a Harvard scholar, host, and co-executive producer of Emily's Wonder Lab on Netflix. You should watch it. It's really good. As well as an Emmy-nominated host and executive producer of Fox Exploration Outer Space, and a mother of a beautiful little girl who is just about a year older than my daughter, by the way. Emily is also the author of the science chapter book series, The Ada Lace Adventures, and a 3-time TEDx speaker, which is huge to get invited back 2 times. I know my daughter and I really enjoy your Netflix series, Emily, and I know everyone here is going to love hearing what you have to say today. So Emily, thank you so much for joining us at Blue Marble Week. I hand it over to you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. A 6-month-old daughter watching my show is quite an honor. I have my daughter is about 1.5 years now, and I basically force her to watch my show. Most parents are trying to avoid screen time. I'm trying to force it upon my daughter so that she can watch my show. But let me try to share my screen. Is it possible to share my screen on here? Let's see. I think so. Can you all see that? Yep. Okay, cool. So yes, my name is Emily Calandrelli. On the interwebs, I am known as the Space Gal, and I'll go over how I got into science and space exploration, and then discuss 3 areas where I think there is room for improvement for all of us as an industry and society in general to cast a wider net to get more people, especially young girls, excited about science and space exploration. So I started with my background is in engineering and science. I went to West Virginia University for mechanical and aerospace engineering, and then I went to MIT for graduate school where I studied aeronautics and astronautics engineering, and then got a second master's in science and technology policy to exploration across many different types of media platforms, including TV. I have multiple TV shows. I have a series of children's books. I use my social media platform where I talk about science and space exploration to a community of about 1 million people on TikTok and Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, and basically anywhere. I just tried to start a Snapchat channel. I will go anywhere where kids are at these days to talk about science. And then I'm a public speaker as well. Now, I do this across many different types of media platforms, but it all started with my show Exploration Outer Space on Fox. This is a Saturday morning program that is on broadcast Fox channels, meaning you don't need internet or cable to be able to see it. It's also on Amazon Prime for those of us who may not want to wake up early on Saturday mornings. But in this show, I go to different private companies and NASA centers, and I talk about everything that's going on in the space industry today. So rockets and spaceships and rovers on Mars and searching for aliens and everything in between. It is quite literally a dream show, a dream job for someone like me. I also have a series of children's chapter books that are science driven called the Ada Lace Adventures for kids ages 6 to 10. Ada is a 3rd grader from West Virginia, like myself, who loves science and technology, and she goes on adventures to solve mysteries with tech and gadgets that she builds herself. I think one Amazon reviewer made the analogy that it's like a nerdier version of Nancy Drew, which I love. That 3rd book in the series, that green one, Take Me to Your Leader, was launched to the International Space Station through the Storytime from Space program and read aloud by astronaut Anne McClain, which is a very, very cool program to get especially younger kids excited about space. And so it was an honor to watch my book be launched on a Falcon 9 rocket and go to the International Space Station and be read aloud on video by an astronaut floating in space. That was very, very cool. And then my TV work, I work with Bill Nye on his Netflix show, Bill Nye Saves the World on Netflix. And then most people now know me from my own Netflix show, Emily's Wonder Lab, which is mostly for preschool and up. It's a show where we do one big, larger than life science experiment. And then at the end of each episode, I do an at-home science experiment so that the families watching can bring the science of Emily's Wonder Lab into their own homes, into their own living rooms and kitchens, and make a mess in the name of science. But I will say this is not the career that I expected to have when I was a kid. I was not the type of kid that loved science or really loved space. I didn't go to space camp. I didn't know any scientists or engineers. I'm the first person in my family to pursue a degree in STEM. Most people in my extended family didn't go to college. Many of them didn't finish high school. And so for me to pursue engineering, it was a bit of a surprise for my family. And the way that it happened was because my dad grew up in poverty and worked his way up to bring my family to middle class, which was such a huge leap. And I had that legacy in the back of my mind when I was considering what I wanted to be when I grew up. So when I was a high school senior, a very practical high school senior, I looked up all of the starting salaries of the different majors one could major in college. And I learned that on average, engineers had the highest starting salaries. And so that is how I chose to ultimately go into engineering. And I thought that these are going to be the worst 4 years of my life. It's going to be so boring, but then I'm going to end up with a good job at the end. And I could not realize how wrong I was. Not about the good job part. The engineers have great jobs, but the fact that by studying science and engineering, you get to have all of these wonderful adventures that allow you to do research in different parts of the world. I had internships in different parts of the world. I got to see different parts of the world that I never would have imagined that I had been able to see. And it was just such a wonderful surprise. And the way that I got into aerospace engineering was because I didn't know what type of engineering I wanted to do, but I was walking down the hallways of West Virginia University and I saw a poster on the wall that looked like this, where a student was floating weightless. And it said something on the poster like, do your homework weightless. And I remember thinking, what kind of nerdy metaphor is this that I don't understand? And it turns out that it was a class that you could take if you studied aerospace engineering to fly on something called the Vomit Comet, which I think this is a community that is probably familiar with the Vomit Comet. It's a plane that flies in the air like an 8,000-foot roller coaster in the sky. It's like a laboratory in the air where you get to test microgravity experiments. And so I wanted to fly on the Vomit Comet. And so I decided to go into aerospace engineering so that I could take this class to have the opportunity to potentially fly on the Vomit Comet. And that is ultimately how I started. This was kind of like my gateway drug into aerospace engineering, because after I flew on the Vomit Comet, I was like, what else is out there? This is the coolest thing I've ever done in my whole life. And it just kept getting better and better. But I will say I was unique in making this choice. Even in undergrad, in a 50-person class, I was one of maybe 2, sometimes 3 girls in an entire class. And even today, women make up 57% of the US workforce, but only 29% of STEM jobs. And when you get to leadership positions at these companies, that representation is much worse. And to illustrate that, we can look at the people who are in the highest positions in the space industry and check out the demographic of people who have been to space. This number is now about 12%. So out of the 560 some people who have been to space, only about 12% of those have been women. That's not a great percentage when we make up more than half of the world's population. Now, NASA in particular is doing a much better job of selecting female astronauts, but that wasn't always the case. And back when they were preparing to send their first woman into space, Sally Ride, the NASA engineers on the ground, they weren't that diverse either. And one story that really drives this point home, I suspect this is maybe a story you've heard before, but when NASA was preparing for Sally Ride's first space flight in 1983, there was some question about what should go in her personal kit. And the engineers on the ground, all of whom were men, had to figure out how many tampons Sally Ride would need for a 1-week mission in space. And they asked her, is 100 the right number for a 7-day mission in space? Now, for those of you who have never had the joy of experiencing a period, that number is too high. That number is too high. So Sally Ride told them, no, that would not be the right number. And they said, well, of course we know that that number is higher, but we need to have a margin of error. Failure is not an option. And Sally Ride said, you could easily cut that number in half and you would still be just fine. So the reason why this is a big deal, because that's of course kind of a silly example, but the reason why this is a big deal is because the people who have gone to space, they have a very unique opportunity. The astronauts who have gone to space talk about how they experience something known as the overview effect. And the overview effect is this cognitive shift in perspective of how you think about the planet and the humans on that planet. From their vantage point, it becomes immediately clear that we as a species are all living on this tiny, fragile ball hanging in the void of space. And these astronauts who experience this, they want to come home. When they come home, their lives are changed, right? They want to be a better neighbor to each other. They want to be a better steward of the environment. They write books, they give talks about their experience. But all of these powerful stories have traditionally been told from a limited perspective, mostly male, mostly white, mostly American, mostly scientists and engineers, because these are the people who have gone to space, right? So I want you to consider, how might the world change if people with more diverse backgrounds experienced this overview effect? What art, music, and poetry might be created? What education plans might be put in place? What laws might be passed? What new Justin Bieber song might be written, right? And I say that only half kidding, because if more diverse people who could reach a more diverse audience had this opportunity, I think the world might change for the better, right? I think we could cast a wider net to get more people excited about science and space and more people excited about protecting this planet that we live on. So of course, NASA is doing a great job of selecting female astronauts. And I, for one, am very excited about the Artemis mission and bringing the first woman to the moon. But what can we do in the meantime to cast a wider net to get more people, especially younger women and girls, excited about science and space? Well, here are 3 main areas that I think, let's say there's room for improvement, right? So representation, increasing the representation of women in STEM and media. This is books and TV shows and movies and even social media, right? Who are you choosing to be the face of your company? Who are you sending to conferences to speak for your company? What persona are you putting forth to represent your company? Because from a young age, our brains use the media that we're exposed to figure out what image to formulate in our brains when we think of the word scientist or engineer. Families, I think we can make STEM more welcoming to families. This has become more clear lately, personally. And lastly, I think we can market STEM better to young people in a way that would cast a wider net to make it seem more welcoming to more people. Now, of course, there are other very important issues like sexual harassment and hiring and promoting bias in a male-dominated field, but that is a talk for another day. So women in STEM, representation of women in STEM in media, books, TV shows, movies, things like that. It's been pretty abysmal, to be honest. There's not much of it. Now, it's getting better for sure, especially in books, in my opinion, but it's traditionally been pretty bad. And I've experienced this firsthand. So over the last 5-6 years in my career, I've started pitching science shows to large science networks. And I haven't had as much success as I would have liked, is even when the networks like the science shows that I'm pitching. Sometimes the feedback is very direct. They'll say, we love the show, but the vast majority of our audience is male, and we just don't think that they would relate well to a solo female host. And one network in particular, because they had such a large male audience, they had asked me, do you have a boyfriend or something that could co-host the show with you? Which is not fun feedback to hear. So when you look at the major science networks and you look at the science shows and the people who host those science shows, pay attention to what they look like. They look remarkably similar to each other. And then you get this very unfortunate feedback loop where the vast majority of your audience is male, and you use that to justify only buying male-driven shows. That's male-directed, male-written, male-hosted, right? And that in turn gets you a specific type of audience, a mostly male-dominated audience. And then you use that again to justify the next shows in your lineup that you buy. And so it's a very unfortunate feedback loop that goes on and on and on. So you can imagine the feeling I had as a woman who had pitched science shows for years and received no's for years, getting a call from Netflix saying they wanted my show, and not just that they wanted my show, but they were totally fine with me being 8-9 months pregnant while filming the show. And so now there is a pregnant woman hosting a female-led science show on the largest streaming platform in the world in 190 countries in 38 different languages, which I mean, it's a dream come true. And I don't know that I realized the impact that this would have on the kids who watch the show. So this first image is from the Draw a Scientist test. Now, the Draw a Scientist test was first conducted in 1987 in order to study what children learn about stereotypes of scientists. And in the original study, about 5,000 kids, only about 28 kids, all of which were girls, drew a female scientist. And none of the boys drew a female scientist. So that's 0.5% of all drawings of this original study that included kids drawing female scientists. Now, as of 2016, 58% of girls drew female scientists. Only 10% of boys drew female scientists. So it's certainly getting better. Most of that is being driven by little girls who are now more frequently seeing people like themselves as scientists, but it's still not where I think it should be. Now, a month ago, a follower sent me this homework assignment from their son, Gavin, who was asked to, someone is doing this test again, apparently. And sometimes teachers just do this to take a little study of their class as well. It doesn't have to be a very large study necessarily because it's so widely popular now. But the son, Gavin, when asked to draw a scientist, drew pregnant me when asked to draw what he thought a scientist looked like. And that to me is mind-boggling. And it shows that it's not just important for little girls to see a woman hosting a science show, a pregnant woman hosting a science show. It's important for little boys to see this too, right? And now a lot of these other pictures are from Halloween. Dozens and dozens of little girls wanted to dress up as a scientist for Halloween. And so they dressed up as me. And, shows like this, they create real change. They change the way that we see ourselves, and they change the way that we see others. And this is the power that representation can have. And I think it's very important to be thoughtful about what faces, what personas, what people you are putting forward when you are having your company represented in the public eye, because that will determine what types of people you attract to your company, what types of people feel welcome to even apply to your company. So another area that can be addressed is making STEM more welcoming to mothers, families in particular, but particularly to mothers. Sheryl Sandberg, she's now at Facebook, but when she was at Google, when she was an executive at Google and she became pregnant, she had to ask Larry Page and Sergey Brin to designate parking for expectant mothers. She illustrates this in her book, Lean In, one of my favorite books, about how she had to waddle on her swollen feet from the very back of the parking lot to get to her office. And the Google founders agreed, and they said that that was just not an issue they had ever thought of before. Because of course they hadn't, because they'd never been pregnant, which is why it's important to have people with different lived experiences crafting policies and having decision-making power at the top of your organizations, right? We all have different life experiences, and you're not going to be able to even understand what makes something more welcoming unless you have someone in the room who knows those lived experiences. And parking is just the tip of the iceberg. STEM is just not a super welcoming place for people who want families in general, in particular women who want families. A study completed between 2003 and 2010 looked at 841 parents in STEM careers and found that 43% of the women left their STEM job entirely, moved to part-time work, or moved to a non-STEM career after having their first child. And 43%, 43 is a very scary number to see if you're a young woman in STEM who hopes to have a family someday, right? And it's not just the women, 23% of men did the same thing after having their first child. And so I think perhaps the biggest barrier here is paid maternity and paternity leave and adoptive leave. You know, in most states around the country, it's illegal to separate a puppy from its mother before 8 weeks old. But the United States is the only developed nation in the world without a federally mandated paid maternity leave policy. Just something to think about. But, you know, in addition to this, there are other smaller things like clean, accessible nursing and pumping rooms, and of course, even parking for expectant mothers. And lastly, we can talk about the concept of marketing STEM careers to kids a little bit better. Oftentimes, the idea of a scientist is sometimes portrayed as someone working in isolation and working toward a self-interested goal, perhaps a capitalistic goal. Think creating the next hot technology in Silicon Valley. Not inherently wrong, right? Nothing inherently wrong with that. But girls at a higher rate than boys want to work with other people, not in isolation. And girls, also at a higher rate than boys, look for altruistic careers that will help make the world a better place. That's something that they prioritize when deciding what they want to be when they grow up. So it may be no surprise that STEM careers in the biomedical engineering field or environmental engineering field have much higher rates of women than, say, mechanical engineering or computer science, fields that it's not quite as clear that going into that field will be used to help others. Right. So I think we can do a better job of showcasing how other STEM careers improve the world, because of course they do, and they can, of course. So when it comes to space exploration, I often showcase examples where people are using space technology to make the world a better place. So Planet Labs, for example, a company based here in California where I'm at, has over 100 satellites circling the Earth right now. And that may not seem like that big of a deal to people outside of the space industry, but at one point, and not too long ago, it was the largest satellite constellation the world has ever seen, right? Now, each of those satellites has cameras on it pointing down at the Earth, and they do this so that they can create an entirely new image of our planet every single day. And when you do that, think about the types of things that you can do with that. So here in California, they're using it to track hotspots where fires are likely to start. Essentially, they see where plant life is dead and starting to build up. And they do this by seeing what wavelengths of light are being absorbed. Healthy plants absorb certain wavelengths of visible light for photosynthesis, and which wavelengths of light are being reflected by the plants, because healthy plants with lots of leaves will reflect certain wavelengths of near infrared lights. This data will hopefully help California prevent wildfires in the future. But once a fire does start, those satellites can also be really helpful to track where the fire is spreading, because the infrared light sensors on those satellites can see through smoke, which feels very Superman-esque. And this helps first responders make smart decisions and helps local governments allocate resources more efficiently because they're helping to save lives and helping to save people's homes. And all of this is being done with space-based technology. And also another example, Starlink, I find that to be really fascinating. Basically, it was just, I think, 2017 when more than half of the world had access to the internet, which I find to be, I did not realize that the World Wide Web was not actually worldwide, right? And so knowing that just a little under half of the world still doesn't have internet today is mind-boggling to me, because this is a tool that can help build businesses and build economies. It can bring educational materials to places that don't have proper schools, or healthcare information to places that don't have decent hospitals or healthcare, right? It's a tool that can change an entire economy and the health and education of a country, and half the world still does not have it. And I think going into a field like that, you can certainly do a lot of good by changing the world in that way. And so we've talked about the value of representation, of supporting families in STEM and marketing science in the space industry to students. And I think the thing that I would like to leave you with is to consider the value that social media plays on each of these fronts. I'm a big proponent of meeting people where they're at rather than expecting them to come to you. You go to them. This is a big reason why I, as a mid-30 something year old, is on TikTok with all of Gen Z. Social media shapes our culture, right? It influences what we find to be important, how we see ourselves, how we see others, and it can be used as a tool to share things that we are passionate about. For me, that's getting people excited about science and space exploration and hopefully changing the demographic of these fields in the process. But yes, I wanted to hopefully leave some time for questions. So let's chat.
Ron, thank you so much, Emily. This has been awesome. I shared with you via email, I'm not your typical target demographic, right? No kids. And so I went to your show to watch it. I'm telling everybody else, I already told you. I went to your show to watch it, and I gotta tell you, I had another conversation yesterday. You know, seeing a woman pregnant doing a science show was kind of mind expanding, right? I don't know, that shouldn't have been a surprise to me. It shouldn't have been, but it was. And so really, you know, hats off to you for that. That's really terrific. When I would like to know a little bit about your thoughts on space, right? I mean, you know, the vomit comet looks amazing. I haven't got a chance to do it yet, but you know, when we look at 2022 next year, 2025, 2035, that's like the end of what we're doing. Where do you think we're going near term, especially given women and lack of representation? So, you know, bring out your crystal ball for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I think most industries right now are coming to terms with how organizations are failing certain people, especially people of color, especially Black Americans, right? And so I think in the short term, there's going to be a lot of work done of holding a mirror up to ourselves and up to our organizations. I know that I've personally done this with the work that I do and the shows that I work on, because in every show that I work on, I'm also a producer, an executive producer of the show. So I control who we put on our show, who we highlight. And for us, we have a choice. Should we be highlighting the actual demographic of the space industry, or should we highlight what we would like to see the demographic of the space industry to be? And that's what we choose to do. We highlight a lot of people that you would not traditionally see in the space industry. If you go to a space conference, for example, it would not look like the traditional space conference that you go to. We like to try to highlight the stories that have yet to be told and make sure that people who are working in the space industry who may not have seen themselves growing up have the opportunity to provide that representation for little kids who are watching our show now. And I think that that type of mindset is going to happen in a lot of companies throughout the industry. And I think it has to happen soon so that the space industry can go in the right direction in the future. Because if we are bringing humanity into space, that effort should reflect the types of people back here on Earth. Right now, that's not necessarily the case, but I think that we'll be taking steps to get there.
Right on. Well, I am certainly excited about the Artemis program to bring the first woman to the moon. Should have been done a really, really, really long time ago. So, Emily, thank you so much. We are going to try and stick to schedule. So I'm going to switch it over to Jordan, but really do want to have another longer conversation if you're available to that. We'll chat later. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Emily, thank you so much. Not every day you get to meet one of your daughter's heroes. So thank you. All right. I also have the distinct pleasure to introduce Mr. Guy Thomas. Mr. Guy Thomas is an expert in systems engineering of signals intelligence sensor systems and other maritime surveillance systems. Mr. Thomas has decades of broad-ranging experience in bringing high-tech systems of systems into being. He is the inventor of satellite AIS and instigator of the unclassified SIGINT, or signals intelligence, satellite called AMBER, AMBER. He was also the Person of the Year at USGIF in 2015 for space-based maritime awareness, and is a nominee for the Space Technology Hall of Fame. A couple little factoids I think we'll all find interesting. As Mr. Thomas was the first person to be authorized to wear both U.S. Navy and Air Force wings at the same time. He was also the first person in the U.S. Navy to be qualified in 4 distinct warfare areas: surface, subsurface, air, and space, which is a significant accomplishment. Mr. Guy Thomas, thank you so much for being here and being part of a Blue Marble Week. I'm handing it over to you.
Guy, can we get a comms check, please?
You got me.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me?
I can
Okay.
now. Yes, thank you.
Yes. I am trying to get back to my view right now, and I'm having a bit of a hard time getting to my computer. But let me just talk about C Sigma. I'm going to take you into a slideshow right now from the beginning. Can you see this? Or have I shared your screen yet?
No,
Sorry.
you need to share the screen.
Yep. I'm okay. For some reason, I am now in full screen. I'm in full screen here, but I am not able to get back to the share screen.
Hit escape, and that should get you back to Zoom. And then at the bottom middle.
Middle is the little green button. Here we are. Okay. I'm going to talk about maritime domain awareness and where it started and where we are today. Basically, okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, not quite. You have it completely? All right.
Yep.
Okay, great.
That's good. Just start at the beginning there.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. For some reason, the bar is up at the top now, and it's covering my start to. For Sorry, we're having a new share.
No worries. I often joke that, we're trying to do space here, and, rockets fly, launch vehicles fly, every couple days now. We almost take it for granted, but, basic AV work is still somewhat elusive. So
I'm not quite sure why, but there it goes. Okay, share screen. It appears I have.
It. Yeah, just keep, go back to that.
I normally have no problems with this. I don't understand what the problem is. There it is.
Don't worry about enlarging it. Just start here and then just use your mouse to move to the next image.
Okay, we're here.
Terrific.
Start video. Okay, gentlemen, ladies. I should definitely have that last presentation. I should definitely say ladies. It's very impressive, very, very impressive. C Sigma stands for Collaboration in Space for International Global Maritime Awareness. When I invented Satellite AIS, I was part of a team responding to President Bush's request from day 11, 9/11, literally on the day of 9/11, that we look at what our vulnerabilities were to maritime terrorism and what we could do about it. With my background, I became the chief technical officer of that team. And then when the other fellow was recalled by his previous command, the Center for Naval Analysis, I took it over and wrote the concept that went to the president. During that time, our research showed that there was a possibility of one of the systems that the Coast Guard had, a collision avoidance beacon called AIS, that could do our tracking that we said needed to be done. And so I spent the next 3 years begging people and telling people it was really important. Are you seeing my screen? You are, okay. I am unfortunately not able to advance it. Why is that? Okay, there we are. Are you seeing this bar across the front? Probably are. Basically, what happened was that eventually the Coast Guard agreed to give me money to build my first satellite. And we got it built. It took 4 years because I had come out of the black world of working for the NRO. And we were going to ride on a commercial satellite for the Russians were supplying at that time. And they found out who I was and said, no, we're not going to let you launch your satellite on our system because we think it's probably a CIA plot. It wasn't an NSA plot. It was an honest commercial vehicle, but that delayed us 2 years in getting to it. But what we're trying to do here is basically follow this continuum right here. Basically, we're going to collect the data. Process views the data. That will develop information, which will lead to the analysis, will lead to knowledge, hopefully. Then, via display and decision aids, understanding, from which, again, hope for the leaders, but we'll have wisdom. That's the whole idea behind what we're doing for maritime domain awareness. But it became obvious to me that what we were doing for the security of the United States, and it was from talking to organizations such as we have here and other people coming to visit me, that we were going to link into the various synthetic aperture radar satellites that were going up to develop our system. And it became obvious to me that it wasn't just for the United States, and it wasn't just security. It actually had a huge impact on environmental protection and resource protection. I had no idea at that time when I started this that fish stealing was a multi-billion-dollar industry. Also, poaching of oil and gas was another huge problem we had. Additionally, we now know that they're also taking the minerals Right now, the communist Chinese are trying to steal sand off the bottoms in front of Taiwan, and that's actually causing a lot of heartburn. They're taking that sand and using it to build other islands that are in international waters that they're now claiming their own. Who would have thunk it? But space systems are doing a great job of detecting all that, and they're commercial space systems. The idea of what's going on today is that we have about 175 copies of my receiver in space. We also have about 20 synthetic aperture radars in space. We're probably not going to get too many more satellite AIS systems in space, but we're going to get several hundred radar satellites in space in the next 2 years. Imaging satellites, somebody mentioned Planet Labs. They have 100 satellites in space. There's another 300 up in space other people have. And of course, the new systems that are out there are the signals intelligence satellites. Right now, there's 4 companies building, either have built and launched or are right on the edge of building. They are Hawkeye 360, Kleos, Horizon Technologies, and Unseen Labs. Add those into the synthetic aperture radars and the imaging satellites that are up there, the AIS satellites that are up there, and you'll be able to develop a very accurate maritime domain awareness system. This is a slide here that I wrote for the leadership of the Navy and of the Coast Guard to let them understand, and the Department of Homeland Security when it came to be, what we have here. We have the maritime domain. We have various organizations in the United States, the National Maritime Intelligence Center, the Joint Interagency Task Force, the Maritime Intelligence Fusion System, and the Air and Marine Interdiction System. The maritime domain basically has entities in it that give off phenomenologies that are collected by the Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, civil systems, and commercial systems. And of course, there's our private partners. They basically sense what's going on in the maritime domain, send it to various processing to normalize the information, which sends it to the appropriate fusion center for decision. And one of them says there's a threat or a target out there. And you send it to the appropriate spot. The local person, the sector, which is a group of locals, think of a state, district, even bigger, makes the decision to arrest. If it's an arrest situation, pollution, environmental damage, resource theft, it's probably the United States Coast Guard will lead the United States. If we need, it's an existential threat, such as, and we originally were very concerned about people bringing in weapons of mass destruction, be they chemical, biological, or nuclear, in the times immediately after 9/11. How to make all this work? You need a backbone called a collaborative information environment. And you notice a lot of this is white, but there's one area up here that's black. And that's because, yeah, you do have your intelligence sensors, but the vast majority of these sensors out here are actually not classified at all. And we can share them. And I've been saying that since day one. I think within the last 2 years, I think people are finally beginning to understand this is a global problem. And I now call it global maritime awareness. That's a user-definable interface. Each of these levels here needs a different level of information and different speed level as well. From the bottom up, you basically have your data. It goes through the Department of Homeland Security, other government agencies, Department of Defense, civil, commercial, and international. And you have to data conditioner to make it understandable for all the rest of it. Data mining, fusion, pattern recognition, etc. Tools to do that. That goes into the collaborative environment, user interface, user-defined operational picture to understand bottoms up. These are all concept operations. I do have another brief that takes a lot longer. It's of all the different systems out there today that we're doing, but I only have half an hour. Is that correct?
Yes. About 15 more minutes.
Roger that. Thank you. Basically, we're developing smart push and smart pull. People can define these systems. This is the common virtual distributed database that has now been built by the National Naval Research Laboratory and several other people. There's also a lot of civil people doing much the same thing. At this time, this was how we were going to plan to defeat the Soviet armed forces originally, but then the Russian or anybody else. These are organizations, not organizations, tools built in the classified world. Back in the mid-90s, we had, between the mid-90s and 2001, 2002, we had spent something on the order of $105 million to build these classified tools. My point was, when I was giving this to classified people, saying, this is what each of these did, we need to do it in the entire way, the maritime domain awareness. To build that common environment that I mentioned, we also needed to build smart agents, AI tools for sensor integration, for anomaly detection, and for data mining. These up here is a list of various databases that we have. They mean something in the classified world. They don't generally if you're not in the classified world. Interpol, of course, confidential, law enforcement sensitive, unclassified systems. It actually, the unclassified systems out there are now far outweigh the classified systems. You sense it, it goes up, comes back down to process, comes down to fuse, analyze it, develops a talk, decide, act. This is from 2002. And we're there today. What I'm saying is that we now have this capability. There are many different companies out there building these tools. I could name them, but I'm sure I'd leave one off and offend a friend of mine. I've been working this field actually now since 1965. Yeah, that makes me an old guy, but it's still fun and I still feel young. And so with that, I'm going to stop and ask questions, sir. Ask if anybody has any questions as to where we are in this area. Oh, by the way, the bottom line is we need to build a common operational system that I call Global Maritime Awareness. President Obama signed an order to make that happen, which has been ignored, which I could not believe. I spent 9 months from September 2009 until June of 2010 campaigning to get that signed by the president, and it has been ignored. You don't think that's not frustrating? There we are. Questions?
Right on. Well, thank you very much. What you're really showing is the complexity of these systems, right?
Yes, the challenges, but most of those have now been met, Michael.
Mm-hmm. All of these, I've been around this field for a while. Even I didn't recognize a lot of those acronyms and names. I'm sure most of our audience didn't understand the details of those pieces, but the gist of it is it's a complex system built upon other complex systems, and that infrastructure is necessary to understand poaching and in all of its flavors, poaching in fish, poaching in minerals, inappropriate actions, or just like writ large, inappropriate actions.
Yep.
So talk about what happened with your proposal to former President Obama. What led up to it? How did it happen? And what didn't happen that you were hoping for? The language was pretty specific. I was hoping you were going to show a slide of it.
I had it. I've lost it. I'm not on that brief. I can't find it.
Okay, don't worry about it. Just walk us through it. Just tell us the story of that I will just say invention. I think the system. Tell us the story of the system and what happened.
Well, basically, when all these people started coming to me and saying they wanted to partner with me to build maritime domain systems, as I said, I realized it was an international system, and I wrote a paper that called "Collaboration is the Silver Bullet." And when President Obama came in, he tasked his cabinet to rewrite the national space policy. And they used the first paragraph of my paper saying space, and by the way, this exactly pertains to today as well. Space is one way we can all work together all over the world, and we should use it that way. And that was what my first paragraph said. And so the Department of State asked me to be part of that team. And after we had discussed what our problems were, Rob Emanuel asked us all, the chief staff of the president, to write if you were president for one day, what would you like to see done? 51 of us did that. Mine was ranked #1 in seniority and interesting. And I, of course, was delighted with that. And I briefed on what we were doing, but at the last minute, it got classified. It got put in the classified annex rather than outside. And I have been fighting that ever since then. But because it was put in the classified annex, the Navy seemed to feel that it was, and I had 23 years in the Navy, and I'm shocked. They seemed to feel that they were threatened by it and decided they would not support it. And so they basically, one of their senior executives was running the panel that was tasked to do this, and they basically ignored it. And they said they were doing it, but they've never done it. They did it at the classified world, but the whole point is that, as I've made several times in my presentation, there's a huge need for global maritime awareness. There's a huge need for maritime domain awareness nationally, but then when you take it internationally to everybody, it's a global problem. There's huge, many problems out there. Fish theft all over the world, oil theft all over the world, smuggling by sea all over the world, of narcotics, of people, of counterband, and weapons as well. So it's a big problem. And I am hoping, and I've written my congressman and I've continued to lecture on it, that eventually we are going to implement what I now call global maritime awareness. A lot of people say, well, that's maritime domain awareness. Well, maritime domain awareness is generally each nation or each group of nations is doing it. This needs to be international.
Would it be fair to say that this would be analogous to how GPS has really transformed, I will say the terrestrial part of the world, the dry land part of the world, that this sort of system would have an impact in the watery parts of the world?
It would be more than GPS has ever even dreamed of. Satellite AIS has actually had a bigger impact on the maritime world than GPS did. But satellite navigation, invented by Johns Hopkins, where I also used to work for 9 years, changed the maritime world in allowing us to be more certain of where we are. But it didn't change how we do business. This actually is going to require us to change the way we do business. And that's what satellite AIS has already done. For instance, we all know who Michael Bloomberg is. He bought my system and told us to not tell anybody about it very first thing. And for 2 years, 58, 59, 2008, 2009, he controlled the commodities market.
Wow.
Because he knew where all of the ships were. And he made billions off of that. And people eventually figured it out. And everybody does it now. But there's a huge number of ships maintenance is now determined by the numbers of miles you log on your ship in various temperatures and salinity of water. That tells you when to bring your ship in to have its bottom scraped. That was one I never frankly thought of.
Right.
To change the oil in your engine because you now know how fast you've gone. You can compete with that. Very accurate navigation of what the people around you are doing allows you to avoid storms or if there's problems. For safety, for instance, you're able to gather much quicker because you now know where every legal ship is in the world every minute.
Well, and let's put some boxes around this, right? It's not as if maritime transport is trivial. The whole world depends on getting stuff from where it is to where it needs to be on time, every time.
Yep.
I live in Tacoma, right? Tacoma is one of the largest ports on the whole West Coast. And this whole region depends on what is moving from where it is to where it needs to be. You could, if you suddenly had blinders on and didn't know that there was a global virus circling the world, you could drive down the hill and see all of the ships, empty ships outside in the bay waiting for something to do, and that by itself is enough of an indication there's something wrong with the global economy. Yep. Right? So this stuff is not trivial. We don't talk usually about maritime development when we're talking about space, but your system is really kind of marrying those two divergent technologies.
In fact, I wrote a paper that I called Space Global Maritime Awareness, where 3 global highways converge. There are 4 global highways today. Maritime, about 2,000 years old. Air, which is about 120 years old. Space, which is about 60 years old, and the cyber. And the last 2, space and cyber, are marrying together to totally change the first one, maritime. Absolutely. And I see it all the time.
And that's what we're trying to get to during this conversation, right? Because we're talking about strategic space from the perspective of industrial base, from the perspective of positional, right? Where are you in the world, identifying where you are and where you are in space. So, go back to the person that said, hey, if you had a chance to, make a recommendation to the administration, are you going to rehash your original idea or would you update it? It's been a while since you posted that.
Well, as I mentioned, people started coming to me in 2004 and describing where they thought space was going to go. And you didn't have to be the sharpest knife in the drawer because it was actually 10 different organizations from 6 different nations came to see me. Canada, Germany, France, Italy, Norway, which has a huge footprint in space because of its low terrestrial or low Earth orbit systems because of their position, and in Japan. Those 6 nations came to see me almost immediately. And the blueprint is clearly there to do all this. These people are all working in this area. And I predicted that, and they were all describing to me where they thought space was going to go. And they were all pretty similar, but somebody said, well, there's going to be an explosion in space. And somebody else said, well, I don't want to call that an explosion. That has wrong connotation in any connotation, especially space. So I call it a tidal wave. There's a tidal wave of systems coming up that it's now breaking on us. It's today. I've been telling people they needed to prepare for this tidal wave literally for 15 years. And it's still the same. Yeah, you need to update it because it's no longer what's coming. It's here today. It's to use what's available to us.
Do you have, I asked most of our guests about 2022, 2025 near-term changes that make 2035 better. So we only have about a minute and a half left. Tell me what changes you would make next year and the year after that makes 2035 better.
It's the technology is here. The hard part is the governance. We need to make people aware of how the benefits of us all doing this together. It really is a global problem, and I'm a proud American. I'm worse than that. I'm a proud Texan. But I see this as something that's far, far greater than the United States. And it's not technology. It is, we all need to work on this together. And in fact, I've written my congressman in impassioned emails in the last about a week apart saying, and he hasn't answered me back. I'm about ready to ask a friend of mine that works at one of the radio stations in Baltimore, where I now live. When I worked at Hopkins, I moved there and never left. Say we need to do something about this. We really do.
Update. Okay, Guy, thank you so much for your wisdom. Appreciate it very much. Going to pass it over to Jordan. Thanks a lot, y'all. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have the distinct pleasure to introduce Miss Laura Forzik. She is the owner of space consulting firm Astrolytical, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, and offering space career coaching services. Laura is also a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions, and she's also the primary author of Astrolytical Explore Flybys and Orbits Analytics. She's also the author of Rise of the Space Age Millennials, and is a frequent source for news publications including CNN, BBC, NBC, CNBC, Financial Times, regional newspapers such as Washington Post. She is all over the place and on multiple podcasts. You can see her about anywhere. She's very well spoken. Laura, we're very excited to have you here. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I didn't know you're going to read the whole thing. So I appreciate that. So I'm glad to be with you today. A little bit surprised at the topic I'm going to be speaking on. You might have gathered by my bio, I am not a business person. I am a scientist by training. My background is in astrophysics and planetary science. And this might be the first strictly business talk I've ever given. I have no business degrees, no MBA. So I come at this from an outsider's point of view. I am by no means a business theory expert. I am myself a small business owner, but that doesn't mean I know much about business, I swear. So I'm just going to come at that with that caveat that what you're hearing may not jive with some of the things that are taught in business school simply because I've never come from business school. This is my own personal experience and my own experience observing the space industry, which I have been doing for many years now, and love doing it. I love the industry that we are blossoming into. So I think that I was handed this topic based on the fact that I recently wrote a blog article, which you can see published on the Astrolytical blog, astrolytical.com/blog. And it is how to spot a failing space tourism company. And that comes from research that we just did and put out in January about the space tourism sector, private space flight sector. We looked at some of the emerging companies that are trying to pursue crewed space stations. And so there are several companies that have realistic plans and some that don't have realistic plans at all. And we analyzed those and ranked them in the order of where they are in terms of short-term, medium-term, long-term, or not happening at all. Coming from that research, there were some key things that stuck out to me as to some companies that are hanging in there or making grand plans, grand announcements, and simply not going to happen just because of the reality of the world that we live in. And I also want to say that I have no ill will towards anybody who tries to do some grand plans, especially in our industry where we're always forward thinking, we're always trying to break new ground and be innovative. And I applaud people who are working towards those grand visions. Even if I'm very critical of what they're trying to do, I still think it's fantastic that they put themselves and their resources and their professions and all of that on the line. I myself have been part of failed space startup, which I'll talk about later. And I've also had a very, very small role in a failed space tourism startup. So that was, it's humbling. I'm sure some of the people watching this have been also either running or been part of a failed space startup. And it is very humbling, but we try our best. And I do believe that the industry learns from every failure. It learns from every success, and it learns from the things that don't quite happen. So without further ado, I don't have slides simply because we all get slide fatigue. So I'm just speaking to you, but if you do happen to want to follow along, you can go to the Astrolytical blog. I'm just going to be outlining that and then speaking off of my personal experiences. So one of the things that you might want to look at.
I posted that link in the chat. If anybody wants to capture it, it's already up there.
Okay, great. One of the things that I do want to point you to is the graphic at the top of that blog article. So if you just look at that and nothing else, that's fine, because that is a really good outline, and that doesn't even cover all of the failed space tourism efforts of the past 22-ish years. I actually left off a couple. I mean to update that graphic, but there's just so many that there's a lot. So I put that graphic up there as an example of some of the failed tourism efforts that sounded fantastic at the time, and that some people still believe in, but some of the ones that maybe are forgotten about, but at the time, at the moment they are announced, these are grand plans, and some of them are more realistic than others. For example, there was the Hilton Hotels, Hilton International Company, very, very, stable company. I don't know how well they've fared with the pandemic, but I assume they're still doing extraordinarily well-known company. Back in 1999, they announced that they wanted to put together space islands. Now, this is not to be confused with the Space Island Group, which was at the same time in a similar concept. But the Hilton Hotels, they wanted to do something called space islands, which they wanted to construct space hotels in sort of a ring formation, sort of like the movie 2001: Space Odyssey. And they wanted to use spent space shuttle tanks to do this. The idea of using space shuttle tanks or rocket tanks is an old idea that keeps getting resurfaced every so often. So in 1999, this is what Hilton Hotels came out with. And it sounds so promising, right? Because Hilton Hotels has a grand reputation. They have a stable funding source because they have a stable business already. No doubt that there's still, a Hilton fortune. I don't know off the top of my head what the net worth of the Hilton family is, but they still have that. They probably have wealthy connections to get venture capital partners. But we don't have a Hilton Space Islands space station right now, right? That did not happen. And so even when something sounds like it's really promising, there are things that can stop it to, create a failed company. Another one that was super promising, and a lot of people fought back on me on including them, but Bigelow Aerospace. So, a moment of silence for Bigelow Aerospace. They've been gone now for 11 months, technically not in bankruptcy, technically not totally gone. They may still resurface, but in March of last year, they laid off almost all of their employees, and they've been dormant ever since. But in the end of 1999 is when they made their announcement that they wanted to do space tourism, and they've had several space tourism proposals, but the farthest they ever gone is launching uncrewed hardware. And that's a great success, right? They had 2 free flyers up there, and they have 1 module that is still attached to the International Space Station that's still being used. So they had some really great successes, which is why some people didn't like that I included them in the failed space tourism report. But I do think that they are failed in the sense that they never did get anybody up there. They never did have anybody fly on a space hotel or have a habitat on the moon or any of the human spaceflight aspects that they wanted to do. So that's an idea of something promising. Something not promising, I want to take your attention to a company that was a big deal 2 years ago. Big deal in our circles, that is. Nobody outside our circles knows of them. But if you remember a company called Orion Span, and they have a grand plan for hotels. This company still exists. They're still trying to raise money. 2 years ago, they tried to raise money through crowdfunding. They were trying to raise money on a website that allowed participants to anybody around the world, I think, I don't know if it was US specific, but anybody, in the general public could go and try to get equity from them to participate in them raising money, and they wanted to raise something like $1 million, and they didn't even come close. And so based on the rules of the website, they actually weren't allowed to keep any of that money because they raised so little of it, which actually they raised almost $2,500, which is nothing to sneeze at, but nowhere near as close to $1 million. And $1 million is nowhere near close to what you're going to need for a space station, a human space station. So they didn't make it. And as far as I know, they're still probably trying to raise money. They have no hardware. They have no public recent announcements. And as far as LinkedIn goes, they have no new hires or anything like that. Another company that made an announcement a week ago on very similar type of thing, also probably not going to make it. That is the foundation, the Gateway Foundation's Orbital Assembly Corporation, trying to do a very similar thing. Also don't really have any money funding hardware. They've been around for about 12 years now. Their space station that they just announced is actually the same space station that they've been trying to do for like 8 years or something. So there are some red flags that pop up, and a red flag doesn't mean that a company can't make it, but enough red flags really should give you pause. That should be a big giant red light to say stop and look to see what's going on. You know, 1 or 2 hurdles can maybe be overcome, but enough hurdles and it's going to stop them no matter who they are. And so just the basics of what those red flags might be, and funding, that's the #1 red flag. A lot of the successful space startups that we see today have either a wealthy executive founder or a wealthy venture capital, or a really well done series of venture capital funding, seed funding. And so that is the biggest indicator of how well a company is going to do, is that especially initial funding. You still need funding throughout the company's lifetime, but if you can get really good initial funding from a founder, early seed capital, even contracts, NASA contracts, Department of Defense contracts, or other government agencies, all of that, money in hand, money to really kickstart your business, to kickstart hiring, to kickstart, design and manufacturing, prototyping, building, testing, any of that, all of that can build momentum. Without that funding, without that reliable funding, companies kind of, just treading water, might even, be actually failed, but not officially failed, So these are not memorandums of understanding. These are not letters of intent. These are not promises of money. So a lot of companies will say that they have X number of potential customers, X number of letters of intent from customers. That doesn't count, because that's not money in hand. That's great for saying that we've got this promised money, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can get that promised money. They need to fulfill whatever their goal is, whether it's hardware or software or whatever it is they're trying to do. They need to do that before they can get those customers to pay them that money. And so funding is really the #1. If a company does not have funding, or if they're going through unusual methods to try to get funding, so I hate to bring up that example again of the Orbital Assembly Corporation, but they actually tried a crowd raise Kickstarter a few years ago, not to raise money for their company, but to raise money to build a video. So if that actually made me laugh. Like, if you're trying to raise money in that way, not even to advance your company, then that is a gigantic red flag that something is off there. So if you're a paper company, if you're just a website, if you're a science communications company, that a video is great. But if you're actually trying to physically build hardware to launch to space, you need the money to build that hardware. So experience is something that can be bought. But it's really great if a company founder, company executives, early hires already have that really good experience. And this could come, at a young age. It could be, we've seen a lot of like SpaceX employees spin off their own companies. It could be just somebody who has really good experience in a graduate program, or even an undergraduate accelerate, something like that, that gives them experience in what they're trying to do. There is a company that is trying to do near space, high altitude space ballooning. And they are based out of Spain, and they actually were working with an already existing Spanish company trying to do something very similar. And then that company, the new one, they have venture capital money, but no experience. They don't have any experience at all in space, aviation, ballooning, anything that would give them a leg up on actually doing what they say they're going to do. They just have the connections to money. And again, money can buy experience, but you have to see who those early hires are. So if they don't have anybody who has really good experience in there doing exactly what they say they're going to do, or something very similar to what they say they're going to do, then that's a red flag. The lack of experience can slow down a company or can give them unrealistic expectations of what they're trying to accomplish. Realism, that brings me to realism. So if a company is saying that they are going to send humans to Mars in 5 years, giant red flag, right? And I say that because somebody just put out an article I was just reading before this talk about SpaceX sending humans to Mars in 5 years, which, you know, we all know that Elon Musk could possibly and probably send humans to Mars eventually, but it's not happening in 5 years. So if another company pops up and says, hey, we're going to do some fantastic space thing in X number of years, and it just sounds too good to be true, it's because it is too good to be true. One thing that space tells us is that schedules always slip and that things are always more expensive than we think they're going to be. And so take those gigantic promises with a gigantic grain of salt. You have to have a realistic schedule idea. We've seen how hard, especially human spaceflight, it's a little bit different with just payloads, but human spaceflight takes so long because human lives are on the line. So we've seen companies like Virgin Galactic, which in 2004 licensed that Ansari X Prize technology. That technology, the spaceship company's technology, had already flown humans to space. And yet 2004 to now, we've seen very few progress with Virgin Galactic. They still have technological problems that they're trying to get by in order to fly paying customers. We've actually heard Elon Musk say it's taken them way too long to get humans to orbit. He complained about that last year when SpaceX finally had that fantastic milestone of launching people to the International Space Station. Elon Musk was frustrated how long it took, but that's just simply how long it takes. Blue Origin, I think we go back and forth with how frustrated we are at Blue Origin and how they haven't flown anybody to space yet, even though they've had many successful launches of New Shepard. And so we know space takes time. Even with a company like SpaceX that rolls out those Starship SN9, SN10, crashes them. Those are prototypes. Those are uncrewed prototypes. So if you're talking about then putting humans on a Starship, that's going to take a lot longer. Progress is the next thing. So there are some companies, some startups, quote unquote, that have been around for decades and made no real progress. I'm thinking in particular of some small sat launchers that just kind of stick around and maybe once or twice a year may make some announcement or announce a new partnership or, in some way end up in the news, but they're not making any true progress. So you have to see if a company is actually doing what they say they're going to do, right? The proof is in the prototyping, the testing, and the launching, or if it's not a launch company, the software enabling, whatever it is they say they're going to do, they have to make progress. If they're not making progress, there's a lot of questions I get. Why am I so down on Blue Origin? I love Blue Origin as a company. I think they're a fantastic company. I think they've done great things with, the payloads that they've launched on New Shepard, but I am down on them with human spaceflight because we have not seen that progress in all of these years, where they said that in 2016, they actually announced, which is unusual for them, that they wanted to launch paying customers by 2018. And here we are in 2021, and they haven't even launched any of their own employees yet. So progress is a good indicator of how well a company is doing. You can see companies that, might have had prestige, like Moon Express. My heart goes out to Moon Express because I think they had great promise at one point, and they were selected as a NASA commercial lunar payload services CLPS provider. But then a few months ago, there was a really heartfelt article that was published about, it was an interview with Bob Richards, and just like the company's just barely hanging on. And so you don't know what's going on behind the scenes unless you have that insider information. A company may seem like they're doing really well, but the proof is in the progress, if they're able to make progress. And of course, some companies are stealth companies. Some companies, you don't know truly the progress they're making because they keep it under wraps. But if it's a launch company, it's hard to, it's hard to hide launches. So that is in a nutshell with human spaceflight side, how to spot a failing company. And some of the things that you might want to keep in mind here is that you don't necessarily want to rush human spaceflight at all. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing that companies go slower than they intend to with human spaceflight, because lives are on the line. But when you're talking about return on investment for investors, or so a lot of these companies I just not a lot, but it's some of these companies I just mentioned, and similar companies are trying to go public or have gone public with mergers, SPACs, that kind of thing. So that means that they thought or are still thinking that they are close to making profit revenue. And I don't know if they intended to go so slowly when they are already publicly traded. So there's just a lot going on in the space industry to talk in just half an hour. I've already meant 20 minutes and didn't mean to speak this long. But if you have any questions about anything I just said, let me know. But first, I wanted to talk about my own personal experience where I was a bit naive and did not see the red flags and joined a space startup that was based in Switzerland. It was called Swiss Space Systems. You might remember it. And my immediate boss was fantastic. He was based in in Washington, D.C. I was based in Florida, running the Florida office at Kennedy Space Center. We had grand plans to do spaceports all around the world. They had already had hardware. They were modifying a plane to do the zero-G parabolic flights. They had a contract already to launch a payload, because the idea was to do parabolic flights and also do suborbital launches on a space plane, which would then also launch satellites into orbit, like on a Kickstarter kind of thing. Not Kickstarter, but a kick launch. And so they had all these great plans, and they already had MOU for a customer. They had a few contracts. We had a contract out of Florida called with Space Florida, because we had partnered with an Israeli company. So there were all kinds of really good things there, but I didn't miss the red flags with the CEO. And the CEO ended up being sort of a shady character, and the company went bankrupt. But even if there aren't any immediate red flags, sometimes just digging below the surface can reveal things. And that's why I'm a big fan of investigative journalism. My hat's off to the journalists who really cover our industry and can dig in there to see where there might be stuff that is behind the scenes, a little bit of shady business. And we've seen that with other launch companies recently. And so with my own experience, it ended up being quite a big financial and professional setback when the company I worked for went bankrupt. And they still owe me quite a bit of money, unfortunately, in back wages. So the reason I talk about this is because I think it hurts our industry when we buy into the hype, when we don't question the hype. It hurts the employees who work for those companies. It hurts the employees that work for competitive companies that maybe are going to lose venture capital or lose contracts, lose customers potentially because of the other company that's over-promising and can't deliver. It hurts stakeholders, whether those stakeholders are the funding agencies, the venture capitalists, the public. All these ways, if we overpromise, if we buy into the hype, then we can harm the credibility of our own industry. So I think it's very important that we be realistic about what it is that companies can accomplish. Companies themselves are going to toot their own horn, right? I've read enough pitch decks to know that companies are never going to say anything that's negative in their own pitch deck. They're always going to take the most optimistic projections about the space industry. But then it's up to us to be more critical, whether it's you talking to other people in your own business or whether it's you talking to the media or the media themselves. Just be more critical of what you see and hear, because unfortunately we have a long litter of failed companies crumpled behind us on the street, which doesn't mean that it's a bad thing to try. It just means we need to be more realistic in what we say. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Forsythe. You started with, I'm not sure why I'm on this panel, but you totally nailed why I wanted you on this panel. So hats off to you. Thank you very much for that. Really what you're saying is we need a reality check. So, last month you were with us. We talked a lot about economics. We talked about the industry and the money behind it. But this is the flip side, right? This is the industrial base where we're trying to develop these new capabilities. I picked your topic because I'm a failed startup, right? Like Liftport was a real company a long time ago. We had 14 people, and one day it was just over, and it was over in an afternoon. And it took a fair amount of courage to restart this as a company, as a project, because I know that there's a lot of, this industry is littered with failures. But I wanted you to come in and talk about those, this history, right? So you talked about Bigelow. I don't know if you've heard names like Rotary Rocket or Beale, right? Those are, Rotary Rocket's an $800 billion loss. Rotary's 800 million. Beale, I think, is 200 million. I think Blue bought Beale's assets, if I remember right. I think that's where they're located. But this industry has just this field littered with bodies, and it's sad, it's frustrating. But I really appreciate your comments that you posted the other day. I'm like, yeah, we need to talk about this. So don't sell yourself short. You got something good to say there. So thank you. With your own experience, you are building a startup, right? It's small, but you're building a startup. I'm rebuilding a startup. Given the red flags, what's the thing to avoid, right? Personal experience, your research experience, what's the thing to avoid?
One of the things that I got as advice is to not hire too quickly if you don't have the extended funding that you think that you're going to have to sustain all the people, because it's really painful to hire and then have to lay off people. And I know from other founders and other executives that have had to do that, and you really lose talent, you hurt the people, you might not be able to get them back. And so it's a real challenge to know how much runway you have to be able to hire people and how many. And I know I said earlier that hiring initially and getting that momentum is a really good thing, but that's a big red flag there. I mean, just for personal, we're all about people, right? This is an industry not just about space and cool assets and where we want to go, it's about people. And so we want to take care of our own. And so I have taken that advice myself and been very selective about how I hire and who I hire, and just 5 years into my company, still very selective and very cautious about that, because I want to take care of the people who are under me. And I think another thing would be expanding too quickly. And I mean this in terms of not just people, I mean in terms of the facilities. So if you suddenly have a gigantic warehouse or a facility that you need to do all of the maintenance and the electricity and all those other bills that come with it, insurance, then you might find that you are house poor in a sense, and you don't want that either. You're going to need facilities if you're building space hardware, but maybe you can borrow something, or think about a smaller facility, or partner with somebody, or in some way get some kind of discount with a university. There's so many different ways you can do that without being house poor, for lack of a better term. There might be a business term, I don't know it. Another thing would be to, I think, be more realistic with, and I know I said that no one's going to downplay themselves in their own pitch deck, but being more realistic with investors about how long that ROI is going to be. So some investors might want a return in 3 years versus 10 years versus their long term, because they know space is long term. That's probably rare, but just being realistic about when that return is going to be. That way you don't end up with investors pulling out, which we've seen can really devastate companies. Investors that you thought were solid suddenly back out because they are afraid of the risk, or you're taking too long, whatever the case may be. I mean, you just have to be realistic up front, I think. And of course, no one predicts their schedules perfectly. But I think that's a key area where investors are expecting to get there. You're not their only investment, right? So they're expecting to get investment at this year, and if you're going to take 5 extra years longer, then maybe they're not okay with that. So investors expect to lose money, but it still might hurt the entire industry if an investor pulls out and then suddenly there's a cascade. And we have seen where one company fails, and that causes other companies who have relied on them to fail. It's an unfortunate domino effect.
Well, it kills me that people have a different expectation in our industry than they would if they were going to start a local bagel shop, right? You still have ROI, you still have staffing, you still have to pay your taxes. They treat it like this, it's this, Star Trek adventure, and they don't necessarily deal with the, nuts and bolts of building a company. Start with build a company and then add the complexity of a space company on top of it. Yeah, I see some of this stuff, and it just boggles me some days. All right, you've gotten some great comments in the chat, so they definitely appreciate your honesty and your realism. I think this industry tends to spend so much time in the hype arena. I certainly, Liftport was guilty of it the first time we went out. I mean, I have an entire wall of magazine covers, and it was really easy to believe the hype that we created. But notice we don't do that anymore. That's not what we're doing. So the comments about appreciating the realism and the honesty are definitely noted, and that it's a fine line, right? It's a fine line to try to do something no one's ever done, and yet be honest about every step of the way. So it's difficult. Thank you very much, Laura. We're gonna move on. Are you sticking around for the panel? It's gonna
yeah, I'll be on the panel, and if people have questions, they can contact me directly. And I haven't looked at the chat yet, but I'll take a look at it now.
Okay, terrific. And so thanks, stick around here. And if you don't mind posting your contact and LinkedIn in the chat, that would be helpful. Jordan, over to you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And Laura, thank you very much. I'm also the founder of a technology startup here in Austin, Texas. And I think the wisdom and advice you gave is applicable across a lot of industries, not just space. So thank you for that. Our next speaker that I had the privilege of introducing is Gary Calnan. I apologize if I butchered that. Gary is the co-founder and CEO of Cislunar Industries. He is an experienced entrepreneur and finance professional with a long life passion for space. Gary is a graduate of the International Space University Space Studies Program, or ISU, and that is where the idea for Cislunar Industries was born. Gary, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys today, and for you putting on this event. That's great. It's been great so far. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a short slide presentation that I threw together to kind of take you through some of the ideas that we're thinking about right now. Let me just do that right now. Let's see here. Let's see, there we go. Okay, I trust you guys can see the slide presentation at the moment. Great, awesome. So I think I can do this and still see everybody. All right, cool. Yeah, so as you heard, I'm Gary Calnan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Cislunar Industries. I come from a business and finance background and come to this topic with an entrepreneur's curiosity, as opposed to sort of engineer's expertise or a scientist's perspective. More like an amateur engineer, if you will. But our company, Cislunar Industries, we founded our company to develop and deploy in-space metal processing capabilities, which we believe will be critical to the industrial cislunar economy that we think is just now beginning to emerge. And as I was thinking about the introduction this morning, and the topic of the strategic perspective on all this stuff, I realized that the way we're looking at this, we're trying to impact the sustainability of the space environment. And sustainable space environment, to me, is one of those strategically critical things to our collective vision for the development and settlement of cislunar space, and to ensure also the near-term benefits for everyone on Earth from all the great things that are being deployed in orbit, all the new capabilities that are being launched. If we can't keep this space environment clean enough, then then that stuff could go away. So I want to talk about that a little bit. I'll talk about the notion that perhaps debris that we see as a threat and a challenge for space sustainability could also be used as a resource, and in fact, a resource to help address the sustainability itself. I'll go into some of our feasibility analysis that we did as we started to investigate this idea, and some of the major challenges that we've encountered, or that we have identified, I should say. And then I wanted to introduce a concept that in-space salvage and recycling could make the necessary active debris removal that needs to be done significantly more economically viable, while also laying a foundation for important in-space metal processing capabilities of the future. And I'll along with that, I'll give you an idea of how we aim to address this opportunity by really embracing reusability and in situ resource utilization, thinking of debris as the resource as opposed to sort of natural bodies. But so the next, let's see here. You guys have all seen, I'm sure, this image in one form or another of the cloud of debris or objects orbiting the Earth. It obviously looks very crowded when you represent it this way. Obviously, these dots in reality are much smaller than they look. Space is big, and so if you're looking at it on an average basis, some of the pushback on the concern with space debris is that in fact it's actually not that dense. But in reality, some orbits are more useful than others, obviously, and it's that common usefulness that makes those sort of useful lanes crowded, and that's what's driving the need to cause those to become increasingly congested. Obviously, as we see these planned mega constellations coming to fruition, and I think SpaceX is up to 1,000 satellites so far, and I've seen that they've got plans for anywhere from 12 to 40,000 satellites, and depending on the different filings. And then you've got Kuiper and OneWeb, and certainly many other satellite constellations that are less well known. Each of these lanes of traffic are becoming increasingly valuable. And it's becoming more and more important to keep those lanes clean. So the orbits themselves become sort of a scarce resource in that way. And it increases the need and the value of doing debris removal, which to this point has been sort of a tragedy of the commons, more or less. But the other thing that it's important to note is that when studies have been done, I think NASA did one as early as 2010, and many have followed on this idea that show that the biggest risks posed by debris are posed by the largest objects. And last year, there's a guy named Darren McKnight of Centauri presented a research which identified the 50 most statistically concerning debris objects in low Earth orbit. Of those objects, 78% of them are rocket bodies. And 80% were launched before 2000, which is a good news story because that means that we're putting less of that up there. But nevertheless, there's quite a lot of material up there that is the most dangerous, the most uncontrolled, and sort of potentially catastrophic for the environment. Now, when we looked at this problem, because we want to find a way to do metal processing in orbit and to find a business opportunity in that resource utilization, we saw this 9,000 some odd tons of mass already in orbit, which is largely composed of refined metal. That looks like an opportunity from a resource utilization perspective. And so we wanted to look into that and see, would that be feasible to address as a first resource to go after? And that led us to an analysis of upper stages initially, which dovetails well with, the risk of upper stages. So from that analysis, what we did is we looked at upper stages as being useful, not just because they're the most dangerous, but also because they tend to be a higher metal content as a percentage than most satellites. They have a similar-ish shape. They're roughly a cylinder and might have some lumps and bumps that are different, but they're roughly the same shape. They have the same sort of components, an engine and tanks, and then usually some kind of metal skin. And so we saw big opportunities for obtaining that metal and even salvaging the structures themselves for potential reuse, without even having to process them, just cutting them into different shapes or pieces or whatever. There's a lot of opportunity with upper stages. We also limited the size that we were looking at in our analysis for feasibility to 1,000 kilograms or more. And it turns out that there's quite a lot in that range. They range up to 9,000 kilograms for some of the biggest ones, the old Russian Zenit stages. And when you break that down, in LEO, you have 1.2 million kilograms of mass that's mostly metal across 821 stages. And in GEO or near GEO, you have around 380,000 kilograms across 159 stages. And we know it's probably actually more than that because we were looking at the Space Track database, which is obviously a US database. We're not showing our sensitive satellites on that list to the rest of the world. So there are others up there as well that might be classified. But nevertheless, we looked at this and thought, okay, this looks like a lot of material potentially useful for as a resource, and could be used for in-space manufacturing and construction if we could capture it and get it to where it needs to be used, right? And this brings us to some of the biggest challenges. So when we looked at the challenges and sort of thinking through the architecture of this, I was trying to put together a slide to capture this. This is just sort of what I thought of when I was putting this together. Obviously, it's not a fully complete list of all the challenges. There are many. But starting with orbital mechanics, what turns out that in GEO, trying to address this as a material is actually relatively easy. Most of the objects are, plus or minus 15 degrees of zero in orbital plane. They're all roughly, they're relatively close to that orbit. And because you're close to zero, it actually allows for some pretty easy maneuvering just by lowering and raising your altitude out there. So getting around in GEO is not going to be much of a problem for this idea. LEO, on the other hand, is a big challenge. You have tons of different orbital planes. Just because you're in the same, inclination, it doesn't mean that you're in the same orbital plane. So there's a lot of challenges that as an outsider coming into this idea from non-space background, it wasn't immediately obvious until we really started digging into it. But on the other hand, this is also where the biggest problem is for debris right now, and where we really need to address it. I mean, there is a problem in GEO as well, but it's not nearly as intense as it is in LEO. So, there's a bigger need, I would say, in LEO, and there's also more going on in LEO right now. So, for the materials, there might also be a bigger need. It's just we have to find a way to solve for the big plane changes that might be necessary, unless it just happens to be in the right orbit. And there will be some materials that fall that way. The next category will be technology. There's a lot of technology to be developed. And, as Laura indicated in her last talk, that everything takes longer and is harder than you imagine. So, we don't want to underestimate the challenges here. Even the metal processing that we think we have a really good idea for is nascent. There's been, metal processing on the space station for research, but not for production. And so that's a big challenge. We can't just take things, metal processing techniques for Earth and take them straight to space because, you have microgravity, you have vacuum, it's a different environment. That can also be used to your advantage, but, that it is a challenge. Logistics technology is in development. The space tugs and the satellite servicing is in development, but, it still has a ways to go before it's ready for prime time. And in-space manufacturing is also in development. So there's, I think some of these pieces are coming together now. And when we first started looking at this, that wasn't necessarily the case, but now a lot of these pieces actually are starting to come together. And the other thing that's helping with that is NASA and the other agencies have really shifted their focus or their thinking from a single-use paradigm to a reusability paradigm, which is supporting this on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing technologies that would go into this technology vertical here. The other part of it, and that feeds into the same topic, I guess, is the ecosystem. So we don't intend to do all of the pieces to go get the debris, process it, use it for something, and sell it to someone. We really just want to develop the processing capability. And that means we need other companies to develop all the other pieces. And so we want a vibrant, multiplayer, real economy in space. We think that's the only way it's truly sustainable. And that's where the biggest opportunities happen. But you still you need someone who can do the active debris removal. We need propulsion systems. We need a space robotics, communications infrastructure, in space manufacturing. We need platforms to host our processing system on. All those things are being developed now, and the timing of when those things come to market is totally unknown and largely out of our control. So we're working with partners, in all those categories to make sure we understand where they are and if their technology is lining up to match where we think we will be at the right time. And then the last piece, which is obviously huge if you're trying to create a business, is the market. Who is the customer? When are they going to be a customer? How big will the customer be? For the use and sale of just raw materials, I know that is going to be a huge market someday. When cislunar space is fully industrialized, that will be massive. It's a massive component of industrial economies on Earth. But when that's going to be, when it's going to start, who the customer is a totally big unknown, and it leaves us with the need to really find a way to find a problem we can solve with this idea in the near term. So these challenges and looking at these challenges has led us to our latest idea and the product we think we're going to bring to market first. And it goes back to the need for active debris removal. So we know that the biggest problems in orbit are these large objects. And large objects, you can't take them down with the more passive system. I mean, not very effectively with the more passive system. So they're probably going to need some active debris removal systems. And that'll build off the satellite servicing robots that are being built now, but there's additional pieces to that puzzle. One of the problems with active debris removal is that it's really too costly right now. And most of we hear missions announced where they plan on sending, one satellite up that has, there was the Clear Space mission that was recently announced from Switzerland that ESA signed up for. It's, I think, 100 million euros to take one satellite up to grab one object, and all of it goes down together. Okay, so that's one launch, one thing gets taken out of orbit for $100 million. That no one's going to do that except for governments, right? And even governments probably aren't going to do that very often if it's that expensive. So there's an assumption that some, cost benefits are going to accrue as this development occurs. But anyway, one shot is the problem. Limited uses is leading to one of the biggest challenges for active debris removal in our mind. And that's basically that comes down largely to not being able to carry along with you enough propellant to do more than a handful of missions. I think the largest number I've seen in LEO, where you're bringing it down to an altitude where it can burn up, is maybe 5, maybe 10, if you have a large and a very efficient propulsion system. So, that we see that as a problem that actually we can solve with this idea for using metal and processing metal from space debris. And so that brings us to one of the ways we're looking at to try to address this problem right now. So this is what we're calling, we're calling the Microspace Foundry. It's really a compilation of systems, but the idea is that if you could equip an active debris removal spacecraft, which has limited lifespan right now because of propulsion limitations, with a system that could actually harvest metal from the object that it captures and turn that metal into propellant, which could be used by a propulsion system that uses metal rods for propellant, then you could effectively allow that ADR spacecraft to refuel itself in perpetuity from every mission that it does until some other part wears out. And we know, because satellites spend a lot of time in orbit, that you can make most of the parts of the satellite pretty long-lived, but you can't make the fuel live any longer than the missions you do with the fuel, and then the fuel's gone. So we want to equip ADR spacecraft, or any spacecraft really, but in this use case, ADR spacecraft with a system that can reach out and grab and cut metal from the debris. And that's a system that we're not planning to develop ourselves. We have partners that we're working with who are already working on cutting metal in space. So this is actually a technology that's happening. And then on the other end, we have a metal-based propulsion system, which is using metal rods to do like a plasma, a pulse plasma propulsion method. There's the leading company that we're partnering with on this one is Newman Space, but there are others that are working on similar ideas using metal as a propellant. But if you take a company that can do the harvesting and a company that can do the propulsion, then we come into the middle and we develop a system that can receive that metal that's cut off that spacecraft, turn it into a rod, and feed that rod into the propulsion system. We want to do this on a size and a scale that's small enough that it can fit, on an ADR spacecraft. So obviously we have to sort of shrink down the idea, but we think if we, with focus on the one product, that's totally possible. And what it also creates is this modular capability for producing metal rods from metal found in space, which can also be used to recycle, at a station that's building spacecraft for the excess metals could be recycled and reused. You could take multiple versions of this smaller processing machine and put them together on a platform and achieve a higher throughput to make more metal rods. And looking at some of the other purposes that could be used for this, we think of, okay, we've got the LEO ADR mission without propellant limitations that I just mentioned, but you can also imagine that the same spacecraft is able to go out and actually completely, instead of using just enough of the metal to take that spacecraft down and deorbit it and then come back to the next one, you could use it to completely reprocess a spent upper stage or a satellite, which is probably the only way to really remove debris from GEO, unless you're going to send up a spacecraft all the way to GEO to grab something and bring it back down to Earth, which is certainly not worth it. This would be one way to remove sensitive objects from GEO. It would be also a possibility to, eliminate some of the crowding that is inevitably going to occur in GEO, and some of those objects that are more sensitively or like moving around in more dangerous kind of orbits. So that was one way to completely remove those objects. Production of solid metal propellant for rods can also be used to take the fuel depots. So instead of taking these satellites down to burn them up, if we can process all that metal into fuel rods, we can share it with a company like OrbitFab that's building fuel depots for other kinds of propellant around different orbits in LEO, and they can have a solid metal propellant, which has certain advantages in that you don't need a tank, a pressure vessel to contain that material. If you equip other spacecraft with a propulsion system that can use these metal rods, now we become a supplier of fuel from space debris. And then this metal rods can also be used as feedstock for manufacturing. And finally, we envision the use of these metal rods as structural members for in-space construction. And this is just a few of the things. I mean, metal rods is a fundamental object. It's used in manufacturing, could be used for lots of different things. And really the imagination of the end customer is the only limit to that. So that's kind of where we see the potential applications of this idea. And I guess the main thing that, I would sort of loop back around with this is that, I think in order to address some of these problems, we need to think, especially like active debris removal and trying to find ways to really get ahead of this curve for the lanes crowding and everything. It's going to become imperative to find ways to reuse this stuff. If we're launching all this material into space, it seems totally crazy to just burn it up and waste it. So, recycling and building into this whole future in-space economy, a circular economy ethos, I think is essential. The further we get out from Earth, the more critical that becomes. So this is not just for ADR, but this is for future use in recycling and reusing literally everything that we take with us, so that we're not wasting any of that mass and energy that we use to lift things up from Earth. So that's my final thought there, and I'll leave it at that with any questions.
Your final image is one of my favorite pictures. That's what I use for a lot of
I noticed that. I was like, oh, that's interesting. It's this lunar space, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. That's what we're doing, right? So, first off, full disclaimer, Gary is not an example. Cislunar Industries is not an example of a failed startup. I put y'all together, the two of y'all, one than the other, specifically to kind of showcase stuff that was aspirational. Certainly it's aspirational, but it is grounded in, near-term technology development, right? That you're not trying to build a space station on orbit. Like maybe someday in some mythical future, if you make rods long enough, maybe that becomes part of the trust for somebody else to build a space station. But you're just trying to build the first earliest building blocks, if you will, right?
Right.
So I know enough about you that you have shifted and pivoted in order to focus on kind of an attainable target. Can you talk about that process a little bit, and what that has done for your company?
Sure. When we first approached this idea, as I said, there was very, very few of these building blocks were in place. Like OrbitFab wasn't in place. There was no refueling concept. Space tugs were limited, mostly conceptual. So. But we saw this, we were looking at it from like a longer term space resources perspective, and we saw a gap, which was production of metals. So we thought, well, let's make a big space foundry that can, receive metal receive space debris from tugs that are going out and getting it, and process it and create metal materials that can then be used by in-space manufacturing. And, Made in Space was making stuff on the space station out of plastic, at least. And so, we said, well, there's definitely one customer that probably will want this maybe. And then, as we delve deeper into it, as sort of new entrepreneurs coming at this sort of from outside of the space sector, except for, ISU experience, kind of getting a light exposure to it, we realized that, well, it's not the customer, it's not Made in Space or whomever that would be the customer of us. It's actually who their customer is that's the customer. And really realizing that there's no customer for that end product right now, that all the customers live on Earth. And so whatever you do has to ultimately be pointed back at Earth somehow, made us realize that it was going to be hard to find a use for whatever material we produced. So we might be able to find customers who would pay us just to destroy the material, like a recycling company charges you to drop off your old TVs or something. But it was hard to really like come up with what the market would be for that. And obviously if you're going to raise money from investors, which we are doing, we need to be able to show them, something that looks like a market potential in some reasonable amount of time. And that led us down to this path where we are now, is finding something that's more near term. The other thing that's happened, as all of you I'm sure have been watching, is we heard the announcements about Starship, and we've been watching the rapid development of that program. And while I had planned in my mind for declining launch costs, and I'm sure they'll decline slower than Elon says they will, but nevertheless, I'm very confident that at some point here, launch costs will go down dramatically. And one of our bases for our materials case was, if we can process, 1.8 million kilograms of material in LEO, then I can multiply that by the cost of, launching that amount of mass to orbit, and it becomes really valuable. But if launching things to orbit only costs $100 per kilo or $1,000 per kilo even, then it's not as valuable anymore. And then you add in the difficulty of getting to those objects and bringing them to one place, and it really just became a challenge. So that shifted our perspective to say, could we shrink it all down, address a challenge that somebody has right now? And we were watching companies like Astroscale raise a ton of money, get a ton of momentum in this process, and then seeing other companies coming online, getting funds raised, and realizing that there might be an opportunity there. If we could help solve their problem, we have a way to start building things, and then that leads to the next thing.
Right. So, by the way, we have just 2 minutes, so I just want to say thanks. Lee's got a comment here that I think is accurate. Great example of the convergence of supply and demand, recognition and targeting, and hypeable interests. So nice job on that. In a friendly way, I'm gonna label her our resident curmudgeon for the afternoon, because she's right. So Gary, when you and I met, I don't know, 3 years ago or so, I used to refer to your company as Unmade in Space, right? So you have Made in Space, and they were a guest on our show, on our conference 2 months ago. And we also had Momentous, which you were just describing, Space Tugs. So we had them on the show 2 months ago. And we had Daniel Faber at Orbit Fab on our event 2 months ago. So in a way, this is a continuation of that conversation, right? This is the ecosystem developing. It's not there yet. We all acknowledge that. I've been saying a lot recently that when we talk about a $25 billion NASA budget, we don't just put pallets of $100 bills together and shoot them into space. We spend that $25 billion down here on the ground. So your talk about developing, the full market is really important. I want to emphasize, like in 90 seconds, the circular economy aspect, because I don't think we can get legitimately a lot of people on orbit or onto the moon or eventually out to Mars if we have this kind of one and done, throw away, toss it economy. So
totally.
Short answer.
I mean, no, that's exactly right. Like as I said earlier, we need to reuse everything that we bring with us. And ultimately we'll need to manufacture all those components, in situ at the location where we are. So we think this is, developing this technology, is recycling technology feeds right into that puzzle. And actually NASA is interested in that now. And that was part of their last round of SBIRs, one of which we responded to. So.
Awesome. Well, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I'm going to swap it over to Jordan. Thanks a lot, Gary. I really appreciate it.
You bet.
Absolutely, Gary. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Today, I get the privilege to introduce Mr. Tom Olson. For over 3 decades, Mr. Olson has been a business systems engineer and analyst in the communications, aerospace, and publishing sectors. In addition, he spent several years in the finance services sector, making him a dual threat in the industry. Today, he serves as Director of Business Development for Avalto. He's also the chairman and founder of the non-for-profit Center for Space Commerce and Finance. He's the owner of New Space Business Plan Competition and Space Investment Summit Series. I'm guessing Tom does not have much spare time based on that. So thank you so much for giving us your time today. We're really excited to hear from you. Over to you.
Let me unmute and say that again. Thanks so much. And I'm happy to be here today. I have a short slideshow at the end of which we're going to make some very interesting announcements. So let me share my screen real quickly. And let's do, oh, cool. Okay, I can just share one or the other. That's brilliant. So you're seeing my main screen, and I'm going to start my slide deck right now. So everybody seeing that right? I hope. Okay, I'm getting the thumbs up. Okay, I thought I'd do as an intro to the business plan competitions is that I kind of rehashed something I did a few years ago for IAC. I wanted to contrast kind of the history of competitions and prizes in our industry and how they developed. And I get to show off a little history, and it's a lot of fun, and it also prepares a lot of contrast to the way things used to happen and the way they're happening, or hopefully they're happening now. The prize model we started, we'll call that prize model 1.0, okay? That started actually over 100 years ago. We were flying in 1903, only 6 years later. The Brits offered a 1,000-pound prize for the first pilot to successfully cross the English Channel. That prize was won by that guy in the upper left. His name is Louis Blériot, and he won the 1,000-pound prize. Now, between then and the next big prize was a world war. Now, as you know, war can have a way of really accelerating technology development. And so by 1919, the Brits again offered a 10,000 pound prize for the first crew who could go from basically anywhere in North America to anywhere in Ireland. That was won by the team in the middle of Alcock and Brown. It looks like kind of a hard landing there, but they did do it. They left, but they did the shortest route they could from Newfoundland and kind of flew across Greenland and then landed in Northern Ireland. And of course, up next was the $25,000 Orteig Prize for the first flight across the Atlantic from New York to Paris. That was, of course, won by Charles Lindbergh in 1927. I'm skipping through that quickly because I wanted to showcase this lovely woman in the lower left corner. She's probably one of the best female aviators you've ever seen, and you probably know nothing about her or don't even know who she is. Everyone remembers Amelia Earhart. This woman's name is Amy Johnson. And in 1930, 6 years before Earhart tried to go around the world, this woman flew solo, mind you, from England to Australia, and won, I believe it was another 10,000 pound prize. That same year, the Asahi Shimbun newspaper in Japan offered a $25,000 prize for the first person or people to cross the Pacific. That prize was again won by a couple of Americans, Clyde Pangborn and Hugh Herndon, and that was also in 1930. And you can see them after they landed there near Osaka. They launched from Seattle back then. And so this became a standard thing. Now, fast forward about 60 years. We didn't see much about prizes because, again, we had another World War, and then we had a lot of commercial development. And, by the 1950s, people were flying commercial airliners everywhere, so there wasn't much use for a prize. So what was the next thing? Well, the next great thing didn't happen until 1995, when Peter Diamandis and some others announced the X Prize. Now, of course, the X Prize was the first true space prize. It was $10 million for the first team to launch a small rocket-propelled spacecraft up to the edge of space, 100 kilometers, and back down again, and then repeat that feat within a 2-week period. That was won in late 2004, as you know, by Bert Rutan and Scale Composites, and that opened up a lot of doors for a lot of people in the industry. Now, so what we want to look at real quickly is how much bang for the buck did we get out of that? Because in the case of a prize model, it's really all or nothing. And there may be a lot of competitors and they all put a lot of money in to develop their technology, but there can be only one winner. Well, let's look at that for just a second. Back then in $1927 for the Orteig Prize, there were 9 teams collectively spent about $400,000 to win a $25,000 prize. Now, there were positive results from that because we got airmail and commercial services applications grew insanely rapidly after 1927, including, as you see there, a 300% increase in pilot's license applications. Now, fast forward again about 80 years, and you see the Ansari X Prize. They claim, the X Prize Foundation claims, only $100 million. Well, $100 million was spent by 26 teams to try to achieve that goal. Interestingly, that same year, the Aldrich Commission, which was a series of government-sponsored talks in various cities about commercializing space and the future space. They claimed that upwards of $400 million had been spent by those 26 teams. So, whoever you want to believe is whoever you want to believe. I remember one guy, though, he said, oh, $400 million was spent for that prize. That's a 40-to-1 return on innovation. Well, no, that's not true at all. That's a topic for another conversation. But in fact, if you want to bring it up during the panel later, I'd be happy to touch on it. But as a result, to date, about $3 billion or more has been invested on commercial spaceflight and commercial spaceflight applications in both the public and private sectors. So you got some bang for the buck from X Prize, and there have been other X Prizes like the Google Lunar X Prize, and there have been others. What I want to get to is kind of what I call Prize Model 2.0, which is the business plan competition. Now, business plans competitions have been going on for many, many, many years on the academic level. Especially Rice University is known for its multi-million-dollar sponsorships for business plan competitions in a multitude of industries. But to date, according to one group I had researched at the time, there are only maybe 9 or 10 what I would consider pro competitions that were sponsored independent of academia. And I'm showcasing the biggest one, which is called Accelerate Michigan Innovation. They had a $500,000 first prize, which is nothing to sneeze at. And they also had 8 different market sector prizes and a little People's Choice Award. In our group, we try to replicate the People's Choice Award at our events. It's a lot less money, but it's fun because everybody gets to vote on it who's been participating and watching the show. But there are only like 9 of them in the whole country, and that's the biggest one. And the rest of them are a lot less. Now, I have been with what was called the New Space Business Plan Competition. That was something that was started in 2003 by the Space Frontier Foundation. And the first early sponsor of that was the Heinlein Prize Trust, which you see as HPT there. And the prizes range from $2,000 to $5,000, mostly depending on what mood art was in that week. But somebody caught that. Okay. Sorry. But it's a fun thing. I got involved in 2009, and from then on, we didn't do a competition in 2010. But in 2011, we started. 2011, 12, and 13 were the sweet NASA grant years, and we had a lot of fun with that. We were still part of the Space Frontier Foundation, and that first year we got a $25,000 grant and a second prize from Heinlein. And actually, who was that? It was Altia Space Machines won the first one. And some of you guys have probably heard of them. They've been doing very, very well since then, the last 10 years, since they won that prize. They were the first ones to win a big prize in our competition. And we started developing a really nice methodology for doing all this. And that's scaled upward in 2012 and 13 for $100,000 first prizes. Even some larger second prizes, including we did get one private sponsor in 2013, ATK, which then became Orbital ATK, which then became Northrop Innovations. But it's still the same people. I know those guys, and they still watch what we're doing very carefully. And then after the NASA grant money went away, we still had a nice what we called a lightning pitch competition in 2014. And then after that, the foundation decided, at least for a while, that they didn't want to be in the business plan competition business. And so we decided, well, what do we want to do? And so we formed our own 501c3 nonprofit called the Center for Space Commerce and Finance. And we got our footing, and then we planned some more events. And we're doing smaller events, but we're doing them frequently. We're doing at least 2 a year. We have 2017 through 2019, we did at least 2 events a year at 2 different conferences. And again, to a large extent, the Heinlein Prize Trust has been backing us. Although I got to tell you, something really interesting happened in 2017 at the second event, which was at the New Worlds Conference in Austin that year. The quality of the finalists presenting impressed one of the judges so much that he decided on his own that in addition to the Heinlein Prize, he would reach into his own pocket and fund a second first place prize. That guy's name is Dylan Taylor. Some of you may know who he is. That was pretty amazing for us. So we feel like we're doing pretty well with that. Obviously, 2020, because of all the things that went on, and we know what they are, we all had to kind of sit one out. But now we're going to go ahead, and we figured out some ways to move forward. But I wanted to show you, again, there were some of the results. Because of how we do it, we could open up the competition to a wider variety. It wasn't just anybody with a launch company can show up. It could be someone building a better transmitter, someone building a better spacesuit glove. Even in 2012 and 13, we had a couple of biotech companies that actually participated and made the final round. So it started to stretch out to all sorts of industries. And we began through our effort to show that where space used to be considered from an investment perspective as kind of the redheaded stepchild sitting off to the right, it really is an area where almost in this day and age, almost every industry has something to offer space, and space has something to offer every industry. And this is where we are now. And so I would say comparison, the old prize model 1.0, you had, there's a high cost of entry and it's kind of an all or nothing single result focused. And I would argue that the return on investment was kind of debatable because you end up with a lot of technology dead ends. A lot of things just never went very far. There were, how many people, I say 26 entries for the Ansari X Prize. I'm not sure how many of them are still in business today or whether their technologies got very far. And those kinds of things are still happening. For example, even the private sector now is kind of an aside. There is at one time, and maybe today, there are over 130 or more startup to early to mid-stage companies. They're all in launch. Now, my question is, how many of those do you think are going to survive in the next 10 years? And where is that technology going to go? Or is any of it end up just a dead end? I guess we're going to find out as the shakeout happens. Over the next decade, I'll say, let's start out with 150 companies. There are going to be 10 or 12 left at the end of that period. But the nice thing about the BPC model is it opens the door to a wide variety of industry players that want to develop a space hook for what they're doing. And the odds of winning are better. It's a lower cost of entry. And usually, and as these live events that we did, we'll see what happens here, there's a real good opportunity for potential investor contact. Once our event kind of became at certain conferences the thing to go see, a lot of investment guys were coming into the room and taking a look at what we had. And I'm hoping they're still going to do it. And it's very easy and it's very cheap to bootstrap compared to a major prize model. $10 million prize to do something in space, or I can give you a $5 or a $10 or a $50,000 prize to do something equally interesting. And our methodology makes it actually rather cheap to start up and maintain the system itself to make all that happen. And so we've awarded nearly $400,000 in prizes over the last decade. And we've helped a lot of companies get their start. And so I'm really happy about that. And that's kind of also ties into basically my conclusions. It's about the time we offered for this, because the schedule is a little bit conflicting. So I figure I'm going to do a good thing. Anybody has a couple quick questions, and then we're going to move forward with what I hope is a nice big announcement.
Thank you, Tom. I'm happy to have one or two questions, but we're going to kick it over to Lila and Tim in a moment. Okay. Thank you for that. We're gonna probably save most of your stuff for the longer conversation we're about to have.
Okay. Well, in addition to their comments, I have I'll put this as a background slide for them. I like to invoke the late great Steve Jobs. We do have one more thing, and that's what Tim and Layla and I want to announce right now.
Yeah. Take it away. Yeah.
So earlier today, both Lila and I were talking about the need and our desire at the foundation to cultivate a sense of community, to build that intentionally. You've heard here at previous Blue Marble Weeks, and again, will be reiterated throughout our events, the need to prepare a workforce for the future. those of us here right now are not who are going to get us all the way for anything. We need the next generation coming along, and that's where things like the Center for Space, Commerce, and Finance's business plan competition come in, bringing in training and then essentially running a mini Shark Tank for young entrepreneurs to test their great ideas. Every single one of them, I'm sure, comes in and doesn't understand why they don't have $1 billion for their massively good idea. And if one good thing comes of these business plan competitions, hopefully most of them realize that they need to do a little bit more work before they get their $1 billion. And so we're excited to be able to announce a partnership with CSCF for 3 business plan competitions as part of Blue Marble Week. I think the plan is May, August, and November will be the 3. So yeah. So how does that look? So you talked about the model, Tom.
Yeah.
Now, as we go forward, you know, when Paul Jurison wants to submit a business plan for his wild and crazy idea, and Pete Swan wants to jump in too, how do they do that?
Okay. So I guess you can still see the slide, the one more thing slide. I'm going to move in here. We've made the announcement, and so indeed we are offering, in addition, the grand prize will be $5,000 for the best team. Our first event is in May, and as Steve Jobs would say, boom, applications open today. So we're having a little twitchy with our application portal. However, things happen at great effort at the last second, and it doesn't always work out the way you'd like. But I said, okay, you know, I'm going to skip all that preliminary. If you're ready to enter something right now today, you are within the sound of my voice, you are listening to this, and you want to apply right now in the next 10 minutes, just email me your executive summary directly, tao@cscf.space. We're taking 1 to 2 page executive summaries. We don't like longer than that, because that's usually what VCs look at when they're trying to, we're trying to sort through a stack of summaries to see who they want to look at to talk further. So send that to me directly. We'll be taking applications, and when we get the application portal finalized, we'll announce that as well and put that out in a big email or something. But right now you can just email it to me, tao@cscf.space. I'll be collecting these things and I'll be putting them into the system when it's up and running. And you'll be getting automatic email messages after you enter to say, okay, this is when you need to do this. This is when this needs to happen, etc. Now, generally what happens on these things, is that you're going to fill out a form. For now, you're mailing it to me. We want your entry is really your 1 to 2 page executive summary. Now, we want the that's a little bit off. We want the due date's going to be the 20th of March, so you got about 5.5 weeks to spread the word and get something in. Once we've announced the finalists are going to be busy, because what we offer as a part of this plan is until May, when the next event is. When's that exact date, Michael? I have not seen it.
I'll look. It's early May.
Okay. Oh, early May. That's okay. Early May, usually hopefully the first day in that one of the first events of the day, that first day will be the event itself, where you get to do a 12 to 15 minute pitch. That includes Q&A. So actually it's probably a 6 to 8 minute pitch, just so you know. We announced our finalists. In the period between our announcement of the finalists and the early May event, the finalists themselves get one-on-one virtual coaching with our team of screeners and coaches. And the day before the May event, we're arranging to have an all-day virtual boot camp to really do a deep dive and everybody is a group into what they're doing and how they're doing it. And you're going to get some great advice from a lot of key people in the VC and angel finance and even investment banking. We're going to tell you, you'll get presentations, you'll get a chance to practice your pitch in front of a lot of other people, including your own competitors, which is a really interesting thing for them to go through, because they're now getting advice and coaching from each other, which makes the thing even better. It's been an amazing experience for me doing the boot camp, because some of these guys come in looking really, really raw when they first present. Because the first moment when they're in the door when we start is, okay, you're up, do your pitch. And most of the time they're just awful.
Deer in the headlights.
But by the end of the day, they're looking a whole lot better. As some guys, they take it seriously and they do their homework overnight. And then the next day when they actually do the live pitch in front of judges, they're even better than they were before. People you never thought would go anywhere, all of a sudden come from behind and they win the thing because they really did the homework. Our judges generally come, we have a stable of them that we like to draw from both VC and angel communities, anywhere from Silicon Valley to New York. And they love doing this too. It's a lot of fun for them. So what will happen is on the day of the event, we usually have about a 2-hour time block, whereas we'll have those 6 to 8 finalists. They'll do their pitch in front of the judges. The judges, like in a Shark Tank situation, they give them a lot of Q&A. And then you're up and down and good luck, next. And then that's over. And then the judges will deliberate on their own in a separate room, virtual room in this case. And then usually at the end of the second day of festivities, we will announce who the winner is. And that's how we're playing. It works for now. This is the first time we've done this as an entirely 100% virtual event. We're usually a part of live conferences. And so this is a new thing for us. It's a little scary, but it's a good kind of scary. It's a real, an opportunity, and we're going to take it and run with it all the way. So thank you, Tim, and thanks to the Foundation for the Future for helping us onboarding this.
No, and I think this is going to be an important component of our Space Workforce Development Center, Center of Excellence. Sorry, Paul. And where we can expand this as we go. That this May event, as you said, Tom, will be essentially the virtual trial. And the goal is, as we integrate more universities into our workforce development sort of pilot, ideally that then has a feeder into these, and or we do more events like them at the universities, and are able to integrate this prize model 2.0, as you put it, into more of what the students are doing, and there's the sort of practical application of what they're learning. So it's exciting for us to be able to partner on this. Debbie, I think, had a question on the specific topics. Can you address that, Tom? Do you have
topics? Mean by which what?
Her question was, can the topic for the business plan competition be anything related to space?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It can be space. It can be, it can be, if you got a launch company, that's fine. We don't usually see a lot of launch companies, although one time we did. It was kind of interesting. But space related type of services, it could be support services, it could be communications, it could be a new way of making a CubeSat. It could be, if you can show that there's an economic need for that, you can move right along. We also have something we call space scalable, which is the concept that something is technically, it was designed from the get-go to be actually for terrestrial-based startup technology, but could be scaled for a space use, a custom space use, when the need finally comes for that. And it may not be till Elon builds his Mars colony, but you can still, but that's a good idea because investors in a company like that can be making money right away. And then they get to put their label on something that ends up on Mars or on the moon or someplace else. We had a great example of that just in 2017. There's been a lot more. One guy, he was a biotech guy. He built this little device. It was about the size of an old iPod or something. And he had a little mouthpiece and blew into it. And it made 10 different medical measurements. And I looked at, and he wanted to sell it to every hospital in the world. I looked at that thing. I thought, well, God, they should use that in the ISS right now. And this is how we get from here to there, doing stuff like that. So it's wide open. It really is. Don't be afraid. Send whatever you want. Don't be afraid. Just give me a space hook of some kind. You know, it doesn't have to be much. You're very welcome.
And I wanted to verify dates because there was a question here. So they have to turn in their application by March 12th, correct?
No, we're going to turn it in by March 20th. I'm going to give them that.
Sorry, I said that. I typed it wrong and I said it wrong.
That's okay. And I've been rethinking it as I've been doing it. So I think March 20th is a reasonable date for the final date to turn in your application. Within, I would say 5 days of that, we will, maybe less, we will make the announcement. Right.
And then the event itself would be May 4th and 5th, and we'll work out the logistics for that.
Right. Then May 3rd would be the all-day boot camp.
Boot camp. Yep.
To get you prepped.
Okay, we're gonna, everybody stay kind of on the call here. We're gonna kind of move over to kind of a panel discussion. We did one of these at the last event. I think it went pretty well. We're definitely still, I said earlier today, this is still training wheels. We're still trying to figure out our formats, what systems work well, what don't. So this is kind of conversational for our last 45 minutes or so. And this topic, for our guests that are going to join us, they're kind of hearing this somewhat cold, somewhat on purpose. I wanted to get fresh ideas. I didn't want a doctoral dissertation here. I wanted some kind of off the cuff spitballing, brainstorming. About 2.5 years ago, I was having a beer with a friend, and I started talking about this idea of risk space versus safe space. And I used to stutter, so that's really hard for me to say those things over and over and over again. So I'm going to refer to them as risk and safe from now on. But it was the idea that at the time seemed kind of novel, and now it feels like it's been somewhat proven that there's hundreds of companies on the far end of the spectrum that are as risky as they can be. They are, they're in the startup phase. They don't have the things that Laura described, right? They don't have traction. They don't have cash. Maybe they have some experience. Maybe they don't. But they have a vision, right? And they're going to risk everything they've got on that vision. That's at the risky side. On the safe side of it, completely different. It's the Lockheeds and the Boeings that don't do anything at all without a purchase order. They don't do anything without a purchase order. So everything that they do, every bolt that they assemble, every widget that they craft is covered by a government contract somewhere along the lines. And that's the spectrum, right? Risk versus safe. And then over time, a lot of the risky companies fail, maybe appropriately. I've already described my own history. Our company failed. A lot of those risky companies failed. but some of them grow. And some of them evolve from, for example, Blue Origin and SpaceX started out pretty risky. And then over time, they got a couple $100 million worth of government contracts, and then they became less risky, right? They became safe-ish. Other companies like Made in Space, same story. They started out as a Singularity University program, just a couple of grad kids. And then over time, they grew their widget, they got better at it. And last year they were sold for some random number, but probably in the $300-400 million range is my personal guess. I don't have any insight or knowledge about that. But they used their contracts for NASA to attract a very, deep-pocketed suitor. And last year, there were 5 different companies that did that. Boston Dynamics, after they got bought by Google and then got sold by Google, they re-got by, I think it's Toyota, a Japanese company, I forget, I think it's Toyota. Made in Space, Tethers Unlimited, and the biggest exit was a $4.4 billion contract or merger with Aerojet Rocketdyne. So this idea of risk space evolving to safe space, currently the only path for this that is proven is get government contracts. The closer you get into this side of the spectrum, the more likely you are to be purchased. So that's really great. We all want to get that exit, right? They always used to refer to that Netscape moment when Netscape proved that the internet was actually a real business because the investors got to exit. Well, so we haven't seen that yet. And I'm not going to count Virgin in that box just yet. Because that's kind of an anomaly. Maybe there's going to be some others follow it. Certainly Momentous is going that route. But there are the beginnings of some exits. But currently the only real examples that we can point to of companies that have grown from the risky side, evolved to an exit, are companies with government contracts, big 50 million, 100 million plus government contracts. I'm not aware of any exits of any companies that haven't gone through that evolution. So this is a conversation between y'all and some of our guests. I'd be happy to. Thank you, Natasha, for pointing out it's Hyundai, not Toyota. Thank you for that clarification. That's correct. But I want to have this conversation because I think this risk space versus safe space conversation is somewhat new. We all of us that have been at this for a long time have been referring to new space for 20 years now. It ain't new anymore. We have to have a new name for this hybrid environment that we're in. So that's what I'm going to say. Those are kind of my opening comments. Let's just kind of have a chat session about the environment that we're in, right? We've got Tom on one end of the spectrum saying, look, let's go start some new companies. You got Laura on the other end of the spectrum saying, well, you know what? Let's watch for red flags because there are a lot of them. And then you've got Gary, who's out there actively trying to raise capital now. That's like, all right, we're trying to do something that's manageable, but we're still at that aspirational side, and we haven't gotten the contracts to be at the safe side. So that's my preamble. Anybody want to jump in and just, start riffing off of this conversation?
Okay, let me rip you right away, Michael. Let me
Okay,
just
great.
go right out there. Okay, because it's not just I want to start new companies. I want to start new companies in every kind of industry, not just launch. I mean, you're talking about in a lot of cases when you're talking about risk versus safe space, you're talking mostly launch companies. Let's just put it out there. When you're talking about Lockheed Martin versus somebody else. Because we've talked about this a lot. We've talked about how different companies might come in on the risk side, and as they get the contracts, they start going toward the safe side later, and they're trying to chart that on a graph, and we're trying to actually find some real numbers to back up our assertions. I was thinking about it just today, as a matter of fact. I was thinking about it, and we were talking about how SpaceX, for example, might have started out risky and then started going more toward the safe side. And now that I think about it, and I looked at the history of that, which we were all witness to, I would raise the question whether or not actually, in some respects at least, SpaceX almost started as a safe space company and got more risky as they made more money. Because you realize he got some private investment. Yes, he put in his own money at first, but then he immediately got into the COTS program. Right. Now, COTS is Commercial Orbital Transportation Service. That was run by a good buddy of mine, Dennis Stone, at NASA, and they were throwing money at launch companies to try to develop a commercial model. But part of it is, well, we're going to help you with this commercial model, and we can match X number of dollars that you raise. So he goes out and raises a $500 million from canny investors, and then COTS matched it. So he started out with some safe space side. When he was first doing all his tests with Falcon 1 and early Falcon 9, he was blowing up rockets all over the place. That was funded by a Department of Defense contract to test launch a satellite for that. And I remember when that thing finally launched in 2008, I was in Glasgow for IAC, and we were all, SpaceX was there big time. We were all partying at the local pub and screaming, because they finally got one into orbit. It was the greatest thing. But that kept going. That contract led to more contracts. Same thing, they're launching all sorts of stuff for the military. And then they're launching all sorts of stuff for NASA. And then they're doing the supply runs to ISS, and now they're launching humans to the ISS. So all of that has been on Uncle Sam's dime. And only after he profited mightily from that, they turn around and say, oh yeah, I want to build Starship. Now, Starship is truly more of a risk-based program. I haven't heard any announcements that he's made any major contract deals, public or private, for that thing yet. This is still in test mode, but that's truly a risk-based operation. But he started out very much so in safe space and then moved to risk space when he built up the bank account to do it.
Right.
Anyone.
I was literally there when Musk was having his conversation with, at the time, General Pete Worden. He hadn't left the Air Force. He hadn't joined to be a center administrator for NASA NASA Ames. And they were deep in huddle conversations about we need a contract from the Air Force. So yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Y'all, Laura, Gary, got any comments?
Go ahead, Laura.
There's something about the premise of this conversation that is off for me. So I think that all space is risky. And I think that the way that we look at it is different. I think that whether you're talking about a slow and steady program, a traditional government program, or whether you're talking about a crazy ambitious idea, it's all risky because there's still all these challenges within space, and you're never going to go into space at all if you are risk adverse. The only way to stay safe is to stay on the ground. And I'm speaking as someone who's had facilitated payloads that have exploded on launches. So it's a challenge when you're thinking about this, because I don't think that anything is safe in space. I think that the reason why we do it is because there's a little bit of that adrenaline rush, that because we're pushing it, we know that we can fail. And I'm not talking about business failure in this aspect, although that adds to it. I'm talking about just things blowing up or things not working once it gets up there, like that Sirius satellite that just launched. So there's always risk in space. And I'm trying to imagine what a safe space looks like. I can't picture it. Maybe you all can help me figure out what that even might be. Because even if we're talking about like a slow and steady government program, let's take SLS. Very slow.
As slow as it could be.
Yeah, very, very cautious, right? It still has the risk of breaking. We just saw that test run where it failed on the test run. So, that failure could still happen in space. So the Orion capsule, the power backup, they've decided not to replace the backup. So it's not going to have that power redundancy. That's a risk, right? When you're talking about human lives, putting humans in the Boeing Starliner, these are more traditional, less risky maybe, but it's still very, very risky. So what does that even look like, safe space? I don't know how to imagine that.
I think the distinction you guys are actually making is about who the customer is more than whether it's safe or risky. Because I think your point is good, Laura, that like all this stuff is risky, right? But the inherent assumption is that the government contract is safer, or that like a big defense contractor like Lockheed, maybe they have a diversified portfolio of revenues and that's why it's safer. That's not their only thing that they're working on. But it seems like that's really a distinction to make. And it reminds me of another related topic, which is, I think it's related anyway, which is there are certain endeavors that we want to get get this future of like a robust industrial space economy, in orbit, space to space business, and not where we are right now. And there's kind of a gap as to how do we get from here to there strictly off of commercial business without, how much government contract or support or anchor customer kind of behavior needs to be part of the mix to bridge that divide from where we are now to building that, infrastructure baseline, so that then there can be, a more robust, sort of less government-driven, entrepreneurial kind of economy in space. And I think there's the first customers for a lot of these things, especially like the infrastructure type of projects, like what we're trying to do, are probably going to be government contracts, and we're going to be looking at grant support and that sort of thing to develop technology early on. It's not going to be strictly from, I don't expect it to be strictly from, commercial customers in the beginning.
I agree with you that customers matter, but I want to push back a little bit because government's not safe either. How many people on this call maybe have been, had suddenly a contract by the government cut or a promise contract like being withdrawn? I know a lot of people are still burned by previous experiences of governments changing priorities and something is canceled. And you were relying on that money, right? So government doesn't necessarily mean safe either.
No, I don't mean to say that it's safe at all. Please don't get me wrong. No, governments, especially, in a democracy like the United States, you have changing governments in power, and priorities change and programs change all the time. So yeah, certainly you can lose those contracts. I just mean that if you're talking about the discussion that was delineated in the beginning was safe seems to be the government contractors and risky is the non, but that's actually just two different types of customers, and the riskiness of the endeavor is a different aspect.
Yeah, exactly. That I'm trying to just kind of put in a box that says, granted, right, none of this is easy. You're absolutely right. I wouldn't be doing this if it was easy, right? I mentioned the bagel shop earlier. I didn't build a bagel shop. I wanted to build elevators to the sky, right? So I took the hardest thing I knew was possible as the task I wanted to accomplish, right? So I went after it because it was so difficult. I guess what I'm curious about is, I think that there's a spectrum of what's acceptable risk. Right? So risk versus, let's like box it a little and say, okay, what's acceptable to investors? What's acceptable to stakeholders? Lila and Tim are going up to the National Congress and saying, we want to develop a lot of infrastructure in space, right? That's their main thing that they're working on. Let's build a lot of infrastructure in space. And so I'm trying to figure out, is the only exitable customer right now a government customer, right? Can you exit if you get, let's take Redwire, made in space, right? They're a pretty good sized company. Can a company like Gary's exit to Redwire without having a government customer? I mean, is it more than just an acquisition of talent and IP? Wow,
I think it depends on how far we've developed the customer base at that point.
But
If
is
you're
your
talking about me,
customer
like-
base in space to another XYZ company like a Momentus, or is your customer one way or the other a government? And
Well,
you don't have to answer that if that's
Yeah.
an inappropriate question, right? But I'm saying, like, is the government the only customer big enough to justify an exit? Or can you have a different, smaller customer and still get exited out?
I think it depends on scale. If you have enough of those commercial customers or smaller customers, it's like any other business. If the investors see an opportunity to buy future revenues or technology that can drive future growth for their business, then they'll see you as an exit opportunity. It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters if the customer is government or if it's private. It only matters if that customer base is seen to be growing.
But is there a private customer? I'm not aware of one.
Right. I mean, at the moment, I think that is an underdeveloped area, which is why I think government customers are going to play a critical role in the beginning.
So Inar is talking about, oh, sorry, just hang on a second, Tom. Inar is talking about how the government pork barrel can dry up fast. And Leah is talking about how do you ensure this stuff? If there's only one ultimate end customer right now, both of those are really big red flags, to use Laura's words earlier. If there's only one customer, and if the environment is kind of uninsurable, how do we get from here where we are to where we want to go?
I think it depends on the company. Sorry, I can think already of Virgin Galactic. They went public in 2019 and they did have small government contracts, but that wasn't their main customer base. It was the general public, the wealthy public, I should say, the people who had signed up over 500 or 600 or 700, depending on the time period, of number of customers, plus the additional people who signed up for the one small step deposit. So those are the reasons, those customers, diversification of customers is the reason why I think Virgin Galactic chose to go public, aside from needing the money. So I think it really depends on what the company's customer, or what their market looks like, who they're looking at. Because if it's like lunar mining, your only customer there right now is government. It may be in the future it'll be diversified, but it's not. So I think it really just depends on the company.
Awesome. Lee has a specific question to Gary about space debris. Is it owned by the entity that put it there? She's saying it is, and it is owned by the company the entity that put it there. So how do you get released, or does it become public domain once it becomes debris?
Yeah, I think the law is pretty clear on this right now, that the launching state is responsible for any object they launch into orbit until it disappears. So what we don't know, thinking forward into when we would be processing debris in the future, once we process it, presumably that would be considered as releasing that liability, because now it's been converted, it's been destroyed and converted into something else. But at the moment, any object they hold liability for it. Now, if it's a private company that put it up there, presumably they have liability for it, but really it's the governments that are, supervising their activities and the ones that ultimately hold the bag if something happens.
Dr. Adams is asking, can we envision SpaceX spinning off Starlink? Now, if anybody's been on this call last month and the month before, we like talking about Starlink, right? We've referenced it as the Starlink singularity. I personally have said, I don't know if we can have a good crystal ball about what happens when Starlink comes online at the levels that they're planning.
Wait, Starlink or Starship, you mean?
Good point. I was referencing Starship. Rob is asking about Starlink. There's too many stars in this star. So his specific question is, can we envision SpaceX spinning off Starlink? Whether or not Elon plans to or not, that would be an exit.
It has been rumored, right? Like a number of times that they would spin it off an IPO Starlink separately to fund the colonization of Mars or something.
While I don't have a lot of admiration for Musk, I do have a lot of admiration for the person who actually runs that company, Gwen Shotwell. And Shotwell said she has implied that they might spin that off. So I would love to see that. I think that would be maybe our actual Netscape moment. So fingers crossed on that one. Does anybody want to make any predictions about what 2021 looks like in financial predictions of companies, right? We know that Momentous is going to go and issue an SPAC. How's that going to go? How's that? They're definitely in the risk space category as far as I'm concerned. They have a few clients. They actually have clients that are not all government customer clients. So that's a super important distinction. I'm watching that one pretty carefully. Anybody have any thoughts on Momentous and their SPACs?
Not just Momentous, but it looks like Firefly might be going in that route as well. So we've been looking at my company. We've been looking at SPACs for a few months now, and it looks like it's a growing trend, not just within the space industry, but in the financial markets as well. And so I can definitely foresee a lot of those really high capital companies that are sort of on the verge of becoming operational, going towards that route. And I don't know if I can predict, Momentous versus Firefly versus some of the others that are talking about it or have already done it, but it's risky. It's risky because they are pre-revenue, as far as I know, and therefore you never quite know how long it's going to take. Like with Virgin Galactic, how long it's going to take for them to actually become commercially operational. But as we've seen with Virgin, it's gone very well with them because people are buying into that. Their ticker is SPCE, right? They're buying into that space ticker, and I think that is very hot right now. I don't know if that's going to go well in the end, but hey, it's going hot right now, so I can't complain.
Laura, do you know a lot about these SPACs? I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't know that much about this other than I'm reading the headlines. So do you know that much about it? Do you want to educate us a little?
I'm no expert. I just know what other people have written recently about it to get myself on board. And so someone else who's more of an expert might want to chime in, but it is an alternate way. It's a merger of a company that was previously set up for the purpose of merging with a promising company. And that initial company sort of gets that funding secure. And then the newer company, whether it's Momentous or whatever company, once they merge, they are publicly traded. And so it's an alternate way of going IPO, essentially.
Yep. And I would add one more interesting piece about SPACs is that these are not new. They've been around for a while, and they were previously called blank check companies, which has a pretty negative connotation if you think about it, which is probably why they rebranded themselves as SPACs. But these are the unique feature about a SPAC is that the money is raised in an IPO on the original entity with no distinction about what it's going to invest in, just sort of like a broad category. So people buy these based upon the person or the personalities or the entities that are offering them. And it is now, as I understand, become popular for any and every celebrity to open their own SPAC because they can just go off of the force of their name to do this IPO, and they got this pile of money, and as far as I know, there's some sort of expiration date usually with the SPAC too, so they have to make an investment in something, which really adds some fuel to sort of the potential overheating of capital flowing from these things into ideas. Because if you got this money that's just looking for a target, needs to be deployed somewhere, maybe it gets a little bit less critical in its thinking. But at that point, they don't care because that's sort of their own exit. So it's a lot of hype that fuels these, I think.
Well, so in case anybody doesn't know, Gary's background, he's a chartered financial analyst. So this is like one of his areas. So thanks for that clarification, sir. Appreciate that. A couple of years, 2 years ago, initial coin offerings were all in vogue, where they would come up with a new cryptocurrency, hype, pull in buckets of money. Some people became enormously wealthy, and most of those ICOs evaporated, right?
Shocked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of wondering if SPACs are going to go the way of cryptocurrency ICOs. If you have any insight into that.
I mean, they did last time. That's sort of the previous round of blank check companies. They were given a bad name because they were used by, sort of seedy people to just scam people out of their money. In a lot of cases. Now, I'm not saying that that's what these are. They've acquired a veneer of like legitimacy now, based upon, I don't know if it's the people who have been doing them and offering them, or if it's the companies they're investing in, but they've certainly moved into a more acceptable lane, right? Whether it goes the way of the ICOs, well, I hope not, but I mean, the thing with these things is I feel the market it seems really hot right now for investment in space and many other speculative areas through these types of vehicles and even just direct offerings. And I sure hope that it lasts for a little while anyway, but it's impossible to know when the party's going to end with this stuff. That's the thing about any, bubble. So,
Tom?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say something.
I had a comment I want to make way back. We're so beyond that conversation now.
Sorry. Well, so let's bring you in though. Like you've been at this a while. Kudos to the gray hair, right? I'm getting there, but
yeah. You still have more hair than I do though, so it's not
this. We've never seen this before. We have wanted to see this for a long time, but this industry is evolving. It's evolving very quickly. Heck, Laura just said a moment ago about a deal that I normally would have normally been on my radar, but wasn't. I missed it. There are so many things happening in this industry right now. It's actually hard to keep up with it. So, you were one of the earliest pioneers at the Space Frontier Foundation. You've been beating the drum about commercial space development for basically 20 years, maybe a little more. What are your near-term predictions, right?
Well, it's easy and it's hard at the same time, because back then, as you say, I in a way, I'm feeling a little vindicated now, because we did, and you saw me do it. We were trying to initiate something in terms of an exchange-traded fund to do different types of space-related investments. And we just found out at the time, we just didn't have the tools to do it right. It took another 15 years before those tools were finally developed. But thanks to a whole bunch of new technologies, not the least of which was Title III of the Jobs Act, you can bootstrap a space-related company just on a crowdfunding platform. You can get your first million that way. It's just equity crowdfunding. It's perfectly legal. And those kinds of things, we had those things in mind, but just couldn't do them. There's just no legal or technical infrastructure to make that happen. but now it's happening all over the place. So the question now is, and this is where analysts like Laura come in, is that, okay, now that it's there, now that there are players in the game, they have to be analyzed and judged cruelly, just as every other player has been in the market game for 100 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is where we are now. What fun we're going to have.
Laura, that's your new tagline. We judge cruelly.
I prefer realistically, I'm actually an optimist. I'm a huge space fan. But when I talk about, companies in an analytical way, we need to be realistic about it. And I don't think that's cruel. I think that's just fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you bring something to the table with that background in physics too, right? That, are what they're doing is what the company XYZ proposing actually within the bounds of physics? Like, let's start there and then figure out if their finances make sense, right? But let's start with, can you actually do what you say you're going to do? I find that a lot of people don't necessarily use that as their starting point.
Well, yeah, even back in the early days, when we were first starting to do even a business track, just a business related track on a major conference like ISDC, which we helped pioneer. A lot of the guys' initial presentations, it was all about the sexiness of it. It was all basically, it's space. Space is cool.
It is cool.
Give us money.
That's how a guy like how a guy like Reverend Rick got the nickname Reverend Rick.
Yes, right? That's exactly it.
But for those that y'all don't know, I have a lot of respect for Rick Tomlinson, but he has a very strong oratorial style, and he is the Reverend because of it. So yeah, you could just go out there. And we were guilty of it, right? We had some super cool PowerPoints and some nice videos about what a space elevator was going to look like, right? I have a bunch of books and trophies and robots, and we did real things. And at the end, it was it didn't work, right? What we tried to do didn't work, and so you can get a long ways on hand waving, but at some point, physics and finance have to meet. And that's what I'm trying to get to is, right, what is this spectrum? We can't call it new space anymore. That's over. We just have to just declare that, 2021, there is no such thing as new space, but we don't have a new label for it. I'm trying to come up with a label, which is why I'm talking about this hybrid of risk versus safe. But we have to come up with a new label for this thing that we're doing, because it's not all government, it's not all big companies, and the little companies definitely need some help. But they're not helpless, right? They're not on their own. So somewhere along this way, we have to come up with a new set of language to describe the environment that we're in. 2021 is really different than 2001 when I started all this. So I would like us to kind of craft some new language. And again, it goes back to what Lila and Tim are doing. They have to have new language to go in front of their respective Congress folks at the Capitol and say, look, we have a credible plan. This is what we're trying to do, but we're using language that doesn't work anymore to describe this new thing. And so I'm hearing honest feedback on risk space versus safe space, but we have to have a new language. So I'm open to options here. Nothing. No one else seems to have an answer either. I don't have an answer on this.
Well, I was trying to kick some ideas in my head. They just don't seem to work. I wanted to call it like emergent space or emerging space or something along those lines. And that just doesn't quite feel right. So I don't know.
I mean, for the very beginning of it, I don't know how far along the stretch is, but I always sort of liked the term entrepreneurial space, and I forget who coined that one. I'd read it from someone else a couple of years ago, but I guess that would differentiate from like a Lockheed, but that doesn't mean they can't necessarily be entrepreneurial if they want to be. You know, they just typically don't move like that. But so I don't know if that works either.
Yeah.
I personally use the term emerging space. It's not perfect, but it does
Sorry?
the job. I don't like space like 2.0. I don't like those kinds of phrases just because it's not quantitative. It doesn't really describe anything. So I think, I don't even know if we need a label. Do we really need a label for what we're talking about?
Well, I believe that we do, because the alternative is new space. And that one, I think that one's a dinosaur. I think that one doesn't do us, I don't think that serves our industry well.
Saying space is also a label, and it did its job, but we don't really have a label anymore. There's blurred edges here. So I think we need to recognize the new reality of these blurs.
So we just call it space from now on? New spaces. The king is dead, long live the king.
I mean, there's another distinction that might need to be made. At some point, I don't think that everything that happens, you know, in space is going to be lumped together in one industry, because space is really a segment of many industries and different activities that are happening. And so, you know, at some point you're just doing an industry, like you're doing manufacturing and your market is in space, you know, instead of on Earth, but it's still manufacturing industry, right? And it has different conditions and everything. So maybe it's space manufacturing, but I think there will be a segmentation of the new space companies, and different risks accrue to those different segments as well, depending on what the market is.
I think you made a really good point there, Gary, that it's in space. You have a company, comma, that is in space. And I think that's the label that's needed. We do need a label. We need something to be able to define it in 1 second or less for a soundbite. But I think you're right that until we are able to define it as just another place we are, nobody is an ocean company. Nobody is a
right
company, unless they're like an actual mountain removal company. But you are just a company in space.
Right, you're a mining company or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're there yet. I don't really think we are, but I think it's going to be there at some point here.
Yeah, but we have to be able to go to Capitol Hill next week.
There's some urgency behind this terminology request.
Right. Sorry, Tim, you're shaking your head. What?
No, I'm saying like we are using the terminology of in space as just another terrain feature, although we're not on Terra in space, whatever. Give me a better word for terrain and I'll use that. But yeah, no, that's what we're using, is just in space as another way to describe things that are done there.
Okay, any last comments, y'all? We're gonna turn it over to Lila and Tim to close out the day. Do y'all want to say any last comments, anything we missed?
I actually had a curiosity from the group, and I don't know if there's enough time to dive into this at all, but
we have some flex here.
We talked about SPACs, but we didn't really talk about, you know, the Voyager Space, Redwire, some of these other firms that I think are relatively, this is sort of a new thing that I didn't notice a couple of years ago. Certainly Voyager, I don't know exactly what Redwire's, you know, model is, but I've read a little bit about Voyager Space's model and understand that they, you know, they're acquiring a majority stake in the companies they acquire, but not all the company. So they're leaving some with the entrepreneur, and they're trying to build up like a portfolio of capabilities with the recognition that all of these capabilities will have a long time horizon, and the traditional venture capital with its short time horizon doesn't really suit those types of investments. But if we can get with those pieces all in one bucket together, forward across the finish line, then it's very valuable. So they're going to go public as a group or whatever. And it sort of introduces this patient capital that has made, I think, you know, fundraising for longer term endeavors in space more challenging up until this point. And also it creates exits, which is, you know, a good feature for investors to see happen. So I'm curious what the panel thinks about that or others.
Well, so Redwire is funded by a family office that's in very good shape. I have not been able to dig further than very good shape, although I am looking for that. But Natasha actually, puts this in the chat about how they are acquiring kind of, some companies and then bolting on others to, in acquisitions to build up a larger capability for that organization. Voyager did the same thing. I forget the company that bought
Tethers.
Tethers, right. I'm trying to come up with the name of the company that bought Tethers.
It's a similar kind of thing, right?
Yeah, right. So that's why I was kind of like, there is a trend here. There's only a few, in the end of maybe 4, maybe 5, but it's
They're
there
growing.
and it's new.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that kind of acquisition, bolting everything together and then building something. I wonder if that company goes public someday in the future. I kind of suspect not. But
Voyager, Dylan Taylor said Voyager was planning to go public in the next couple years.
Okay. All right.
So at least there's one of them that's announced it. But.
Okay. Well, that would be good. I would like to see that. Anybody else? The last comments? Emergent. Thank you, Emily. Emergent.
I wanted to say something real quick. I'm Debbie Nelson. I'm from Nixing Publishing. I've been kind of quiet. I've been quietly listening, and I can't seem to get my video to go. So let's see.
You've been at both of our 2 other events, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here I am.
When this is over, I'd like to chat because you're not in my normal circles. I'd like to know why you're here. So thank you for coming. Yeah.
Absolutely. I was just going to say that I think it's really important that we have terminology that everyone finds consistent, because as this grows, and it's going to exponentially, it'll really help to be able to have the communication that we need between different entities if we have some kind of some kind of terminology figured out what we want to call things. Like right now when we're chatting, it's not so much as important to have anything distinct, but as it grows, I think it's really going to make a big difference. And I've seen charts of space terminology throughout the years and how it has to be defined. Yeah. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Terrific. Thank you. I definitely agree. It is time, y'all. It is, by my clock, 12:45. So it's 3:45 where Tim's at. So Lila, Tim, it's your show. I'm going to say thank you, everyone, for being a part of this. For my panelists, thank you. Those are very insightful comments. I'm going to try and incorporate them. And for my part, I'd love to see y'all back here tomorrow. We're going to start at the same time. Tomorrow is going to be, I think, a pretty fascinating conversation. Lots of DoD people, and DoD people don't normally join programs and projects like this. So it is really nice to have that, and to have 3-star General, Lieutenant General Saltzman to conclude our event tomorrow is really amazing. So thanks to the Space Force Association for setting that in motion. And I'd love to have you all here tomorrow as we keep talking about strategic space. So I'm out. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Michael. Again, thank you all very much for joining us today, whether you're on the Zoom or via live stream, as many are. It's been a lot of fun. And for someone new to the space industry like myself, it's a bit like drinking from a fire hose, but I've learned a lot. So thank you all very much. I just wanted to take a moment to reinforce Blue Marble Week's goals, how you can get involved, and then probably once again to express some gratitude. So we at the foundation, along with some of our partners, created this event to accelerate U.S. space infrastructure development near Earth, near term, now. We all know this, but we won't get there if we keep saying, and I mean, the collective we won't get there if we keep saying, oh, that space stuff, that lives in the future. It's for astronauts and aerospace engineers. So that's why the importance is here and now. We want to inspire our children, our neighbors, our government officials. Actions really need to be taken. So again, we thank you all so much for joining us. One of our other goals is really to be a credible and essential resource in this industry for us, for our community, for individuals, organizations. And we want this to be a place where people can connect and share this vision, have fun. And we see this evolving in a lot of different ways. So excited about the business plan competition. I think that will introduce a whole new entrepreneurial audience that will be really interesting to engage with. We'll continue to share great speakers and grow the community. And who knows, once we can meet again in person, this will take on a whole new life, which is really exciting. And then there's one more important objective that I know we'll go into deeper tomorrow. And that is that as we convene and share information, we are also collecting and compiling this information. And these will become case studies for why space infrastructure is relevant and important for security, jobs, and our futures. And this is all information we plan to use to help support our Space Act initiative in the 117th Congress. That being said, we cannot do it alone, and your support really makes a difference. We're always seeking high caliber speakers to enrich our content, volunteers. It takes a lot of time and energy to put these events together. So if you have some extra time and you want to meet some great people and have some fun, please join us. And of course, to keep this event free and open to everyone, we are always seeking sponsors and donors. That's just the reality of that. And if nothing else, please share on social media, invite your friends to our events, and help spread our message. So again, if you're interested or know anyone, please connect with us via bluemarbleweek.space, our website, or feel free to reach out directly to Michael, Tim, or myself. If someone could drop our contact info in the chat, that would be excellent. We've got a great lineup tomorrow. As Michael mentioned, we've got Lieutenant General B. Chance Saltzman of the United States Air Force, which is going to be very interesting. And again, go to our website, bluemarbleweek.space, for the full lineup. Wanted to take one last opportunity to thank Space Force Association for co-hosting and sponsoring this event. I hope Tim will also thank them again for their generous contributions. And again, thank you all for attending. This has been truly a wonderful event, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tim, I hand it to you.
Thanks, Lila. Yeah, I cannot thank Lila, Michael, and the team enough for the work that has gone on in making this happen. What you all don't see is starting the day after Blue Marble ends, they jump into the next one. And it is very reminiscent of a motto a military unit I once had as part of their creed, which said, "The only reward for a job well done is another mission that no one will accept." And that is definitely what they do month in and month out. So thank you for that. Yes, Space Force Association has been a tremendous partner as we have grown that relationship over the past several weeks. This has truly been enriched by their contribution and the attendees they invited. The final the final thing I will leave you with is when you registered for this event on Eventbrite, there was a question in there, are you living in the USA? If yes, please put your zip code. The only reason we need and or want that is if you are willing, and if you are, please let us know, me, Michael, or Lila, to be a constituent partner in advocating for your representative in Congress. We need to know where you live, so that way we can tailor the message that we draft for you to your representative. And that is particularly important as we are searching for, cultivating, and ultimately announcing members of Congress who will sponsor the Space Corporation Act that will go into more detail tomorrow. And we have already seen through individuals who have volunteered to be the constituent partners, or through materials provided by individuals from previous Blue Marble Weeks, how that opens doors, in some cases, literally gets introductions to members of Congress because one of the attendees knew someone who knew someone and said, I'll try reaching out. Let's see what happens. And so if you are willing to give that a go, if you want to help and just don't know how, reach out. Myself or Lila, it's our first names at f4f.space. Let us know, and we will take it from there. Again, thanks for being here, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. See you out there.
See you tomorrow, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. Bye, Michael.
I'm going to hang out here for about another 2 minutes and then I'll be gone. Everybody good? 5